Chapter 286. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu fell to the ground. Both of them were trembling. Rumble! Yin Chuan's army slowly entered the valley. Yin Chuan was the one who shouted, "Stop! Secmaster, how are you? Third Martial Uncle, are you okay?" Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen helped the 2 injured men to their feet. Wei Jia and Wei Yi did not take Yin Chuan seriously at first, but gradually Yin Chuan's followers increased, and some of them were recognized by the 2 of them. They came from various sects, and there were about 800 overlords standing not far behind Yin Chuan. 800 Qi state cultivators? Wei Jia and Wei Yi's expression changed. The overlords around the valley also frowned as they looked at the huge group of people. Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes and stared at Yin Chuan. "Yin Chuan, how do you come here?" Wei Yi shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Wei Yi coldly and then turned to Guyu Holy Sun. "Guyu Holy Sun, we meet again. I hope I didn't disturb your mood," Yin Chuan said calmly. "Mood? Umph." Guyu Holy Sun snorted. Mr. Monroe looked at them and shouted. Yin Chuan, Feng Tairan, and Duan Sanshu knew that the Holy Sun was looking for a place, but they did not say anything. They even threatened the Holy Sun. "Hurry up and ask them to tell us the place, so that the Holy Sun can be lenient." "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at Feng Tairan. He immediately understood everything. "Yin Chuan, take your men and leave," Guyu Holy Sun said. "Did you hear that? The Holy Sun asked you to scram." Wei Yi shouted. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and didn't back away. Instead, he said, "Guyu Holy Sun didn't make things difficult for me because I helped Guyu Holy Sun destroy Yao Tianshang Sound disaster that day in Liangjing, right?" Guyu Holy Sun's eyes turned cold. He suddenly felt that Yin Chuan did not know what was good for him. "Umph, Yin Chuan, the Holy Sun has already given you the divine due rain that day. The Holy Sun doesn't owe you anything. If you don't scram, don't blame us for being impolite." Wei Qin shouted. "Shut up." Yin Chuan glared at him. You. Wei Qin was scolded by Yin Chuan in front of thousands of cultivators. His face was filled with shame and anger. Guyu Holy Sun's victory against Yao Tianshang is only worth a bottle of divine due rain? Do you dare to say that Guyu Holy Sun's victory is only worth a bottle of divine due rain? Say it again in front of hundreds of cultivators. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan shouted again, and Wei Qin's face changed. How could the Holy Sun's victory be only worth a bottle of divine due rain? Who would dare to say that? Moreover, there were 800 cultivators behind Yin Chuan and more than 100 sections. Today's matter couldn't be concealed. It would definitely spread. If he dared to say it, Guyu Holy Sun would be the first to chop him in half. You dare. Wei Qin was sweating profusely. "You're the one who is bold. Guyu Holy Sun is talking to me. Who are you to interrupt? Can you decide everything on behalf of Guyu Holy Sun? Or did Guyu Holy Sun authorize you to be the spokesperson?" Yin Chuan shouted. I didn't. Holy Sun, I just... Wei Qin immediately looked at Guyu Holy Sun, wanting to defend himself. Guyu Holy Sun wasn't stupid. He knew that Yin Chuan was blocking Wei Qin's mouth. He didn't care about Wei Qin. Of course, if Wei Qin didn't dare to speak, the others wouldn't ask for a rebuke. Suddenly, it became a clash between Yin Chuan and Guyu Holy Sun. The 800 cultivators who came with Yin Chuan all looked at Yin Chuan in shock. They didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so bold. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. "Not long ago, I helped Guyu Holy Sun. A just cause enjoys abundant support. An unjust cause finds little support. Guyu Holy Sun is a righteous person. Naturally, you won't make things difficult for someone who helped you just because of a whim. I didn't offend you," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "A just cause enjoys abundant support. An unjust cause finds little support." Yin Chuan's meaning was clear. If you make things difficult for me, you will lose your morals. Moreover, you lost your morals in front of the people of the 100 sects, in front of the people of the world. An ungrateful person. Even if he was still the Holy Sun, he had lost the most important thing. Image, prestige, respect. Behind Guyu Holy Sun, Mr. Monroe took a deep breath. He looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This Yin Chuan was so amazing. With just a few words, he forced Guyu Holy Sun into a corner. I naturally won't make things difficult for you, but you are in my way, Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Chapter 287. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you, but you're my way, Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. After Guyu Holy Sun finished speaking, Yin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was asking a tiger for its skin. After all, he was too weak and did not have the qualifications to talk to him. However, this time he succeeded. At least Guyu Holy Sun would not dare to attack him in front of everyone. Guyu Holy Sun, Yin Chuan does not dare to take credit for the help you provided in Liangjing. These two people are members of the Day sect. They owe you an answer. I'll let them give you an answer and use the favor you provided in Liangjing in exchange for Guyu Holy Sun's forgiveness. Let's forget about today's matter, okay? Yin Chuan said again. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes, and a murderous aura overflowed. In Guyu's eyes, forgiving Yin Chuan's offense was already a great favor. Yin Chuan actually dared to negotiate with him? Bastard you! Wei Chuan cursed again. Halfway through, he saw Yin Chuan's cold gaze and stopped. He looked at Guyu Holy Sun hopefully. Seeing that Guyu Holy Sun was not paying attention to him, he let out a sigh of relief and stopped talking. He only looked at Yin Chuan with a venomous gaze. You want me to let them go? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Obviously, Guyu Holy Sun was still unwilling. Yin Chuan turned to look at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. The two of you, let me make the decision for you. What do you think? Yin Chuan looked at the two of them and said. Duan Sanshu looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Feng Tairan revealed a gratified smile. All right, I'll leave it to you, Feng Tairan said. And Duan Sanshu nodded. The two of them nodded. Yin Chuan's expression immediately turned solemn. Huoguang, kill Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu for me. Yin Chuan pointed at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu and shouted. What? Huoguang was stunned. Not only was Huoguang dumbfounded, but Zhu Jiansheng and the seven swordsmen were also dumbfounded. The surrounding cultivators and countless experts were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was speaking up for Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu, and in the blink of an eye, he was going to kill them. You! Duan Sanshu glared at him. Full authority to make decisions? Did that mean that he would kill him? Duan Sanshu was so angry that he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Only Feng Tairan seemed to have understood. Ha. Kill them, kill them. It's better to die than to be tortured like this. Ha. Feng Tairan laughed freely. Martial uncle, what are you doing? You can't kill the sect master. Zhu Jiansheng suddenly exclaimed. Xing. The seven swordsmen also stood in front of Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu, looking at Yin Chuan with vigilance. They have agreed to let me handle them. You guys get out of the way. Huoguang, kill them. Yin Chuan shouted. Zhu Jiansheng, seven swordsmen, listen to Yin Chuan. Feng Tairan ordered. Zhu Jiansheng and the seven swordsmen were at a loss. The experts of the 100 sects all looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Even Guyu Holy Sun's face changed slightly. Kill two people? Was this Yin Chuan crazy? Huoguang stepped forward with his spear. Zhu Jiansheng and the seven swordsmen were at a loss. Should they stop him? Crazy? Yin Chuan wanted to kill the sect master, but the sect master didn't let them save him and let him kill him. Crazy? Are you all crazy, or am I crazy? Zhu Jiansheng and the seven swordsmen's minds were in chaos. Stop! Guyu Holy Sun shouted angrily. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun again. These two people are the scum of my Day sect. At this moment, they have confessed to me and are ready to let me handle them. I want to kill them on the spot. Holy Sun, do you still want to plead for them? Yin Chuan stared at Guyu Holy Sun and said word by word. Chapter 288. The long spear had already reached their chests. As long as Yin Chuan gave the order again, Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu would immediately be beheaded. Guyu Holy Sun stared at Yin Chuan with a gloomy face. If it weren't for the people of 100 sects watching him, he would have reached out and pinched Yin Chuan to death. This was no longer a threat, but a coercion. Kill. If Yin Chuan killed the two of them, he would never know where the seal was, and Yao Tianshan would get it first. Guyu, holy son? Yin Chuan called out doubtfully again. Yin Chuan's doubts were like a sharp sword that had chosen Guyu, holy son's heart, forcing Guyu, holy son, to do something. Countless practitioners around gradually understood Yin Chuan's meaning. Put death in a desperate situation and fight to live. Yin Chuan was using a roundabout method to save Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. Well, according to what you said before, your past kindness is written off. Tell me the place I want. Guyu, holy son, said coldly. This time, Guyu, holy son's heart was full of depression, as if he was forced to retreat by Yin Chuan in a confrontation with Yin Chuan. The surrounding cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Guyu, holy son, to actually let go. At this time, he really let go. Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan in amazement. Although it was a short exchange, Yin Chuan's way of speaking was like a battle. First, he used kindness to build an immortal fortress for himself. Then he kept probing and attacking, slowly forcing Guyu, holy son, into a corner. Finally, he attacked head-on, using his desire to force Guyu, holy son, to bow. Although everyone had the same feeling, they didn't think it through as thoroughly as Mr. Monroe. In a short time, Yin Chuan's position in Mr. Monroe's heart rose rapidly. Everyone was surprised. Guyu, holy son, compromised. Yin Chuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Guyu, holy son, for your help." Yin Chuan immediately looked at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. Feng Tairan's face revealed a gratified smile. Duan Sanshu also finally understood Yin Chuan's intentions, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Duan Sanshu pointed at a boulder not far away and said, "Go and lift that boulder." Boom! The three swordsmen quickly flipped over the boulder. Immediately, a leather scroll was revealed under the boulder. There was a map on the map. Duan Sanshu looked at Guyu, holy son, and said, "The terrain is complicated in the depths of the Demon Wind Mountains. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. This is the map I recorded. The red dot on the map is the place you're looking for." Guyu, holy son, looked at Duan Sanshu coldly. He reached out and grabbed the map. Whoosh! The map flew into Guyu, holy son's hand. He looked at the map carefully. "Don't worry, Guyu, holy son. If this map is fake, you can bury the day sect with you at any time," Duan Sanshu said confidently. Guyu, holy son, looked at Duan Sanshu below. His face darkened. "You wouldn't dare lie to me. If that's the case, then we'll take our leave." Yin Chuan smiled at Guyu, holy son. "Leave? You want to leave?" "Oomph." Wei, he suddenly snorted. "Alliance leader Wei, what do you mean? Guyu, holy son, has agreed to let today's matter go. You want to go against Guyu, holy son's will? You want to frame the holy son?" Yin Chuan said coldly. "Oomph. The holy son is the holy son, and I am me. The holy son agreed to let you go, but I didn't. My life league has a grudge with the Day sect. This is a personal grudge. What do you think?" Wei, he sneered. "You're shameless." Duan Sanshu cursed. Chapter 289. Yin Chuan looked at Guyu, holy son. Guyu, holy son, looked on coldly without saying a word. "Guyu, holy son, don't you have anything to say?" Yin Chuan looked at Guyu, holy son, and asked, "This is a private matter between the Day sect and the Life League. I won't interfere. The people I brought won't interfere either." Guyu, holy son, said coldly. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Yin Chuan, you only brought so few people from the Day sect this time. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu are seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to escape today." Wei Chu laughed loudly. Wei Chu's arrogance made many people feel disgusted. The 800 experts who followed Yin Chuan didn't say anything earlier. However, when Yin Chuan and Guyu, holy son, exchanged words, they felt very satisfied. They even put themselves in Yin Chuan's shoes, especially when Yin Chuan made Guyu, holy son, lower his head. Although the experts' expressions didn't change, their hearts were surging. It was as if they had won against Guyu, holy son. Wei Chu's arrogance made everyone unhappy. However, no one spoke up to help. They could see that Wei Chu's arrogance was supported by Guyu, holy son. Although they felt satisfied, No one wanted to offend Guyu Holy Sun. They could only watch coldly. Wait, Yin Chuan shouted. What? Any last words? Wei Chu said coldly. Bring them up, Yin Chuan shouted. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army members quickly carried out 14 cloth bags. It seemed like there were people twisting inside. When the cloth bags were opened, the 14 assassins were revealed. Alliance Master, save me, save me. Alliance Master, save me, save me. The assassins were pleasantly surprised to see Wei Qin. A bunch of trash, Wei Qin said coldly. Alliance Master Wei, I don't want to fight to the death right now. What do you think? Yin Chuan said calmly. Wei Qi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. You want to use them to threaten me? You're still too inexperienced. Wei Qin's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan immediately understood Wei Qin's intentions. Since you don't want to save them, then forget it. Kill, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. The spears instantly pierced through the heads of the 14 assassins. Brat, you're courting death. Inside the canyon, Wei Jia and Wei Yi, who had been torturing Feng Tairan, flew into a rage. Let's fight. Disintegrating poison. Duan Sanshu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He had stimulated the potential of his body by harming himself, erupting with an extraordinary strength. Hong! Duan Sanshu, Wei Jia, and Wei Yi began to fight. The powerful impact immediately set off gusts of wind. Dust and sand were blown up in all directions, and stones were sent flying everywhere. Wei Qin led the Life Alliance's people and coldly watched. Duan Sanshu's reckless fighting style was definitely short-lived. Wei Jia and Wei Yi were more than capable of dealing with him. Yin Chuan's group had to die today. However, wouldn't it be better for them to die in despair? How fierce! Yin Chuan smiled as he looked at Duan Sanshu. Zhu Jiansheng, the 7 swordsmen, and Feng Tairan all looked at Duan Sanshu anxiously and worriedly. Only Yin Chuan could still smile at this moment. Yin Chuan shook his head and walked towards Feng Tairan. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer worried. This was because Yin Chuan had just forced Guyu Holy Sun to say something. This is a private matter between the Day Sect and the Life Alliance. I won't interfere. The others I brought with me won't interfere either. It seemed that Yin Chuan had asked for a rebuff and was humiliated. However, this was a promise that Yin Chuan needed. If Guyu Holy Sun didn't interfere, the others wouldn't interfere either. His opponents were only the Life Alliance's people. Yin Chuan walked towards Feng Tairan. Feng Tairan was still frowning. After all, in Feng Tairan's opinion, they were really done for. Here, the Life Alliance had 6,000 Essence Realm cultivators, 300 Qi Realm cultivators, and 5 God Realm cultivators. They couldn't compare at all. Old Feng. Yin Chuan walked in front of Feng Tairan. I've implicated you this time. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. No. Who said that we would definitely lose? Yin Chuan smiled. Seeing Yin Chuan smile, Feng Tairan's expression changed. However, he looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Old Duan won't be able to hold on for long. As for you, you definitely won't be able to do anything. However, you have a good foundation. Let me do it. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, Feng Tairan didn't understand. Condense an essence clone for me to control. I'll deal with them. Yin Chuan smiled. What? Feng Tairan was shocked. Why? Are you worried that I'll control you? Haha, what's there to worry about? If you want to control me, then control me. Feng Tairan said casually. Yin Chuan nodded. He placed his finger between Feng Tairan's eyebrows, and the two closed their eyes. Buzz. A large amount of essence, Qi, came out of Feng Tairan's pores. Traces of red essence, Qi, gradually condensed into a figure that looked exactly like Feng Tairan. It was an essence clone. Feng Tairan's essence clone. However, Feng Tairan's eyes were different. It was Yin Chuan's overbearing eyes. Yin Chuan controlled Feng Tairan and reached out his hand to pull out the Jade Emperor's sword from Yin Chuan's back. Hiss! Feng Tairan walked in front of everyone. The breeze blew his long hair. He looked at everyone from the Life Alliance with an arrogant expression. Chapter 290. Yin Chuan walked to the front, and many people looked at him curiously. The Essence Chi avatar was him, and no one could touch it. Who would give themselves to someone else as a puppet? Of course, it was reasonable. After all, it was normal for someone who was about to die to do something out of line. However, so what if an Essence State Warrior could control the Essence Chi avatar of an Immortal State Warrior? How powerful could it be? Boom! With a loud bang, Duan Sanshu fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Yin Chuan reached out and caught Duan Sanshu. However, Duan Sanshu was covered in blood and looked like he was about to die. Third Uncle Master, Juji and Sheng, and the others quickly gathered around him. After throwing Duan Sanshu to the others, Yin Chuan looked at Wei Jia and Wei Yi who were in the air. Ah, Yin Chuan. Wei Qin laughed madly. Your father is stupid. He knew that he would die if he stayed in the Day sect. You are even more stupid than your father. Do you think you can defeat an Immortal State Warrior just because you have an Essence Chi avatar? Dream on. Wei Yi scolded. Alliance Master, let me crush this Essence Chi avatar. Ha ha ha. Wei Jia laughed. Whoosh. Wei Jia turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Wei Jia coldly and waved the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Bang! The Jade Emperor sword suddenly exploded with hundreds of sword chi. The sword chi rushed out and immediately formed a sword river. With a wave of his sword, the sword chi turned into a river. Up! Boom! Wei Jia was shocked and quickly attacked with his sword, but it was still blocked by Yin Chuan. Wei Jia was too careless, but he couldn't lose so quickly. Those who didn't think Yin Chuan would win suddenly became spirited. Wei Yi's face darkened, and Gu Yu Holy Sun looked gloomy. Is that all? Life League? Here I come. Yin Chuan sneered. The tip of the Jade Emperor's sword was pressed against the ground. Yin Chuan stepped forward and dragged his sword across the ground, leaving behind a sword mark that emitted an ear-piercing sound. Wei Jia's face humph. Wei Jia changed the Jade Emperor's sword chi avatar and Gu Yu Holy Sun. The sword techniques of a Life League are only SOSO. Yin Chuan sneered. Buzz. Yin Chuan's sword pierced out. As it pierced out, the Jade Emperor's sword trembled incessantly. Boom. The two swords Wei Yi Chuan, Wei Yi Wei. Then, Wei Jia and Gu, Wei Yi Chuan again. Impossible. Wei Jia unleashed his aura and crashed into Yin Chuan, instantly dodging the sword. Sword 5. The Jade Emperor's sword immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Clang, clang. Sword, Titisan. Sword. Yin Chuan's sword was faster and faster than the previous one, like a talisman that hastened Wei Jia's death. Wei Jia was forced to retreat by Yin Chuan and couldn't fight back at all. Impossible. Bang. Wei Jia's Taoist bun was broken by Yin Chuan, and he was in a dangerous situation. Chapter 291. Yin Chuan brat, don't be so arrogant. Wei Yi shouted from high up in the sky as he dove down. Sand and pebbles were flying at a low altitude, and smoke and dust were rising everywhere. The shadows of the three people could be vaguely seen. Clink, 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 clink. When the swords clashed, thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. Sword 13. Xianming Qi. Jian 14. Ah, my arm. The voice that came out from the smoke and dust made everyone look surprised. From the beginning to the end, Yin Chuan's voice was filled with calmness, but Wei Jia and Wei Yi were getting more and more anxious. Senior brother, quick, save me. Wei Jia's cry of alarm came from the smoke. How could that be? Wei Bing, Wei Ding, you two go and help. Wei Qin's expression was unsightly as he called out to the two deities beside him. Sword 15. Ah! Wei Jia let out a miserable shriek and soared into the sky. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, blowing away the smoke and dust. Xing! In the valley, Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword had already turned red. He slashed Wei Yi from head to toe. Boom! Wei Yi was chopped in half in disbelief. His internal organs burst out, splattering all over the ground. However, there was no blood. It was as if all the blood had been sucked out. Half of his body fell to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that this was real. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. Junior brother, senior brother, Wei Che, Wei Bing, and Wei Ding exclaimed in shock. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their hair stand on end. This was because after Yin Chuan killed Wei Yi, his expression was still as indifferent as ever. He turned around and walked back to the Deus Ex team. His expression didn't change much. What about Wei Jia? Everyone looked up. Wei Jia, who was in the air, began to descend. While falling, his body was also split in half. There was no blood, only a large amount of internal organs spilling out. He refused to believe that he had been killed like this. Boom! Wei Jia's corpse fell to the ground. His death was extremely tragic. Yin Chuan alone killed 2 God Realm warriors in the blink of an eye. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. The son of Blood Devil, Yin Tao, he is also a Blood Devil. Is he really in the Essence Realm? Yin Chuan? The 800 Qi Jing cultivators who followed Yin Chuan all felt a chill in their hearts. This kid was also a ruthless character. Guyu Holy Sun's face was terrifyingly gloomy, but he had been eliminated just now. He felt even more depressed. Thousands of disciples of the Life League grabbed their swords and looked at the canyon with ghastly expressions. They wanted to rush down, but no one dared to. In front of Yin Chuan, 2 God Realm martial artists were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. If he went down, he would definitely be courting death. Alliance Master? Wei Bing and Wei Ding's expressions turned ugly. Wei Che didn't give any more orders. The look in his eyes changed constantly as he stared coldly at Yin Chuan below. Guyu Holy Sun, thank you for what you did today. We will also take our leave. Yin Chuan said to Guyu Holy Sun with a smile. Chapter 292. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a cloud formed from water vapor, carried Yin Chuan and Foam Tyrant's true bodies. Then, he quickly led everyone out of the valley. Yin Chuan had become famous after this battle. At this moment, no one from the Life League dared to stop him. Yin Chuan swaggered out, leaving behind a group of experts in the canyon. It was as if Yin Chuan's group was the only victor, leaving behind only the losers. Guyu Holy Sun's face was gloomy, but he didn't have any excuse to stop them. He just looked on coldly. He watched the 3,000 people slowly leave. Holy Sun, Yin Chuan's reaction speed is too fast. It's the same as Yin Tao's. No, it's better than Yin Tao's. At least, when Yin Tao was in the Essence Realm, his reaction speed couldn't be as fast as a Divine Realm expert. A man in purple said to Guyu Holy Sun. I know, Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yin Chuan's departure means that Foam Tyrant's Essence Chi avatar can't hold on for much longer. The man in purple said again. His voice wasn't soft, as if he was saying it on purpose for Wei Chan to hear. Yes, he's leaving now. Foam Tyrant's Essence Chi avatar can't hold on for much longer. Wei Chan's expression changed. Guyu Holy Sun looked at the man in purple with satisfaction. All right, we've found the place. Let's go to the sealed place now. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone nodded in response. Holy Sun, I'll make some arrangements. Wei Chan said. Wei Bing, Wei Ding, Foam Tyrant, and Duan Sanshu can't hold on for much longer. Their Essence Chi avatars can't hold on for much longer. I order you to take 6,000 Essence Realm disciples and 300 Chi Realm disciples to kill Yin Chuan. If he's alive, I want to see his corpse. Wei Chan said in a deep voice. Yes, Alliance leader. Wei Bing and Wei Ding replied. Yin Chuan was already so terrifying. He couldn't be allowed to grow any further. Otherwise, he would become the Life League's nightmare in the future. Hearing Wei Yi's order, Guyu Holy Sun felt a little better. Go! Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. As he stepped forward, a white cloud appeared beneath his feet, carrying everyone into the sky. Similarly, a large number of powerhouses followed the white cloud into the depths of the Demon Wind mountain range. Wei Qi followed closely behind Guyu Holy Sun. After Guyu Holy Sun left, The 800 Qi Jing fighters who had been following Yin Chuan were now divided into two groups. Some people gave up on following Yin Chuan and chased after Gu Yu Holy Sun. However, some people were still following them, but they were not as close as before. Instead, they were following them from afar. After all, Yin Chuan might be able to kill them. Order all disciples to keep an eye on Yin Chuan. Once Feng Tairan is dead, we will avenge your two martial ancestors. Wei Bing shouted. Avenge our martial ancestors. A group of Life League disciples shouted. Yin Chuan's army quickly left the demonic bull, Great Demon's Nest. Not long after they left, Yin Chuan stopped controlling the Essence Qi clone. The Essence Qi clone turned into Essence Qi and entered Feng Tairan's body again. Feng Tairan's poison had deepened. His face was so black that it was impossible to see his face clearly. Ah, cough, cough. Yin Chuan, I was right about you. Feng Tairan was being carried, but he was excited. Old Feng, close your eyes. I'll help you expel the poison. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. It's useless. This is the black poison of the Life League. There's no antidote. Although Feng Tairan didn't believe it, he still followed Yin Chuan's instructions. It's just a small poison. I can still detoxify it. Yin Chuan waved his left hand and covered it with his sleeve. Suddenly, an emerald green vine appeared on his left wrist. The vine pressed against Feng Tairan's forehead. Suddenly, the black gas was sucked out by the vine. Feng Tairan was surprised. Feng Tairan felt that the black poison in his body was constantly being extracted. Half an hour later, phew, Yin Chuan let out a long breath and kept the poisonous vine. Feng Tairan's face was no longer black. Instead, it had turned blood red. My poison? The poison is gone? How is that possible? Feng Tairan was surprised. I have removed the poison from your body. However, the poison has damaged your nerves and meridians. It is not something that can be recovered in a short period of time. Moreover, you have injured your foundation this time. You will need to rest for a long period of time before you can recover. Yin Chuan shook his head. The poison is detoxified. Everything is easy. Feng Tairan laughed. Sect leader, you're fine? That's great. The three swordsmen were pleasantly surprised. Martial uncle, you were really awesome just now. Too awesome. The four swordsmen were also excited. Not only the four swordsmen, almost everyone was in a state of excitement. Yin Chuan's miraculous abilities had completely conquered everyone. All right, let me check on Duan Sanshu. He's dying. Chapter 293. Below a waterfall in the Demon Wind mountain range. Yin Chuan brought everyone to a stop in front of a deep pool. Martial uncle, this is the bottom of the pool. It leads to the Black Dragon Pool, said the four swordsmen. Yes. Thanks to Martial Uncle's thoughtfulness, we have a way out. Now that everyone from the Life League is surrounding us, we can't escape anywhere else. The six swordsmen sighed. Yin Chuan nodded and looked at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. The two of them were extremely weak, especially Duan Sanshu. His face was extremely ugly, and his body was covered in blood. Zhuji and Sheng, seven swordsmen, remember the heavy responsibility of escorting Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu back to the Day sect. You must bring them back to the Day sect to recuperate. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Martial Uncle, don't worry. The eight answered. Go back. I can't go back. I'm cursed. I can't leave the Demon Wind mountain range. Duan Sanshu said weakly. You'll only be waiting for death if you stay here, so you must return to the Day sect. As for your curse, I have a way, but I don't know if you're willing to accept it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Curses are actually used on living things, but they can't be used on dead things. As long as you're dead, the curse will be useless. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Everyone was puzzled. What I mean is, let you fake your death, seal all your major acupoints, and then consume the drunken death grass. Gu Yu and the others have gone to the sealed area. Once the seal is broken, the curse will automatically be lifted. At that time, we can wake you up. Yin Chuan thought about it and said, Right, drunken death grass? My master planted one. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Duan Sanshu smiled weakly and nodded. After all, Duan Sanshu had thought that there was no hope at all. Now that there was hope, Duan Sanshu was naturally delighted. Huoguang. Yin Chuan looked at Huoguang and Lu Jin. Present. I'll give you a mission now. The Life Alliance has sent out all of their Immortal State warriors. At most, they only have 100 Chi State and 4,000 Elite State disciples. I want you to lead the First Legion and annihilate the Life Alliance. Uproot them, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Uprooted? Martial Uncle, Huoguang, and the others are all in the Essence Realm. The Life Moon League has 100 Chi Realm and 4,000 Essence Realm cultivators. How could Huoguang and the others accomplish that? Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. The art of war is deceitful. It's not like we're going to meet force with force. If you can't even deal with this little bit of power, how can you be my First Legion? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry. The First Legion will complete the mission. Huoguang immediately promised. Good. Go and reorganize the army first. We'll leave immediately. Yes. Huoguang went to greet the soldiers. Yin Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng and said, after escorting Feng Tairan and the others back to the sect, if you have nothing else to do, follow Huoguang and have a look. But try not to interfere. Yes, we will. Zhu Jiansheng immediately said. Obviously, he wanted Zhu Jiansheng and the others to take care of Huoguang. Zhu Jiansheng naturally agreed. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you not going back with us? Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. I'm not going back. I still need to find someone. Yin Chuan shook his head. You still need to find someone? The woman in white? Martial Uncle, you're in danger. The three swordsmen immediately shouted. Don't try to persuade me. Yin Chuan shook his head. At this moment, even if the sky fell down, Yin Chuan would not leave. Chapter 294. Then, let's stay and protect Martial Uncle. The four swordsmen shouted. No need. I'm a small target by myself. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yin Chuan shook his head. But everyone was anxious. Say no more. I've made up my mind. Yin Chuan shook his head. But everyone looked at Yin Chuan and didn't know what to say. King, old slave, stay. This is an order. Everyone must leave. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin said with a complicated expression. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu looked at Yin Chuan weakly. They knew that they couldn't persuade him and could only sigh. All right. Duan Sanshu suddenly said. Martial nephew, open my shoe. Duan Sanshu said to the four swordsmen. Oh. Duan Sanshu opened a shoe and revealed a scroll. This is? The four swordsmen were surprised. The map of the sealed land. I drew 2 copies. You can keep this one in case you need it. Duan Sanshu said with a smile. Yin Chuan took the map and nodded. Whoosh! The waterfall fell. Yin Chuan stood on the shore and watched everyone enter the deep pool. They followed the pool and left the demonic wind mountain range. After everyone left, Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. He tightened his belt and rushed to a mountain peak with the Jade Emperor sword on his back and looked down. Standing on a mountain peak, he could vaguely see the Life League's disciples in the distance. The Life League's Taoist robes were unique. There was a moon on the chest and a sun on the back. Therefore, Yin Chuan recognized them at a glance. Yin Chuan touched the Jade Emperor sword and said with narrowed eyes, Huoguang and the others have left, but this place can't be exposed. Jade Emperor, it's up to us now. If we want to divert the Life League's attention, we can only kill. Buzz. The Jade Emperor's sword trembled violently, as if it was happy about Yin Chuan's decision. Let's start the massacre. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he rushed down the mountain. 8 disciples of the Life League were searching around. Not here. Senior brother, there's nothing here either. Humph, they won't be able to escape. There are so many of them, and they have already been completely surrounded by us. Find them for me. The first person to discover Yin Chuan's group will be rewarded with 500 spirit stones. Yes. Looking for me? Yin Chuan's voice suddenly sounded. The 8 of them were slightly stunned. It's just Yin Chuan. The Alliance Master said that Yin Chuan is at the 3rd level of the Essence Realm. Let's attack together and take down Yin Chuan. The Alliance Master will reward us handsomely. Someone said in surprise. Take him down. Everyone rushed over. You overestimate yourself. Yin Chuan sneered. With a wave of the Jade Emperor's sword, Yin Chuan stepped forward to meet them head-on. The Jade Emperor's sword danced in the air, and the sky was filled with sword shadows. SSSS. SSSS. Clang. SSSS. Ah. The 8 of them fell to the ground at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. There was a fatal wound on each of their bodies. At the same time, the 8 of them, who were originally full of blood, were now pale and bloodless. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked out by the Jade Emperor's sword. This is just the beginning. Yin Chuan coldly stepped over the 8 corpses and shot into the distance. Yin Chuan followed the map given by Duan Sanshu and headed deep into the Demon Wind Mountain Range. He killed all the disciples of the Life League who were searching for him. In a valley in the Demon Wind Mountain Range, Wei Bing and Wei Ding were listening to the report of 2 disciples. Martial uncles, it's been 5 days and another 20 have died. There are already more than 100 people. Yin Chuan has already killed more than 100 of our disciples. A Qi Jing expert said with an ugly expression. Chapter 295. Moreover, every disciple who was killed turned into a dried corpse. They died a horrible death. Fine, you must find them. Wei Bing shouted. Yes. Hurry up and go. Wei Ding shouted. Yes. The 2 disciples left quickly. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked gloomy. Yin Chuan alone? He killed more than 100 of us in the Essence State in 5 days? We can't let him walk out of the Demon Wind Mountain Range. The Alliance Master is right. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, the Life Alliance will never have a day of peace. Wei Bing said with a gloomy face. Most importantly, Yin Chuan is very cunning. He avoided all the disciples in the Qi State and only killed those in the Essence State. Wei Ding said with a pale face. He's going to die. The people of the Great River Sect have disappeared. So what if they disappeared? Yin Chuan's death is enough. We have 6,000 disciples. Let's see how he's going to kill them all. Yin Chuan headed north. The disciples of the Life League kept encircling him. The outer sect disciples who followed Yin Chuan's army gradually got the news. 2 white-robed swordsmen stood at the top of the mountain. 300 people? Yin Chuan has killed 300 people alone? His father is the blood demon. He is also a monster. 300 people, all of them in the same level. He killed them all and drew their blood. This Yin Chuan is too powerful. But it doesn't matter. Yin Chuan didn't meet any Qi State Masters. Let's keep watching. Another canyon. Yin Chuan. Let's see where you can run to this time. Send a signal. A disciple of the Life League shouted. Yes, uncle. 10 or so disciples in the Essence State answered. Whoosh. A light like fireworks shot up to the sky. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. He turned his wrist, and the Jade Emperor sword rushed into the crowd. Sword light shot out in all directions. Die. Sia. Yin Chuan's sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 5 people at the elite state. You are courting death. The Qi Jing leader's face darkened as he swung his sword towards Yin Chuan. Clang! The 2 swords collided, and a large amount of sword qi burst out. Boom! After all, Yin Chuan was only in the Essence Realm, so he was sent flying. However, there were 3 Essence Stage Life League disciples in the direction he was flying in. Die! The Jade Emperor's sword took advantage of the momentum and swung out. Under 3 streaks of sword light, another 3 Life League disciples died on the spot. Bastard! The Qi Jing fighter shouted as he swung his sword again. Dozens of sword qi flew towards Yin Chuan. Dang. Yin Chuan quickly blocked the sword qi. A beam of sword qi tore open Yin Chuan's sleeve. However, Yin Chuan still managed to dodge it. Yin Chuan didn't fight the Qi Jing fighters head-on. Instead, he attacked the remaining Essence Stage disciples. Martial Uncle, help! A few Essence Stage disciples shouted in fear. Help! No one can save you. Kill! The crazy Yin Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword viciously. With Yin Chuan's sword skills, these Essence Stage disciples were no match for him. The difference in cultivation level wasn't big, so he could kill them with one strike. You are courting death. The Qi Jing fighter was about to go crazy. He raised his sword and charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stared at the Qi Jing fighter and raised his sword. Yin Chuan's sword skills were extremely fast. In a flash, the Qi Jing fighter's sword Qi was cut open. Under the Qi Jing fighter's control, the sword Qi flew towards Yin Chuan's body. Qi. Yin Chuan's skin was cut open, but the Qi Jing fighter was also cut open. Their wounds were about the same, but the Jade Emperor's sword sucked blood. Ah! The Qi Jing fighter screamed in pain and quickly dodged. Yin Chuan covered his wound and said regretfully, "Too bad. It only cut open my skin." Xiao. Yin Chuan ran towards the forest. The Qi Jing fighter covered his wound with his pale face. He looked at Yin Chuan running away, but he didn't chase after him. Soon, a large number of Life League disciples gathered. He ran in that direction. Tell everyone to chase after him. The Qi Jing fighter shouted. Chapter 296. Super Yin Chuan in a Forest. Qi. Yin Chuan killed another disciple of the Life League. Yin Chuan did not know how many people he had killed. His clothes were tattered, and there were sword scars on his body. However, with Yin Chuan's ability, these scars would disappear soon. The Jade Emperor's sword was bright red, and energy poured into Yin Chuan's body. Jade Emperor's sword? Putting aside the evil aura, killing people can also increase my cultivation? Yin Chuan sighed. Releasing the evil energy in his body, Yin Chuan's body glowed red. Another breakthrough? At this time? Looks like I have to find a quiet place. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Whoosh! Yin Chuan shot into the forest, leaving behind a pile of dried corpses. After Yin Chuan left, a group of people quickly arrived. The disciples of the Life League had ugly expressions on their faces. The news spread quickly. In a valley, a few outer sect disciples were telling each other the news they had gathered. Yin Chuan is really crazy. 600 people in the elite state. That's terrifying. He killed 600 people with the same cultivation. 600 people in the elite state are nothing. I heard that during this period of time, 8 Qi Jing experts were also injured by Yin Chuan. Everyone was silent for a while. Crazy. Finally, someone could not help but say, if I had just started cultivating, I would have worshipped him as my master. He's too fierce. Yes, I would be satisfied as long as he is half as fierce as he is. As long as Yin Chuan walks out of the Demon Wind Mountain range alive, his name will be known throughout the world. Senior brother, are we still following him? Of course, why not? Even if we can't get the heaven-class cultivation technique, we can still witness a legend. Even if he falls soon, we won't be lonely in the Demon Wind Mountain range this time. Okay, let's follow him. At this moment, Yin Chuan was like a magnet, attracting the gazes of countless practitioners. Of course, the most important thing was still the disciples of the Life Alliance. At the peak of a mountain, the 5 Qi Jing warriors carried their swords on their backs and looked into the distance. Master, Martial Uncle, we found him. We found Yin Chuan's whereabouts again. Someone quickly ran over. You found it? The 5 Qi Jing warriors' faces darkened. Yin Chuan's ferocity during this period of time had already made a group of experts somewhat fearful. Yes, he's in a valley up ahead. He seems to be adjusting his breathing. Regulating breathing. Yes, Master, what should we do now? Are we going to kill them? No. Then what should we do? Don't disturb Yin Chuan. Inform everyone and gather all the disciples of the Life League. This time we must take him down? Yes. But what if Yin Chuan escapes? We'll set up the Sun-Moon cycle grand formation outside, allowing entry but not exit. Trap him there and wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Then, we'll attack with all our might. Yes. A few days later, the valley where Yin Chuan was located was filled with white fog. It was obvious that the Sun-Moon Cycle Grand Formation had been set up, trapping Yin Chuan within. Outside the Grand Formation, more and more disciples of the Life League gathered. At this moment, there were close to 200 second-generation Qi Jing disciples and close to 4,000 third-generation Qi Jing disciples. The 200 Qi Jing disciples looked at each other and finally looked at a bald man. Chapter 297. Senior Brother. The two martial uncles should still be on their way here. Now that we have so many people attacking Yin Chuan, can we make a move now? The bald man squinted his eyes and said, Absolutely. With so many of us, even if we just stand there and let him kill us, he will be exhausted. If we don't make a move now, how can we face our fellow cultivators in the future? Yes. Enter the formation and kill Yin Chuan. Yes. 200 Qi Realm and 4,000 Essence Realm cultivators roared as they stepped into the white fog and headed towards the valley where Yin Chuan was. In the valley, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged under a tree. His breathing was steady and his face was calm. His hands were placed on his knees, forming the lotus hand seal. Boom! Yin Chuan's body suddenly let out a muffled sound. Phew! Fourth level of the Essence Realm? Yin Chuan asked calmly. Buzz! The Jade Emperor sword that was stabbed into the ground shook violently as a warning. Yin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The Jade Emperor's sword stopped shaking as soon as he opened his eyes. Yin Chuan stood up slowly and looked around. Above the valley, there were many Life League disciples. Thousands of people surrounded Yin Chuan from all directions. Yin Chuan looked around and saw that all of the Life League's disciples were holding their long swords tightly, looking at him nervously and seriously. Xing! Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor sword and looked at the thousands of people around him. Yin Chuan, you can't run away. A second-generation disciple of the Life League shouted. No one can save you. This time you are dead. There is still our formation outside. You have nowhere to run. Break your own meridians, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact. Many Qi Realm cultivators kept on talking as if they were looking at a dead body. Yin Chuan sneered and said, You think you can stop me? Your swordsmanship is good, but you're only in the Essence Realm. Only in the Essence Realm, a bald man said coldly. Then, what if I'm in the Qi state? Yin Chuan smiled. Qi Realm? The Life League's disciples were shocked. Don't listen to his nonsense. He must be in the profound state. As long as his cultivation is higher than 2 levels, he can see through his opponent's cultivation. Martial Uncle is in the immortal state, so he can see through his opponent's cultivation. Yin Chuan is at LV3 of the profound state. A Qi Jing expert said, Humph. Yin Chuan, don't struggle anymore. You're dead for sure. The group of experts composed themselves one after another. Really? I'm not talking about the current state. Yin Chuan laughed. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kill for me. The bald man shouted. Kill. Many cultivators charged down from the surrounding mountain peaks. Close to 4,000 elite realm warriors. Even if you were to chop them down, you would still be able to chop them down until your hands went numb. Yin Chuan closed his eyes slightly in the face of the 4,000 cultivators charging at him. He released the evil energy that the Jade Emperor's sword had imbued into him. Plop, plop, plop. Yin Chuan's heart was beating faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled in size. Boom! Yin Chuan's tattered clothes suddenly fluttered despite the lack of wind. A powerful aura gushed out from Yin Chuan's body. Who? Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Not only was her hair fluttering in the wind, but it was also growing longer and turning red. Rumble. All of a sudden, a large amount of red aura appeared around Yin Chuan. The aura turned into a storm and quickly revolved around Yin Chuan. Rumble. Sand and pebbles were sent flying in all directions, and for a moment, a violent storm was stirred up and an extremely evil aura was emitted. For a moment, Yin Chuan seemed to have turned into a red demon, which made the disciples of the Life League change their expressions and stop in their tracks. Chapter 298. Rumble. Yin Chuan's aura continued to rise. The violent aura formed a whirlwind that blew towards the surrounding peaks. Blood Devil Yin Tao? No, Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan can also turn into a blood devil. Blood devil? It's really a blood devil. The disciples of the Four Moons Alliance exclaimed. Qi state? This is the aura of the Qi state. It's really the Qi state, someone exclaimed. As for Yin Chuan, he was currently in a state of extreme excitement. His blood was boiling and making a gurgling sound. Yin Chuan could feel the power that his blood was giving him. Not enough. Not enough. I'm not completely excited yet. Yin Chuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. What are you afraid of? Kill him. No matter what kind of demon he turns into, he's only one person. Why should we be afraid of him? Kill. Kill. The surrounding overlords gathered their courage and charged forward with their swords. Soon, Yin Chuan was surrounded in the center. Buzz! Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. A red light immediately gushed out from his eyes. The person standing in front of Yin Chuan suddenly stopped and looked at Yin Chuan's eyes in horror. Yin Chuan's eyes were blood red. Under the blood red eyes, there was an evil aura that no one had ever seen before. It was an evil aura. You. Just looking at those eyes was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Yin Chuan, who was surrounded by the blood-red storm, suddenly let out an evil smile. Blood-red eyes? Super theurgy? So I'm Super Yin Chuan? What a great feeling. I like this feeling. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan's personality changed drastically. Although he was rational, he was no longer the reserved person he used to be. More than 4,000 people? If you want to die, so be it. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed and rushed into the crowd. C-I. The Jade Emperor's sword danced, and immediately, blood-red sword chi shot out. Yin Chuan's speed was extremely fast, so fast that in many people's eyes, he was only a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the crowd. SSSS. 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 Their swords danced as more and more people surrounded Yin Chuan. More and more disciples rushed over without any regard for their lives. It was as if they had formed a huge human pile, trapping Yin Chuan in the center. Attack together and kill him. Kill. Roar. Yin Chuan let out a loud roar. Close to 100 practitioners were sent flying by an extremely huge force. It was as if there was a huge explosion. Close to 100 practitioners soared into the sky together. It was as if the sky was filled with flowers and the rain was sprinkling down. L. CI. Hundreds of sword chi soared into the sky, and instantly, close to 100 practitioners were cut in half. Only a few screams were left before they were completely killed. Bang! A large number of broken limbs fell down, but Yin Chuan did not care about them. Instead, he rushed toward another group of people and killed them. He was like a meat grinder as he rushed towards the crowd. Suddenly, broken limbs filled the sky. Not good. Everyone in the Qi realm attacked together, quick. The bald man shouted, Kill! Close to 200 Qi realm practitioners raised their swords and rushed towards Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not even bother to fight with them. Instead, he continued to kill the group of Qi realm practitioners. Now that Yin Chuan had reached the Qi realm, his speed was not any slower than the other Qi realm practitioners. Therefore, the group of Qi realm practitioners chased after him. Yin Chuan was in the midst of hunting down elite realm experts. As the Qi realm practitioners were killed, the Jade Emperor's sword absorbed a large amount of blood Qi for him. It was as if the previous slaughter did not consume any blood Qi at all. Kill! 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 Wherever Yin Chuan went, the sky was filled with dismembered corpses. Everywhere he went, there was no one who did not cry for their parents. Blood demon is here. Help! Master, save me. Don't kill me, ah. Inside the Sun Moon Samsara Grand Formation, an unprecedented massacre began. Chapter 299. Inside the Sun Moon Samsara Formation. At the peak of the mountain, Yin Chuan's blood-red hair danced in the wind. He was surrounded by a bloody aura as he held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. He looked like a demon from hell as he stared at the terrified Life League disciples below the mountain. It had been 2 hours, and there were already 1,500 Essence Realm cultivators that had died under Yin Chuan's sword. 10 Qi Realm cultivators had also been killed by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was like a meat grinder. Wherever he went, there was only death. However, under the joint attack of the Qi Realm cultivators, Yin Chuan's arm was cut open. This was the only wound left after killing the 15,000 Sun Moon Alliance disciples. As some blood flowed out, Yin Chuan looked at his wound. He was not angry. Instead, he revealed an evil smile. He placed the wound in front of him and stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on the wound. The evil light in his eyes became even more intense. Although he was still rational, his nature had become extremely evil. Licking blood was something that Yin Chuan would never do before he demonized. However, he did it now, and he seemed to enjoy it. The evil smile, the evil look in his eyes, and the scene of him licking blood caused the Life League disciples to be terrified. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster is this? Twisting his neck, Yin Chuan laughed. The game has just begun. Let's continue. Ha ha. You, Yin Chuan, what are you doing? A Qi Realm cultivator said with his scalp numb. Game? Have you forgotten? Either you kill me, or I kill all of you. Come and kill me. I'm coming. Yin Chuan said with a ferocious face. Shio. Turning into a bloody light, Yin Chuan dove down towards the crowd of cultivators. Ah, save me. The Essence Realm cultivators all ran away in fear. Run? The game is not over yet. And you want to run? Leave all of them behind. My Jade Emperor loves your blood. Ha ha. Shoo. It was a one-sided massacre. Yin Chuan continuously killed elite realms. Everyone, let's attack together. The Sun and Moon reincarnation spell formation can only be entered but not exited. Yin Chuan has already killed all of the elite realm experts, so now it's time for us to attack. If we don't join forces now, we will be slaughtered by him. If we can injure him once, we can continue to injure him. Kill. The cruel slaughter continued. Yin Chuan was like the Grim Reaper. Wherever he passed, corpses and organs flew everywhere. Help! The elite realms cried and fled in all directions. However, after Yin Chuan transformed into a devil, he became more and more excited and happy as he killed. Kill. Only by killing could he vent the joy in his heart. Outside the Sun-Moon Samsara formation, the disciples of the Life League rushed into the formation from all directions. They had no idea that what awaited them was the despair of death. More and more outer sect disciples gathered around, but they didn't rush in. Instead, they stood outside and watched. It's been 4 hours. I wonder what's going on inside. 4,800 people have already gone in to kill Yin Chuan. There's only Yin Chuan inside. He must be dead. More than 4,000 elite realms and 200 Qi realms. Why hasn't he come out yet? Yin Chuan is only in the elite realm. He should be dead by now. I wonder if Yin Chuan can escape. I don't think so. Yin Chuan is doomed. Chapter 300. The outer sect disciples were all waiting for the result. Humans have a common trait of sympathizing with the weak. They all sighed for Yin Chuan. But no one knew that the situation inside the array was not what they had imagined. After Yin Chuan turned into a demon, he killed everyone. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. He killed from morning to night. The disciples of the Life League had not come out yet. Countless experts from the outer sect were puzzled. What was going on inside? Inside the Sun and Moon Samsara array, there were dried corpses everywhere. There were already 5,000 people who had entered the formation, but there were only 1,000 people left. Only 1,000 people were left, and these 1,000 people looked as if they were about to go crazy. Don't kill me. Help. Impossible. Yin Chuan should have run out of energy by now. Why? Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. I can't kill him. Yin Chuan has been hit more than 50 times, but I still can't kill him. Senior brother, what should we do? Roar. Yin Chuan let out an evil roar. His eyes lit up as he charged towards the group of elite realms. "Oh, Master, save me. I want to go out. Withdraw the array. Withdraw the array." The elite state cultivators shouted crazily. "Go out? Don't even think about leaving. The game is not over yet. Continue, ha ha ha, continue. Die, all of you die. This. The Jade Emperor's sword was blood red and emitted a bright light. Its power was pouring into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan seemed to never be tired. He kept killing. Most of the elite state cultivators were dead. Yin Chuan also killed more than 100 Qi state cultivators. The rest of the Qi state cultivators were so scared that they did not know what to do. Kill again. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, we will. Kill. The Qi state cultivators roared and rushed forward. Good timing. Yin Chuan smiled evilly. Rumble. The battle never stopped. Outside the Sun-Moon Samsara formation, more and more experts gathered, as if they were all waiting for the news of Yin Chuan's death. However, the formation did not withdraw and continued to hold on. The people who went in never came out again. No one knew what happened inside. At the same time, he wanted to see what was inside. Swish! Finally, the two figures landed in front of the Grand Array. Wei Bing and Wei Ding of the Life League. Someone recognized them. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at the array in front of them. There were dozens of people around them using their Dharma treasures to support the array. How is it? Wei Bing asked in a deep voice. Honorable martial ancestors, the second-generation great senior martial brother, said that the formation cannot be removed unless the two of you are here. Yin Chuan is inside. Our Life League has more than 5,000 disciples and 300 Qi realm cultivators. The person who set up the formation said respectfully, "It's been 12 hours, right?" Wei smiled. "Yes, it's been 12 hours. Haha, it's been 12 hours. Yin Chuan must be dead. Let's withdraw the formation." Wei Jiao laughed. "Yes." Rumble. The rolling fog slowly dissipated, and the formation gradually disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Everyone looked inside with rapt attention. "Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me. Blood demon, blood demon, blood demon." Chapter 301. Deactivate the array and let me out. Sop, 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 save me. As soon as the array was deactivated, cries and screams could be heard. In the sky, a demon surrounded by blood chi was chasing after a small group of less than 50 people. Their hair was disheveled, and they were terrified. They did not dare to split up. Once they did, they would die. The 50 small groups were terrified. They kept retreating in the face of the demon. There were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs and dried corpses were everywhere. They were all disciples of the Life League, and they were all dead. There were more than 5,000 people in the array, and only a few dozen were left. The others were all dead. All of them. This scene made everyone's eyeballs pop out of their sockets. The spectators from the outer sect were all shocked. How is this possible? 5,000 people? They're all dead? Blood hair, red eyes? Blood demon Yin Tao? No, it is Yin Chuan. He is Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan has also turned into a demon. He killed 5,000 people alone. 5,000 people? Crazy, crazy. This is not real. The onlooker screamed. Blood demon? Is this the blood demon? 5,000 people were all killed. Wei Bing and Wei Ding were also stunned. They could not believe what they saw. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan killed so many people? This is not right. It is impossible. Even if they stood there and let him kill them, he could not have done it. Master, Master, save me. A Qi Jing cultivator cried out as soon as he saw Wei Bing. Master, Master, Uncle Master, help. The crowd cried and flew towards Wei Bing and Wei. At this moment, they hated that their parents did not give them 2 more legs. In the past few hours, facing the blood demon, they had lost all their courage. Run? Now, they could only run. In midair, Yin Chuan's body was covered in blood. There were also hundreds of wounds on his body, but Yin Chuan didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Just as the pursuers were getting into a frenzy, the array was removed. Yin Chuan also saw Wei Bing and Wei Ding. TSK, God Realm? It's boring. I'm leaving. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Ha! Yin Chuan turned into a streak of bloodlight and shot toward the distant mountain forest. Escape? You still want to escape? Where do you think you're going? Wei Bing bellowed. Stay here. Wei Ding also shouted. At this moment, the two God Realm warriors felt that their heads were filled with blood. There were more than 5,000 people. In addition to the 600 people killed by Yin Chuan, the 6,000 people he led to encircle and annihilate Yin Chuan could be said to be completely annihilated. There were only about 10,000 disciples in the Life League. How could Yin Chuan kill so many of them by himself? So many? After this battle, the Life League had suffered a great loss. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to tear Yin Chuan apart. They stepped forward and chased after Yin Chuan. They had to kill Yin Chuan. They had to kill him. The two God Realm warriors chased after Chun Fan, but none of the 40 Chi State warriors chased after Chun Fan. In the past few hours, they had been driven crazy by Blood Devil Yin Chuan. They were scared out of their wits when they saw Yin Chuan. How would they dare to chase after him? They were frightened and trembling. The fear they had experienced in the past few hours was not something they could recover from in a short time. As for the surrounding outer sect disciples, they were still in shock. After a while, a few of them came to their senses and went to the area where the sun and moon Samsara was. The ground was covered with corpses and a large number of dismembered bodies. None of them were left alive. It's Yin Chuan's doing. Almost all of them are mummified corpses. It was Yin Chuan who did it alone. Someone said in horror. Damn it, is he telling a story? Blood Devil, Yin Chuan of the Day sect? After tonight, everyone will know Yin Chuan. That's crazy. Chapter 302. Swoosh. A ray of crimson light flashed through the forest. Run? Stop right there. Die, you little bastard. Wei Bing and Wei Ding roared in the air. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Annihilated? Almost annihilated? They had thought of many possibilities, but not this one. 300 Chi State and 6,000 Essence State cultivators were killed by him alone. He was all by himself. He was only in the Essence State. The Life League was on the verge of collapse. More than half of their disciples were killed by Yin Chuan alone. Boom! The ray of crimson light stopped beside a large lake. Bang! Yin Chuan stood at the peak of a small mountain on the lake. His eyes were bright red, and his body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The Jade Emperor sword in his hand was blood red. His hair was blood red, and his clothes were dyed red. He looked like a blood-red demon. Yin Chuan stood on the peak of the mountain and stopped running. Instead, he looked coldly at the two people who were flying towards him. Bang! The two of them stopped when they got close. Little bastard, you're not running anymore? You still have so much energy after killing so many of my men? How did you do it? Originally, the two of them wanted to kill Yin Chuan in a fit of anger, but when they saw that Yin Chuan was in high spirits, they were astonished. Roar! Yin Chuan roared at the two of them and smiled excitedly. I'm not running anymore. Come, let's see what it's like to kill a celestial state cultivator. Yin Chuan licked his lips. You're courting death. Wei Bing snorted. He slashed his sword at Yin Chuan. Buzz. 100 zhong long energy sword appeared in the air and slashed at Yin Chuan. It was as if it was going to cut Yin Chuan and the small mountain in half. Jade Emperor. He waved his crimson sword at the energy sword. Hong! As the two swords collided, their auras swirled into a storm, setting off huge waves in all directions. After Yin Chuan's sword strike, he was sent flying with a loud bang. Rumble. About 50 trees were smashed to pieces by Yin Chuan's fleshly body. He crashed into a pile of ruins at the foot of the mountain. 10,000 sword slash. Wei Ding followed up and quickly dealt another blow. Rumble. The billowing sword energy shot straight at the ruins where Yin Chuan was. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Yin Chuan was at the foot of the mountain. Yin Chuan had become a target, a huge target for thousands of arrows. Rumble. Wei Ding continued to slash, and the sword chi continued to flow. It took a full 10 breaths of time before it slowly stopped. After 10 breaths, The ground had sunk by more than 5 feet. Who? With a wave of his hand, the dust settled. Boom! A large amount of spring water suddenly emerged from the ground. At the place where the 10,000 swords landed, a deep hole appeared, and a large amount of lake water gushed out. The little bastard dug a hole in the ground. In the lake, Wei Bing shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan rushed out of the lake and slashed at Wei Ding from behind with the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Buzz! A vast blood-red sword Qi slashed at Wei Ding. It was as if it was going to cut Wei Ding in half. Wei Ding's face hardened. He suddenly turned around and used his long sword to meet Yin Chuan's sword Qi. Boom! The power of an immortal state warrior was vast and powerful. Yin Chuan's sword Qi blasted toward Yin Chuan. Boom! Under the huge impact, Yin Chuan was sent flying again. He crashed into a large pit in the distance. Crack, crack, crack! Yin Chuan slowly stood up. Wei Bing and Wei Ding's fierce attacks also paused. Chapter 303. How did you do it? Why are you still so energetic after killing so many people for so long? Wei Bing shouted again. This was against the rules of cultivation. How'd he do it? Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan stood up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled evilly, and the red light in his eyes became even more demonic. Immortal state warrior? There's indeed a gap. The power of killing Qi state warriors can't do anything to you. Yin Chuan said with a wild look in his eyes. Good. Tell me what you know, and I'll leave your body intact, Wei Bing said. Intact? Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan said crazily. He suddenly pointed the Jade Emperor sword at the sky. In the name of Yin Chuan, I summon the power of the stars in the sky. Bow down to me. Yin Chuan shouted to the sky. Buzz! As he roared, Yin Chuan's body trembled. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at the sky. They suddenly felt that one of the stars in the sky suddenly lit up and let out a dazzling light. The Emperor's star? The North Pole? The two of them were shocked. The Emperor's star lit up? No, it didn't. The Emperor's star's brightness didn't change at all. It was just that a large amount of starlight gathered around Yin Chuan. Buzz! The starlight gathered and gradually turned into a beam of light. The beam of starlight with a diameter of 5 feet suddenly enveloped Yin Chuan. The beam of starlight reached the sky and the ground. Unlike Hua Guang's beam of starlight, Yin Chuan's beam of starlight was extremely bright this time. All the overlords in the Demon Wind Mountain range suddenly turned to look at Yin Chuan. Because it was too far away and there were thin clouds in the sky, the others couldn't see which star the beam of starlight led to. However, they could see a huge beam of starlight in the Demon Wind Mountain range. At the top of the mountain, Guyu Holy Sun and everyone suddenly stopped. Almost everyone turned around and looked at the beam of starlight in the distance. Holy Sun, is this the will of the stars? A man in purple asked in surprise. Who is it? He had actually refined so many star wills, absorbing the power of the stars. Such a huge amount of star power. The ancient moon Holy Sun said in surprise. Could it be a Tao Lord? The violet-robed man asked softly. Who? Guyu Holy Sun's pupil shrank. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. It is similar to what the Tao Lords control, but it shouldn't be. Which star is that? I can't see it clearly. It's too far away. Unless I stand close to that person and sense where the starlight is coming from, it's impossible to tell from here. The will of the stars. Guyu's face darkened. Beside another waterfall, Yao Tianshang sat cross-legged at the top of the waterfall. 8 men stood around him. They were all looking at the starlight pillar in the distance with astonishment. Master, is he a Tao Lord of the Great Revelation Holy Land? Lord Spider asked, holding his zither. Yao Tianshang looked at the sky and fell silent. He shouldn't be. The 3 Tao Lords of the Great Revelation Holy Land shouldn't have this color. Yao Tianshang shook his head. Then who could it be? Yao Tianshang frowned and pondered. Suddenly, a domineering gaze appeared in Yao Tianshang's mind. Was it the young man who had disrupted his battle during the zither competition in Liangjing? No, he's too young. He's only in the essence realm. Yao Tianshang immediately denied. Master, who are you talking about? Lord Spider asked curiously. Don't worry about that. We have more important things to do. Yao Tianshang shook his head and refused to answer. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 304. In a mountain forest surrounded by Yin Qi. In a place where Yin Qi gathered, a black-robed figure looked at the distant starlight pillar. Some clouds were embroidered on the black robe. If Yin Chuan was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was the Feng Shui master who passed by last time, Feng Yinyang. Behind Feng Yinyang, there were two white human skeletons standing. They looked like human skeletons. The skeletons stood behind Feng Yinyang as if they were alive. The eyes of the skeletons glowed with a faint green light. The skeletons saw the starlight in the distance. Looking at the starlight, the bones all over their body made a ka-ka-ka sound. Boom! Boom! The two skeletons actually knelt down like humans. They knelt down to the distant starlight pillar. Feng Yinyang turned his head in surprise. Kneel down? You actually knelt down to that star will? In that case, the star will that person possessed should be a main star. Main star? Which main star? Feng Yinyang said hoarsely. The crepe myrtle star will rush down, and the starlight pillar enveloped Yin Chuan. A surge of star power poured into Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Around the starlight pillar, rolling gravel slowly floated in the air, as if it was supported by Yin Chuan's overflowing power. Yin Chuan held the jade emperor sword in his hand and stared coldly at the opposite side. Ka-ka-ka. Cracks suddenly appeared on Yin Chuan's skin, and blood seeped out from the cracks. Bang! The blood qi that originally surrounded Yin Chuan suddenly soared more than twice. Damn it, the flesh body of this life really can't withstand the star power. It's going to burst again. Yin Chuan scolded coldly. On the opposite side, Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Star will. He's only in the essence state, right? How can he have star will? The two of them were surprised. Hey! Yin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled evilly again. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Come on. Yin Chuan laughed. Buzz. The jade emperor sword in his hand trembled as he stepped forward and shot towards the two of them. Boom. A huge sword qi that was 5 times larger than the previous one shot towards Wei Ding. Oof. Wei Ding swung his sword to meet the attack. Hung. The sword swept up a vast wave of qi, and the lake water below exploded with a loud bang, filling the sky with water. Crash! The lake water that soared into the sky fell down like a majestic downpour. With this collision, Yin Chuan was pushed back 50 meters, while Wei Ding was pushed back nearly 30 meters. Wei Ding's expression changed as he said, Strength? Senior brother, kill him. His strength has increased again. He's close to the deity realm. Close to the deity realm. What? Wei Bing's expression changed. Bah! Yin Chuan spat out another mouthful of bloody phlegm. Almost there. Damn it. His strength hasn't reached the divine realm. But it's enough. It's enough to kill the two of you. Yin Chuan said with bloodshot eyes. Yin Chuan took another step forward and charged forward. Xing! The bloody sword formed 100-meter-long sword energy and slashed towards Wei Ding again. Little bastard, you're courting death. Wei Ding charged forward again. 18th sword. Boom. Outside the bloody sword qi, a river of sword qi suddenly appeared and rushed towards Wei Ding. Wei Ding couldn't tell which sword was the Jade Emperor sword. Stop! Wei Bing slashed at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan ignored him and continued to surround Wei Ding with the river of sword qi. Rumble! Wei Ding slashed apart the river of sword qi, but a small part of it still passed through Wei Ding. Xing! There was a muffled sound of sword-piercing flesh. Wei Bing's sword energy left a huge gash on Yin Chuan's back, and blood gushed out. Roar! Yin Chuan roared and raised his sword to defend. Boom! Yin Chuan knocked away Wei Bing's sword. However, the huge wound on his back couldn't be healed. It was a serious injury, but Yin Chuan didn't go crazy. Instead, he smiled evilly. Junior brother, Wei Bing shouted. On the other side, Wei Ding's body was split in half. Yin Chuan didn't defend and killed Wei Ding with one strike. Gaga Gaga explode. Yin Chuan smiled and waved the Jade Emperor sword at Wei Ding's corpse. Boom! Wei Ding, whose blood had been drawn, exploded. No, impossible! Wei Bing shouted. It's your turn now. Yin Chuan licked the blood on his lips and smiled evilly. No, no, you devil, you devil. Wei Bing turned around and tried to run. You only think of running now? 19th Sword. Chapter 305. It's your turn now. Yin Chuan licked the blood on his lips and smirked. No, no, you devil. You devil. Wei Bing turned around and tried to run. Now you want to run? GN 19. He flipped the Jade Emperor sword and pushed out a huge force from his palm. Suddenly, 10,000 Jade Emperor swords appeared around Wei Bing like illusions. They seemed illusory and real, surrounding Wei Bing, who was about to escape. Ow, how is this possible? Wei Bing was shocked. Wei Bing could feel that these 10,000 illusions were all real. 10,000 blood swords? On the other side, Yin Chuan used the 19th blade, and a huge amount of energy was injected into the Jade Emperor sword. Not enough. Yin Chuan looked ferocious. Rumble. More astral power rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on Yin Chuan's body, and blood kept flowing. Apparently, the astral power had reached Yin Chuan's limit, and Yin Chuan's body was about to explode. However, the evil Yin Chuan didn't care at all. He was still staring at Wei Bing. Die! Yin Chuan said fiercely. The 10,000 swords shot towards Wei Bing. Ah! Even though Wei Bing had put up a wall of air, the 19th blade was too powerful. It broke through all of Wei Bing's defenses. The 10,000 swords exploded. Boom! Wei Bing exploded. Buzz! The 10,000 swords became one. Dong! Yin Chuan fell into the lake from the sky. Wei Bing and Wei Ding were smashed into pieces. The lake sank by half, and the trees and mountains were in a mess. It was a difficult battle. The starlight pillar suddenly disappeared. However, the cracks on Yin Chuan's body did not disappear. He had already suffered hundreds of sword wounds, but now thousands of cracks had appeared on his body. He crawled out of the lake weakly. This time we've killed them all. The weak man smiled evilly. After looking around, Yin Chuan took a step forward and shot towards the forest again. Due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. Not long after Yin Chuan left, a large number of practitioners gathered by the lake again. Countless outer sect Xiuzha arrived at the large lake. There was a battle here. The mountain over there has also been flattened. It's at least a battle in the divine realm. Could it be Yin Chuan? Impossible. Yin Chuan is only at the essence stage. Only at the mastery level. He's only in the essence state. My father wasn't even born yet. Let's keep looking. Yin Chuan, Wei Bing, and Wei Ding should be nearby. The sky gradually brightened. A day's time was almost up. On this day, Yin Chuan killed countless people. On this day, many people remembered Yin Chuan's name because of the Blood Devil's descent. On this day, countless experts were fascinated by the unequal and gorgeous battle. Yin Chuan shuttled through the forest. His whole body was covered with wounds. It was almost to the point where there was no intact skin. The speed of shuttling through the forest was not fast at all. The blood fog that surrounded Yin Chuan gradually dissipated. His blood-red hair also gradually shortened and turned from its original blood-red color to black. He ran through the forest with his hair disheveled. His blood-red pupils also gradually recovered. The supernatural power slowly faded away. Gradually, Yin Chuan returned to himself. He returned to his original state. Walking out of the blood demon state, Yin Chuan immediately felt a bone-piercing pain from the injuries on his body. Chapter 306. Yin Chuan gasped in pain. He stopped beside another huge lake and weakly used the Jade Emperor's sword to prop himself up so that he would not fall. Looking at his reflection in the lake, Yin Chuan could barely keep his eyes open. This day? Super Yin Chuan? I'm too reckless. I don't care about my own safety. I don't like this feeling. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Hiss. It hurts. I haven't been so seriously injured in a long time. Yin Chuan smiled weakly. Gradually, Yin Chuan felt that he could not hold on any longer. He slowly turned his head and walked toward a large rock not far away. Shing! 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 The Jade Emperor sword quickly slashed at the large rock. In the blink of an eye, the large rock was hollowed out. The hollowed-out space was just enough for a person to lie down. Yin Chuan slowly laid down in the cave, while holding the half-stone that he had taken out. He used the half-rock to block the entrance of the cave. The rock was natural again. If not for the tiny cracks on the rock, no one would have noticed that it had been tampered with. Even though Yin Chuan was weak, he did not forget about his own safety. Before he could not hold on any longer and fainted, he found an unexpected hiding place for himself. In the cave, Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. I'm seriously injured. I hope I can recover a little when I wake up. Yin Chuan said with a bitter smile. Slowly, Yin Chuan stopped resisting the sleepiness brought about by his weakness and gradually closed his eyes. Just as he closed his eyes, two bird cries suddenly came from the outside world. Hiss! Hiss! In a daze, Yin Chuan trembled slightly. Blue One? The voice of the Blue One? Yin Chuan had a vague idea. However, his injuries were too serious, and he was too weak to wake up. Two Blue Wans pulled a caravan down by the lake. It was the Blue Wan that Yin Chuan had entered the Demon Wind Mountain range to search for. Qing Wan stopped at the lakeside. On the platform of the caravan, 10 men with stiff faces slowly got out of the car and knelt on one knee to welcome the people in the car. Two maidservants pulled open the curtain, and a woman in white slowly stepped out. The woman in white held a jade flute in her hand. She looked like a white lotus that had just emerged from the water, spotless. Walking to the edge of the car, one of her subordinates knelt on the ground and used his back as a stool for her to slowly step down from the car. There were 4 maids serving her. Phew! The woman in white exhaled slightly. Swish! In the distance, a white light shot over. Io, heavenly maiden, can't you wait for me? At the very least, I sent you the news and the invitation card. He's chasing me to death. Bang! The white light landed on the ground, revealing a man in a white robe. The boy was holding a folding fan in his hand and was panting heavily. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to catch up. The man was slightly plump and had a fleshy face. His breathing gradually calmed down, and he turned to look at the white-clothed woman with a serious expression. Heavenly Maiden, why did you stop here? The man's voice was magnetic. While being serious, he looked extremely righteous. Although he was slightly plump, he still had a scholarly temperament. Dongfang Jingyi, stop pretending. Young mistress isn't in the mood to scold you, and you're still shamelessly following us? A maidservant said disdainfully. As soon as the maidservant said that, the man in the scholarly robe squinted his eyes and smiled. With this smile, the original righteousness suddenly disappeared. That smile, coupled with his slightly oily face, immediately made people think of the word cheap. Chapter 307. So you've seen through me. I follow the goddess because I want to listen to her teachings. Not everyone has that honor. Since the goddess has come to the east, as the host, how can I not receive her well? Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. But this smile, no matter how one looked at it, felt fake. This wasn't something that was done. It was just the surface of the face that made people feel this way. Oomph. The maid snorted, but the white-clothed woman ignored her. Xiaolan, gently open this rock. He's inside. The white-clothed woman pointed at the rock where Yin Chuan was. Yes. The maidservant immediately stepped forward and searched the rock. She saw a small crack and pulled out the rock. Yin Chuan was lying unconscious on the rock. Miss, he's really inside, Xiaolan said excitedly. Xiaolan gently moved Yin Chuan out of the cave. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yin Chuan, then at the white-clothed woman. Goddess, you're too amazing. You found him even like this? I, Dongfang Zheng faction, have never submitted to anyone. You're the first. My respect for you is like the waters of the Milky Way, endless and unending. Truly, It is my honor to be able to meet the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, please accept me as your disciple. I realize that only your teachings can enlighten a stubborn person like me. You are. Dongfang Xingfaction's voice was filled with nausea. The surrounding maids all revealed looks of disgust as they looked at Dongfang Zhongpai with disgust. You want to betray the Jilu Academy? One of the maids couldn't take it anymore. Jilu Academy? The Jilu Academy is like a floating cloud to me. I don't care about it, as long as the goddess. Dongfang Zhongpai continued his long speech. Enough! The white-clothed woman frowned and shouted. Seeing the white-clothed woman frown, Dongfang Zhongpai immediately shut up. Then, he looked at Yin Chuan with a serious expression, as if he hadn't said anything. The maids looked at Dongfang Zhongpai with strange expressions. This person changed his attitude too quickly? What a scumbag. Holy Maiden, it's this kid. As soon as he entered the Demon Wind mountain range, he went around telling everyone that you stole his heaven-tier cultivation technique. He caused a huge commotion in the Demon Wind mountain range. It's retribution for him to be injured like this. A heaven-tier cultivation technique? Why didn't he ask around? Did the Holy Maiden need a heaven-tier cultivation technique? As long as the Holy Maiden opens her mouth, there will be countless experts begging to gift the Holy Maiden a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Dongfang Zhongpai scolded Yin Chuan. Help me over. The woman in white said softly. Yes. The four maidservants immediately supported the white-clothed woman and slowly walked towards Yin Chuan. Although the white-clothed woman's eyes were bright, everyone knew that her eyes were unable to see. He needed four maids to be his eyes. Holy Maiden, what's there to see about this brat? Dongfang Zhongpai didn't understand. The white-clothed woman slowly squatted beside Yin Chuan and gently stroked Yin Chuan's face with her palm. This is bone-touching. Dongfang Zhongpai watched curiously. Miss, this person is targeting you. Do you know him? A maidservant asked curiously. The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, I don't know him. However, his bone structure is extremely strange. It's the first time I've seen such a thing. Extremely strange bone structure? There's a bone structure in this world that Miss doesn't know about? The maidservant said in shock. At this moment, the unconscious Yin Chuan seemed to have woken up in a daze. He opened his eyes in a daze. His vision was hazy, and he happened to see the white-clothed woman's face. Rower, it's really you. Rower, you're alive? Roa, Yin Chuan shouted in a daze. As he shouted, Yin Chuan weakly closed his eyes again and fainted again. Fuck, this brat is so daring. He even dares to take advantage of the Holy Maiden? Dongfang Zhongpai said in shock. Miss, he seems to know you. He even called you Roer. The maidservant said in shock. I'll make an exception and use thought steal to protect me. The white-clothed woman said softly. Protect? Don't worry, Holy Maiden. With me, Dongfang Zhongpai, around, no one could disturb Holy Maiden. Dongfang Zhongpai immediately shouted. The white-clothed woman's subordinates looked at Dongfang Zhongpai strangely. Yes, miss, don't worry. Everyone immediately nodded. Chapter 308. Yin Chuan was lying on a large rock. The lady in white stretched out her slender right hand and pointed her index and middle finger at Yin Chuan's heart. Her fingertip glowed with a green light. Wong! Her fingertip touched Yin Chuan's heart. Everyone stared at the two of them. Mind reading? Dongfang Zhongpai swallowed his saliva as he watched. His eyes were filled with envy. After an instant's time, the lady in white frowned slightly. Miss, what happened? A maid asked curiously. This person's heart is too guarded. I can't decipher his thoughts. The lady in white frowned. What? Mrs. Mind Reading has never failed before. The maid exclaimed. Try again. The lady in white frowned. Wong. Her fingertip glowed with a green light and touched Yin Chuan's heart. Bang! As if struck by lightning, Yin Chuan's body trembled slightly. Then, he opened his eyes in a daze. Roa, you're back. Yin Chuan said in a daze. After speaking, Yin Chuan fainted again. Who is Roa? The maid asked curiously. Shut up, I saw it. The lady in white suddenly shouted. Everyone's face turned solemn and no longer spoke. Only Dongfang Zhengpai slightly moved away. Mind reading was both envious and fearful, because this ability could see into the other person's heart. That was the deepest secret. Under this ability, there was nowhere to hide. Kid, good luck. Dongfang Zhengpai moved further away. The lady in white closed her eyes and slowly saw an image. An endless white snow field. The sun shone brightly, and it was exceptionally dazzling. Yin Chuan brought a lady in white and slowly stepped onto the white snow field. The woman in white had a cloth covering her face. With Yin Chuan supporting her, they walked in step by step. Have we arrived? The lady shouted. Zhenro, we're almost there. Don't open your eyes. Yin Chuan laughed. When the white-clothed woman looked at the woman who looked exactly like her on the snowfield, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Miss, what did you see? The maid asked curiously. However, the woman in white didn't say anything and continued to watch. On the white snowfield. All right, open your eyes. Yin Chuan smiled. Done? You covered it up for so long, really? Zhenro immediately took off the cloth, and her entire person was stunned. Snow? Why is there snow here? Zhenro was pleasantly surprised. Under the illumination of the sun, heaven and earth were the same color, pure white. Zhenro's mood was immediately lifted by the clean visual impact. So much snow. So beautiful. So beautiful. In front of Yin Chuan, Zhenro wasn't reserved at all. Instead, she followed the feeling in her heart and jumped around, intoxicated. Bang! A snowball hit Yin Chuan. Ha ha ha! Zhenro's laughter was left behind in the vast snowy plains. After a while, Yin Chuan grabbed Zhenro's hand. Did you specially bring me here to play? How did you find this place? Zhenro asked curiously. I arranged this. Do you like it? I like it, but why did you arrange it? Today is an important day. I arranged this snowfield to bless us. I wish that our relationship will always be as clean as this snowfield, forever untainted by dust, forever untainted by any color. Yes, Zhenro blushed. Chapter 309. Row-er. Let the snowfield bear witness. Marry me. Yin Chuan held Zhenro's hands and said softly. Ah. Zhenro covered her mouth and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Okay. Yin Chuan stared at Zhenro. Biting her lips, Zhenro pretended to be calm and said, You didn't give me anything. You want to marry me? What do you want? Flowers, at least a big bouquet of fresh flowers. Did you forget? Everyone else is like this. Zhenro's voice trembled. You like roses? Yes. Splatter. There seemed to be a soft sound coming from all around, and a burst of fragrance came to her nose. Then, blue rose petals fell from the sky and landed on Zhenro's face. Blue roses? Zhenro was surprised. Turning around, the vast snowfield disappeared. In an instant, everything disappeared. The snowfield turned into a grassland. No, a grassland full of flowers. In all directions, there were red roses, white roses, pink roses, purple roses, blue roses, and so on. At a glance, one couldn't see the edges of the flowers. One couldn't see the end of it. It was as if one was in a sea of flowers. Ah! Zhenro looked at the grassland roses in surprise. In the sky, there were hundreds of clouds. The clouds were all piled up by flower petals. They sprinkled down continuously. The sky was covered with Zhenro's favorite roses. Ah, how can it be? How can there be so many? How can there be so many? Zhenro exclaimed. The country's roses are all here. Yin Chuan said with a smile. All? This is the blessing of the whole country. They wish that our relationship will be so fragrant that it will last forever. Yin Chuan said softly. Marry me. Yin Chuan said affectionately. The expression of the woman in white who used thought steal changed. It was as if she was there. Marry me? It was as if Yin Chuan was asking her. How can this be I? The woman in white had a complicated expression. Miss, what's wrong? The maid asked in surprise. I'm fine. The woman in white said with an ugly expression. She had never used mind reading before. She had always watched from the perspective of a third party. However, At this moment, the white-clad woman felt like she was in Jun Ro's shoes. Could it be because they looked the same? The woman in white frowned. Hundreds of flowers fell, and all the roses in the country gathered together, covering the entire grassland like snowflakes. It was a world full of flowers, until the sky gradually darkened. Yin Chuan and Jun Ro sat together slowly. There were roses everywhere, but as the sky darkened, the roses gradually disappeared. Who? Suddenly, a wide candle appeared in the sea of roses. A bunch of flames lit the candle. It illuminated a small cluster of petals. Who? Who? More and more candles appeared. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire grassland. Sitting on a small hill, Lin Fan looked around. The countless flames were like stars in the sky, adding a bewitching beauty to the night. Picking up a candle beside her, Jun Ro's eyes were slightly blurred. What is this blessing? The candle is our life, and the flame is our feelings. This is a blessing. Our feelings will always be bright and burning until the end of our lives, until the candle is exhausted. In this life, I will take good care of this flame and never let it go out. Yin Chuan said gently. That's great. Jun Ro slowly leaned into Yin Chuan's arms. Ah, a protective talisman? Don't worry, heavenly maiden. I'll take good care of him like a son. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately promised. The woman in white frowned. No, you're wrong. He's my grandfather. I'll take care of him like a grandfather. Dongfang Zhengpai promised again. Also, don't tell him who I am. The woman in white sighed softly. Yes, I will. Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Let's go. The woman in white said indifferently. Yes. Everyone nodded. Ing. The green wand let out a long cry and flew away with everyone. Only Dongfang Zhengpai and Yin Chuan were left by the lake. Dongfang Zhengpai turned around and looked at Yin Chuan. What the hell? Kid, what are you thinking? You actually let me earn a protective talisman? And you even made this ice maiden cry? Amazing. When you wake up, you must tell me. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yin Chuan in amazement. Chapter 311. At the day's sect. Inside the main peak's Great River Hall, Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu were sent back. The three peak masters looked at the two. Duan Sanshu's body was filled with golden needles, and he was in a state of suspended animation. Zhu Jiansheng was accompanying him. What? Yin Chuan was left alone in the Demon Wind Mountain Range? Nonsense. Mo Wuhui shouted. Master, Martial Uncle wanted it himself. We couldn't persuade him. Zhu Jiansheng sighed. Persuade? If he couldn't persuade him, why didn't he kidnap him? Why be polite to him? Mo Wuhui said angrily. Kidnap? But Zhu Jiansheng was at a loss. Wuhui, it has nothing to do with Zhu Jiansheng. Yin Chuan didn't want to come back. Feng Tairan said weakly. Sectmaster. Mo Wuhui frowned and looked at Feng Tairan. Whoosh! A figure appeared outside the Great River Hall. Sectmaster, Peak Masters, there's news from the Demon Wind Mountain Range. An excited voice came from outside the hall. Come in, Feng Tairan shouted. Soon, a Days Sect disciple entered the hall with a happy face. What news? Mo Wuhui asked doubtfully. It's news from Sky Peak Master, Martial Uncle Yin Chuan. What? Tell me. Yes, some cultivators who came out said that Martial Uncle Yin Chuan could turn into a blood demon and kill everyone in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. He killed almost 6,000 cultivators from the Life League. The person said excitedly. Nonsense. 6,000 cultivators? Mo Wuhui said in disbelief. Yes, it's only been a few days. What kind of joke is this? Feng Tianyu said. It's true. I asked several cultivators to confirm it. 5,700 Essence Realm cultivators and 300 Qi Realm cultivators were all killed by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle is too powerful. It's true. Mo Wuhui. Feng Tairan. Zhu Jiansheng. It seems like we don't have to worry about Martial Uncle's safety. Zhu Jiansheng said, "Are you kidding me? Killed 6,000 cultivators?" Feng Tianyu also said with a strange expression, "The father is a pervert, and the son is also a pervert." Gao Bufan said in astonishment. Mo Wu Hui and Feng Tai ran secretly side Demon Wind Mountains. G, 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 G. He could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. Yin Chuan, who had been unconscious for an unknown amount of time, finally opened his eyes. Looking up at the sky, it was still as blue as before. Touching the ground with his hand, he realized that he was lying on a mattress. Bed? Yin Chuan's muddled thoughts immediately sobered up. He remembered that he had dug a cave and hid inside it. How did he end up here? Phew! He suddenly stood up. He patrolled the surroundings. That's right. It was the large lake from that day. Beside it was a large rock with a cave that he had carved out himself. Buzz. At the side, the Jade Emperor's sword trembled slightly. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and quickly recalled the scene at that time. Before he fainted, he heard 2 birds chirping, and Roa. I think I saw Roa. Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could check his body, Yin Chuan stood up, grabbed the Jade Emperor's sword, and looked around. Roa, is it you? Yin Chuan asked anxiously. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, Yin Chuan's expression became slightly anxious. Vaguely, there seemed to be a series of wretched laughter coming from afar. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows and immediately calmed down to listen in the distance. Wow, so big, so big. The voice became more and more wretched. Chapter 3:12. Whoosh! Yin Chuan instantly determined the location. It was halfway up the mountain. There was a lot of grass there, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Yin Chuan held the Jade Emperor's sword and walked up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was near. He parted the grass and saw a figure in a scholar's robe with his back facing him. A man in a scholar's robe was lying in the thick grass. It was as if he could see the scenery at the foot of the mountain through the grass. TSK, how did you grow so big? My eyes are dazzled. Hua-hee-hee-hee. The man in the scholar's robe was immersed in his own world and laughed wretchedly. Yin Chuan looked at the man in the scholar's robe in confusion. He did not know what the man was looking at. Out of curiosity, he waved the Jade Emperor's sword in front of him. Whoosh! A large amount of grass was parted, revealing the scenery in the distance. In the distance, there was a small lake. In the small lake, there were 7 or 8 naked women bathing in the lake. Their breasts and buttocks were shaking. They splashed water on each other and played with each other. Yin Chuan's face froze. Bathing? He withdrew the Jade Emperor's sword, and a large number of branches were thrown at the man in the scholar's robe. Ouch! The man in the scholar's robe stood up straight and turned his head to look at Yin Chuan angrily. However, when he saw Yin Chuan, his anger disappeared and his face was full of righteousness. Oh, Prince Yin is awake. Dongfang Zheng faction greets you. The man in the scholar's robe bowed solemnly. If he had not seen the man's wretchedness, Yin Chuan would have been deceived by his righteous appearance. Dongfang Zheng faction? Are you peeping on women bathing? Yin Chuan frowned. Ridiculous. Dongfang Zheng faction immediately shouted. I, Dongfang Zheng faction, read the Book of Sages. How could I do such a despicable thing? Dongfang Zheng faction shouted shamelessly. You read the Book of Sages? Yin Chuan laughed. Of course, I'm a scholar. How can you slander me? Dongfang Zheng faction said righteously. Scholar? Then what were you looking at just now? Yin Chuan laughed. This is appreciation. Do you understand? Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Admire? Appreciation should be done openly, not hiding in the dark. Yin Chuan shook his head. Looking at Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed. He immediately revealed a wretched smile and said, Oh, looks like I've misunderstood. Turns out we're kindred spirits. You want it too? Yin Chuan's face twitched. At this moment, Yin Chuan had a preliminary understanding of this person's lewdness. With a solemn expression, Yin Chuan asked, Was it you who took me out of the cave? Hearing Yin Chuan's question, Dongfang Zhengpai's expression flickered. That's right. You were injured to such an extent because of my care. You have no idea how many medicinal pills I used these past few days. Let me do the math. 10 tranquility pills, 20 survival pills. More than 100 pills. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Yin Chuan was amused by his shamelessness. Medicinal pills? There's nothing in my stomach. How can there be any medicinal pills? Yin Chuan laughed. That's because the medicinal pills were melted. That's why you didn't feel it. Dongfang Zhengpai continued shamelessly. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I can give you these medicinal pills. However, you have to tell me who that lady is. Dongfang Zhengpai naturally knew that the lady was the one who found Yin Chuan some time ago. However, Dongfang Zhengpai had promised not to say anything. Which lady? You mean the one who was bathing? Dongfang Zhengpai panicked. Chapter 3:13. Now that Dongfang Zhengji had said that, he could no longer hide his identity. Scholar. Yin Chuan laughed sarcastically. Dongfang Zhengji's face turned red, but he quickly retreated. I don't know who you're talking about. Dongfang Zhengji said. I just want to know who she is, and I'll give you another 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Yin Chuan said seriously. 100? Dongfang Zhengji's eyes lit up. That's right. Dongfang Zhengji shook his head and said, I'm a scholar. Money is like dirt to me. I'll keep my promises. 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Yin Chuan said again. 1,000? Dongfang Zhengji's eyes shone with greed. Do you have it? Dongfang Zhengji said disdainfully. I don't have it with me, but the Day sect has it. Yin Chuan said confidently. 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones? Dongfang Zhengji gritted his teeth and said, I'm a scholar. 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Yin Chuan said again. Really 10,000? Dongfang Zhengji said excitedly. You can write it down. Yin Chuan laughed. I'm a... Dongfang Zhengji could not bring himself to say it. Sigh. Forget it if you don't want it. Yin Chuan shook his head. Don't. She doesn't want me to tell you who she is, but I can tell you something else. Dongfang Zhengji said hurriedly. Something else? Yin Chuan asked. Yes. Aren't you looking for her? I can tell you where she is. You can go and find her yourself. Dongfang Zhengji said immediately. Oh, now, all the experts are rushing to the ancient seal. She's going as well. I can bring you somewhere nearby, and you can find her yourself. Dongfang Zhengji said immediately. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, No need. I have my own map. Since you don't have any other information about her, forget it. Don't, let me think. Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Yin Chuan naturally didn't leave, but waited patiently. Oh, I remember now. It's like this. You might not be able to see her this time. After all, the gap between you and her is too big. However, there's a place where you can definitely see her. Definitely. Dongfang Zhengpai said with certainty. Oh, I personally sent her an invitation to the Jiulu Academy. In 4 years, she will definitely attend the Jiulu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. The Jiulu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference in 4 years? Yin Chuan's expression froze. Not bad. What do you think of this news? You will definitely be able to see her. Although I didn't tell you who she is, I did tell you something. Even if I give you a discount, look at the spirit stones. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. If it's true, you won't be left out. Yin Chuan nodded. Really? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Got a fortune. I knew you were a good person. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled fawningly. Aren't you a scholar? Don't you see money as dirt? Yin Chuan smiled. What's wrong with being a scholar? I like dirt. So what? Dongfang Zhengpai said directly. Ha. Don't worry, I will give it to you. In 4 years, at the Jiulu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference. Yin Chuan smiled. What? For years? Dongfang Zhengpai's expression froze. Why, you don't want it? Of course, why not? For years it is. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a conflicted expression, just as the two were talking. Suddenly, there was a loud shout above their heads. "How dare you peek at me bathing?" Chapter 314. Beside a lake in the Demon Wind mountain range, Yin Chuan washed off the bloodstains on his body and changed into a set of scholarly robes from Dongfang Zhengpai. Although Dongfang Zhengpai's character was not good, he had a spatial treasure which surprised Yin Chuan. After washing off the bloodstains and changing into the scholarly robes, Yin Chuan sat cross-legged on the shore and meditated for a while. After killing nearly 6,000 cultivators, the energy absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword actually increased my cultivation. Level 5 of the Essence Realm. Yin Chuan opened his eyes and looked at his palms. Dongfang Zhengpai also had a lot of pills. After buying a few on credit, the scars on his body had mostly disappeared. After tying up his hair, Yin Chuan slowly stood up. Whoosh! Not far away, Dongfang Zhengpai turned into a ray of light and shot towards him. Quick! Quick! That old woman is coming again. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted anxiously. Again? Didn't you solve it last time? You peeped on her bathing. Didn't you compensate her later? Yin Chuan was confused. It's not her. It's the other one, the other one. Fuck, it's still an old woman. I must have been blind last time. My name is Legendary. Dongfang Zhengpai cried out in grief. Get away from me. Yin Chuan shouted. Fuck, you just want to watch me die. Dongfang Zhengpai's face turned ugly. I never cover for a slut. Yin Chuan shook his head. Just you wait, just you wait. Dongfang Zhengpai soared into the sky in grief. Seeing Dongfang Zhengpai fly away, Yin Chuan revealed a strange smile. Pervert, stop right there. Return my innocence. Another shout came. Yin Chuan turned his head and saw an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, holding a walking stick and chasing after Dongfang Zhengpai. Her face was filled with shame and anger. An old woman? Fuck. Yin Chuan's face twitched. Ignoring the fleeing Dongfang Zhengpai, Yin Chuan climbed up a mountain not far away. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xian flipped his hand and took out a map. Phew, we're almost there, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Chuan carried the Jade Emperor sword on his back and followed the map's guidance. He took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the Life Alliance chasing after them, their speed was a lot faster. Not long after, they arrived at a nearby mountain peak. Yin Chuan looked at a huge area not far away that was shrouded in thick fog. He carefully checked the map and exhaled. We're here. Yin Chuan's expression relaxed, and he discarded the map in his hand. Just as he was about to step into the fog, Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, Yin Chuan said in surprise. Looking at the foggy area, Yin Chuan looked around. 64 main peaks, gathering the chi of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan said in surprise. This isn't some ancient seal. This is an immortal's tomb. It's the same as the immortal's tomb that I opened in my previous life. Hiss. Yin Chuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Yin Chuan clenched his fists and became serious. One must know that in his previous life, he put in all his effort to open the immortal's tomb. Moreover, the surrounding mountains and rivers of the tomb were too similar to the one in his previous life. He took a deep breath. Yin Chuan made up his mind and stepped down the mountain again, heading towards the foggy area. After walking for a short while, Yin Chuan stopped in his tracks. In a depression in the mountain, Yin Qi was rampant. Yin Chuan, who was about to continue on his journey, paused and walked towards the depression. The depression was very hidden, and it was surrounded by Yin Qi. It looked very eerie. This is? Yin Chuan took a closer look. At this moment, there were 3 white skeletons kneeling in a circle amidst the gloomy Yin Qi. Chapter 315. When Yin Chuan arrived, the 3 skeletons suddenly turned their heads to look at Yin Chuan. Their appearance was extremely horrifying. Mouth of Qi, is this caused by a feng shui master? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan did not barge in, and the 3 skeletons did not come out. Yin Chuan slowly retreated and quickly checked the surroundings. Not long after, he saw another mouth of qi. Yin Chuan became more and more dignified. He circled the periphery of the fog area and quickly searched. After searching, he actually found nearly 100 mouth of qi. What a powerful feng shui master, Yin Chuan said in surprise. In his mind, he unconsciously thought of a person. It was Feng Yinyang, who he met in Liangjing City. Could it be him? Yin Chuan frowned and said. After thinking for a while, Yin Chuan no longer bothered about this matter. Instead, he took a deep breath and took out a compass. It was a silver compass. It was the compass left behind by the poisoner in Liangjing City after his death. Looking at the compass, Yin Chuan used his finger to force out some essence blood. The essence blood dripped into the heavenly pool in the center of the compass. The compass immediately started to spin slowly. The compass lightly pressed on a big rock. Buzz! A compass mark appeared on the big rock. Once again, he used the essence blood to write a strange symbol on the mark. Whoosh! The mark disappeared, as if it had seeped into the rock. Using the same method, Yin Chuan found nearly 100 rocks and did the same thing. While doing it, he walked towards the fog area. Gradually, Yin Chuan disappeared from the forest and stepped into the fog area. And when Yin Chuan disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of one of the rocks. The black robe was embroidered with wisps of clouds. It was Feng Yinyang, who Yin Chuan met once. Feng Yinyang looked at Yin Chuan's back. After a moment of silence, he turned his hand and gently waved it at the rock in front of him. Buzz! The mark that seeped into the rock suddenly appeared again. He knows feng shui too? What kind of symbol is that? Feng shui comes from the north and south. Feng shui sects have ancestral courts in the north and south. No, this is not the method of the north, nor is it the method of the south. Furthermore, this Yin Chuan is not a feng shui practitioner. For someone who doesn't cultivate feng shui to be able to use it so skillfully, this technique must be extremely mature. Is there a third school of feng shui in the world? Feng Yinyang said in surprise. Watching Yin Chuan disappear into the fog, Feng Yinyang was silent for a long time. Yin Chuan? With the experience of his previous life, Yin Chuan did not hesitate and quickly entered the depths of the fog. Who? After passing through dozens of miles of dense fog, they suddenly stepped into the central fog-free region. The boundless fog suddenly disappeared. His vision suddenly cleared up. 10 mountain peaks surrounded a broken mountain in the center. Broken Mountain seemed to have been cut in half. The mountain had a diameter of 10 miles, and there was a large blue light shield above it. It was as if a hemispherical barrier covered the top of Broken Mountain. Within the barrier, there were 108 large rocks. On each rock, there was a pitch-black door that seemed to be connected to the inside of the mountain. At the center of Broken Mountain, there was a high platform. At this moment, there was a green and transparent person sitting on it. The transparent person sat cross-legged. Strong winds blew around him and gathered around him. No, it was as if this transparent person was formed by countless winds. The transparent person was like an inanimate object. He quietly sat cross-legged on the high platform and looked down at the 108 pitch-black doors. Yin Chuan stepped onto one of the surrounding mountain peaks and also saw the surrounding scenery. At this moment, there were thousands of people gathered on the 10 surrounding mountains. Not only were there humans, but there were also demons. The north and south were facing each other. The south was full of cultivators. Leading them was the noble Guyu Holy Sun. Behind him stood 4,000 cultivators. All of them looked very serious. The north was full of demons. Leading them was the arrogant Yao Tianshang. Behind Yao Tianshang stood 8 human-shaped great demons and about 4,000 demon kings. Wolves, snakes, bears, leopards, everything that one could think of was there. All of them had an imposing aura. Neither Guyu Holy Sun nor Yao Tianshang stepped into the center of Broken Mountain. Perhaps they had already stepped in, but they didn't. Yao Tianshang faced off against Guyu. The two of them stared at each other coldly. They were ready to fight at any moment. Yin Chuan's sudden appearance immediately eased the tense atmosphere between the two sides. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on Yin Chuan. A look of surprise flashed across Yao Tianshang's face. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes narrowed. He also looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan? You're not dead yet. Wei Chei's expression changed. Clearly, news of blood demon Yin Chuan had not arrived yet. Perhaps the people following Yin Chuan had not arrived yet. Looking at Wei Chei, Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Alliance Master Wei, you sent the entire sect to hunt me down. How generous. Humph. Brat, you are lucky. To think that you managed to make it here alive. However, your good days are over, Wei Chei said coldly. As Wei Chei spoke, he clenched his fists. It looked like he wanted to attack and kill Yin Chuan. Hey, Brother Yin, why are you only here now? A voice suddenly came from the crowd. A scholarly robed man quickly walked out from the crowd of cultivators. It was Dongfang Zhenpai. Huh? Everyone felt slightly confused. You arrived early? Yin Chuan said with a frown. Of course. I can fly, and you can only walk. I will definitely be faster than you. Dongfang Zhenpai said with a smile. What about that old woman? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Dongfang Zhenpai's expression froze. Who are you? Wei Chei said coldly. Dongfang Zhenpai stood beside Yin Chuan and looked at Wei Chei. This one is the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy, Dongfang Zhenpai. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Great scholar. Gasps of surprise came from the crowd. Jiulu Academy? Wei Chei said with a frown. Humph. You say that you are the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy. And you are? Why haven't I heard of you before? Wei Chei shouted. The Jiulu Academy was a huge mountain. If he didn't move it away, Wei Chei wouldn't be able to make a move on Yin Chuan. When Ruo Brat, tell him who I am. Dongfang Zhenpai shouted at Mr. Monroe. The moment Dongfang Zhenpai spoke, everyone looked at Mr. Monroe. After all, many people knew that Mr. Monroe was the young master of the Jiulu Academy. Greetings, Mr. Dongfang. Mr. Dongfang is indeed the great scholar of the Jiulu Academy. Mr. Monroe said with a bitter smile. Wei Chei's expression changed. Did you hear that? If you continue to be impudent, you will be declaring war on the Jiulu Academy. Dongfang Zhenpai shouted. Wei Chei's expression froze. Guyu Holy Sun stared at Dongfang Zhenpai. He smiled faintly and said, Dongfang Zhenpai, what are you doing here? Are you representing the Jiulu Academy to compete with me? The moment Guyu Holy Sun spoke, everyone fell silent. Dongfang Zhenpai's expression changed. He smiled and said, How could I compete with the Holy Sun? I was just passing by, so I came to take a look. You guys continue. Chapter 316. Dongfang Zhenpai's expression changed. He smiled and said, How would I dare to compete with you, Holy Sun? I was just passing by and decided to take a look. You guys continue. Guyu Holy Sun was satisfied with Dongfang Zhenpai's fawning expression. Then, the ancient Moon Saint Sun looked at Yao Tianshang again. Yao Tianshang looked at Guyu Holy Sun with a smile. Guyu, we monsters have finished another round. Now it's your turn. Yao Tianshang said calmly. Guyu Holy Sun's expression darkened. What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked Dongfang Zhenpai. You don't know. We came too late. The monsters have already broken in, and more than half of them died. Dongfang Zhenpai said softly. Oh, I heard that something big has happened to this place. It's different from before. There's a treasure inside the seal, and we can only get it by breaking the outer defense. That's why Yao Tianshang and Guyu haven't attacked yet. Do you see the blue barrier on top of Broken Peak? Dongfang Zhenpai said. Yin Chuan looked at the barrier on top of Broken Peak. Yin Chuan was familiar with the barrier. In his previous life, when he opened the Immortal's tomb, he experienced the cruelty of the barrier. Countless people died in that battle before he could find the way. The blue barrier is also known as the Immortal's domain. Once you enter, your cultivation will be sealed. Other than your physical strength, you won't be able to use any magic power. This is also why Guyu and Yao Tianshang didn't dare to enter. Dongfang Zhenpai explained. There are 108 gates at the peak of Broken Mountain. Only one of them leads to the interior of the seal. But up until now, no one has been able to find it. Of these 108 gates, other than the one that's the correct one, the others are all teleportation gates. They teleport you to the sky, where you'll be bombarded by lightning. You don't know this, but the previous batch of demonic beasts risked their lives to charge in. In the end, they were teleported high up in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning rained down. Yin Chuan nodded and secretly exhaled. It was the same as the immortal's tomb that had been opened in his previous life. Yin Chuan also knew that the defense was still in operation. The 108 doors didn't look like anything on the outside, but the interior was constantly changing. In other words, the only entrance was always different. This was the conclusion reached after sacrificing countless soldiers in his previous life. Yin Chuan naturally wouldn't tell anyone. Actually, the previous batch of demonic beasts wasn't too bad. The main problem was the invisible man on the high platform in the center. Did you see that? That's the invisible man formed by the wind. He controls the immortal's domain. Once someone barges in, his wind blades will be like a storm, reaping the life of the intruder. He's the Grim Reaper. Dongfang Zhengpai explained. How many batches of demonic beasts have there been? Yin Chuan asked. I'm not sure, but when I arrived, the demonic beasts had barged in. Dongfang Zhengpai shook his head. Looking at Broken Mountain in the center, Yin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Zhenro didn't appear. Yin Chuan's thoughts turned to the items in the immortal's tomb. When he opened the immortal's tomb in his previous life, the treasures inside were earth-shattering. This time, he actually saw the same tomb again. Because of his previous experience, Yin Chuan knew all the traps inside. Yin Chuan alone was able to walk into the deepest part of the forest without breaking a sweat. However, his cultivation in this life was too low. How could he obtain the treasures in front of so many people? Moreover, there was a feng shui master waiting outside. Chapter 317. During this time, Guyu Holy Sun swept his gaze over the crowd. Guyu Holy Sun's gaze made many people nervous. After all, if they went down, it was likely that they would be finished. Choose one person from each of the sects that came with me. They must enter. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Ah, everyone exclaimed. Regardless of life or death, I will bestow an earth-grade technique to your sect. Whoever finds the entrance will be given a heaven-grade technique. If anyone dares to refuse, I will wipe out their entire sect. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Holy Sun, everyone exclaimed. However, under Guyu's cold gaze, no one dared to resist. Discuss among yourselves. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Yes. The cultivators helplessly discussed who should go. Holy Sun, those two over there, although they aren't with us, aren't they? Wei Che whispered to Guyu Holy Sun. As he spoke, Wei Che looked coldly at Yin Chuan and Dongfang Zhengpai. If Wei Che wanted Yin Chuan dead, the Zhu Immortal Domain was the best place to do so. Besides, Wei Che knew that Guyu Holy Sun wanted Yin Chuan dead, so he went with the flow. Guyu Holy Sun glanced at Wei Che. Naturally, he knew what he was thinking. He sneered, then turned to Yin Chuan and Dongfang Zhengpai. Wei Che wanted to kill Yin Chuan just now. Did you, Dongfang Zhengpai, want to protect him? Guyu Holy Sun asked indifferently. A friend asked me to take care of him. Holy Sun, please don't worry. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed apologetically. In that case, I'll treat him as if he's with the Julu Academy. You heard what I said just now. Now, I want him to enter the Zhu Immortal Domain and find the entrance. Guyu said indifferently. Holy Sun, please don't do that. We're just passing by and are here to take a look. We won't be joining you. Dongfang Zhengpai pleaded. But what if I insist? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Holy Sun, how about you give the Julu Academy some face? Today, I really don't want anything to happen to him. Dongfang Zhengpai pleaded again. In Yin Chuan's eyes, he had already done his best. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the Eastern Orthodox faction. No. Are you trying to test my patience? Dongfang Zheng's sect, I'll say it one more time. This time, someone from your Julu Academy has to go in. If he doesn't want to go in, fine. You can go in. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. If Yin Chuan didn't go in, he would go in himself? Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed. Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed and became serious. Holy Sun, I've thought about it. You're right. I protected Yin Chuan once. He should enter the Zhu immortal domain and find a way to break the array for the Holy Sun. Huh? Everyone was taken aback. When they saw Dongfang Zhengpai's serious expression, they thought that he was going to rebel against Guyu Holy Sun. Why did he suddenly agree? Did he have any backbone? Did he have any moral integrity? Only Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Mr. Monroe knew Dongfang Zhengpai too well. He was a complete scumbag. Guyu Holy Sun was also slightly surprised when he heard Dongfang Zhengpai's words. Then, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Don't force yourself, Guyu Holy Sun mocked. I'm not forcing myself. I'm just saying what's right, Dongfang Zhengpai said righteously. After betraying Yin Chuan in front of everyone, he still had the face to say what's right. Shameless. Scumbag. Cultured scum. Chapter 318. All the cultivators looked at the shameless bastard with disdain. Even the demons looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with disdain. They had seen shameless humans before, but they had never seen such a shameless human before. They had learned something new. Brother Yin, you should know that it's better for you to die alone than the two of us. Don't worry. If anything happens to you, I'll burn incense and light candles for you on Qingming and the 15th. Dongfang Zhengpai said to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with interest. Yin Chuan did not blame him. After all, Guyu Holy Sun had targeted him. Dongfang Zhengpai had already done his best. No worries. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun. I'll listen to Guyu Holy Sun. I'll enter the immortal domain. However, I'd like to ask Guyu Holy Sun, are you really going to do as you say? Do you know how to hide evil? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. How dare you? Is the Holy Sun someone you can slander? Wei Qin shouted. On the other side, Yao Tianshang looked at Yin Chuan with interest. Yao Tianshang was surprised that Yin Chuan dared to offend Guyu with his essence realm cultivation. It was obvious that he was an ant trying to shake an elephant. However, the more it was like this, the more interesting it was. Hide and tolerate evil? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Guyu Holy Sun said that all the sects have to send one person. What about the Dazhao Holy Sun? Also, will the Alliance Master of the Life Moon League be going as well? Yin Chuan smiled at Wei Qin. Bastard, I'm with the Holy Sun. Why should I go? Wei Qin shouted. Yin Chuan wanted to drag him down with him? Wei Che immediately looked at Yin Chuan in horror. This brat was still so vicious even at this time. Guyu Holy Sun, I'm just an ordinary disciple. I don't count for much. I can represent the Jiulu Academy. He, Wei Qian, is the leader of the Life League. He can never represent the dazzling Holy Land. Moreover, the Life League is a vassal of the Great Winged Heaven School, not the dazzling Holy Land. Therefore, the Holy Sun's decree must be carried out. He, Wei Qian, must also enter the immortal realm. We must. Yin Chuan's voice was sonorous and forceful. Must? It was as if a sharp sword was pressing towards Guyu Holy Sun again. Guyu Holy Sun's face stiffened. Was this the second time that Yin Chuan was forcing him? Guyu Holy Sun hated the feeling of being forced into a corner. He glared coldly at the hateful Yin Chuan. Holy Sun. Wei Che turned around anxiously. Mr. Monroe smiled coldly and stepped forward. Holy Sun. I think that the Holy Sun's decree must be carried out. Since Wei Che is the leader of the Life League, he must enter the immortal realm. When Ruo, you despicable person, are you trying to hit me when I'm down? Wei Che shouted. Enlightened Master Wei Che, you must be joking. I'm just stating the truth. If you don't enter the immortal realm today, what will the other sects think? Do you want to put the Holy Sun's dignity in front of them? The Holy Sun's words are like heaven's might. Heaven's might is not to be blasphemed. If we let you off today, how many more nets will we open in the future? Who will listen to the Holy Sun's words in the future? Mr. Monroe laughed. You bastard, Wei Che said hatefully. Also, The experts of the Yao clan are watching. You don't want the Holy Sun to be seen as a joke by the Yao clan, do you? Mr. Monroe laughed. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes narrowed when he heard Mr. Monroe's words. He turned to look at Yao Tianshang. When he saw the interest in Yao Tianshang's eyes, Guyu Holy Sun's hesitation dissipated. Wei Che, you go in as well, Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. The Holy Sun, Wei Che exclaimed. Go. Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. A powerful aura pressed down on Wei Che. Yes, yes, Wei Che said with an ugly expression. On the other side, Yin Chuan saw that the situation was settled. He smiled at Wei Che and said, Alliance Leader Wei, do you know why I want you to go in as well? Oomph. Wei Che harumphed coldly at Yin Chuan. You forced my father to his death and sent the entire sect to hunt me down. I haven't forgotten this grudge. This is the immortal realm. I will kill you in front of everyone and use your death to atone for the sins of the Yin clan, Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stepped into the immortal realm. Chapter 319. You forced my father to his death and sent the entire sect to hunt me down. I have not forgotten this grudge. This is the Zhu immortal domain. I will kill you in front of everyone and use your death to atone for the sins of the Yin clan, Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan stepped forward and jumped into the Zhu immortal domain. When Yin Chuan landed, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were extremely dark. Although Yin Chuan did not target him, he still felt like he was being led around. Guyu Holy Sun hated this feeling. He stared at Yin Chuan, who was descending from the sky. On the other side, Yao Tianshang's expression changed slightly, and he took a deep breath. King Spider, Yao Tianshang said softly. Here. King Spider stepped forward. Investigate this Yin Chuan's background, Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Investigate him? He's only in the essence realm, and he's about to die. What's the point? King Spider was confused. Yao Tianshang took a deep breath and said, I have a feeling that he won't die. King Spider was shocked. King Spider did not suspect Yao Tianshang because Yao Tianshang was King Spider's master. Master, what kind of information do you want from him? King Spider asked. I have a feeling that he's not someone to be trifled with. Investigate carefully. I want everything, Yao Tianshang said seriously. Everything? King Spider looked at Yin Chuan, who was in the sky, in shock. In the east, there are only a few people that Yao Tianshang valued so much. How could an essence realm cultivator attract so much attention from Yao Tianshang? Yes, King Spider said affirmatively. Boom! Yin Chuan jumped into the Zhu immortal domain. Suddenly, there seemed to be a strange force sealing Yin Chuan. Boom! Unable to use his essence chi, he fell to the ground and landed heavily, creating a large cloud of dust. Whoosh! On the high platform, the invisible man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yin Chuan. Buzz! A blue crescent-shaped blade suddenly appeared out of thin air. The blade seemed to be illusory, yet real at the same time. It was surrounded by a gentle breeze. Apparently, it was condensed by the breeze. Swish! The wind blade instantly shot towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan twisted his body and narrowly avoided the wind blade. The wind blade missed, but it did not disappear. Instead, it flew past Yin Chuan and flew back. Furthermore, the wind blade instantly split into two. Once again, he charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's expression sank. As he twisted his body, he dodged another wind blade. The Jade Emperor's sword trembled slightly and collided with another wind blade. Boom! Yin Chuan was knocked back a step, but the wind blade was shattered by the sword. Good sword, Mr. Monroe exclaimed, when Ruan knew the sharpness of the wind blade. When a Dharma treasure was not infused with Dharma energy, it could only be destroyed by the wind blade. In the past, many cultivators' Dharma treasures have been shattered by the wind blade. However, Yin Chuan's sword was able to shatter the wind blade based on its material. Wei Qin, why are you afraid? You are an immortal state cultivator. Why are you afraid of me? Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed. Ha ha. On the other side, the group of demons also laughed. Guyu Holy Sun saw Yao Tianshang's mocking laughter from afar, and his expression darkened. "Get down," Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. "Yes, yes," Wei Qin said with a dark expression. "Get down," Guyu Holy Sun shouted. "Yes," the 300 people around him replied. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 300 cultivators flew towards the Zhu immortal realm. As the crowd left, Guyu Holy Sun looked coldly at Yin Chuan. "Purple attendant," Guyu Holy Sun said to a purple attendant behind him. Chapter 320. Present. I hate this Yin Chuan. If he dies later, so be it. If he really breaks the formation, kill him. I don't want to see him, Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yes, the purple-clad attendant replied. Boom. Nearly 300 cultivators fell into the formation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the Zhu immortal domain. The invisible man stood high above as more and more wind blades appeared around him. 100, 1,000, 10,000. 10,000 wind blades rained down on the cultivators like a storm. Rumble. The wind blades rushed toward the 300 cultivators like a river. Dang, 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 dang. The cultivators quickly raised their swords to block the wind blades. The wind blades immediately shattered, but the invisible man restored them in the blink of an eye. The storm rained down like 10,000 arrows, cutting the cultivators into a sorry state. Without magic power or a barrier of energy, the cultivators relied on their sword techniques and saber techniques. Arg! A wind blade instantly severed a cultivator's arm. His sword fell to the ground, and he became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Save me! That cultivator abandoned his arm and ran toward the edge of the formation. However, it was too late. Nearly 100 wind blades rained down on him. PSSSD, PSSSD. Arg! The cultivator felt like he was being sliced into pieces. Blood spurted out from the pain, and he was reduced to a pile of blood in the blink of an eye. A cultivator died in the blink of an eye. Quick, go into the gates. Quick, someone shouted. Rumble. After blocking a large number of wind blades, everyone rushed towards different doors. Wei Chan's sword techniques were excellent. He quickly blocked the wind blades around him and rushed toward a gate. Boom! The wind blades scattered, and Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of Wei Chan. Wei Chan's expression froze. Move aside, Wei Chan shouted. Move aside? You know that I want to kill you, and you still want me to move aside? Yin Chuan said with a smile as he blocked the wind blades around him. If you don't move aside, there will be more wind blades. At that time, you will die. Wei Chan said anxiously. Indeed, in just a short while, the number of wind blades increased, and Wei Qin was beginning to feel like he was about to reach his limit. Alliance Master Wei, do you feel anything? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. What? Merit, the merit that you enjoy. Yin Chuan laughed. Wei Qin's expression changed. Is it because of you? Is it because of you? Wei Qin cried out in shock. 6,000 practitioners chased after me. Do you know why they didn't kill me? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Why? Wei Qin's face darkened, as if he had guessed something. You are right. The Life Alliance has suffered a great loss this time. I have killed all 6,000 practitioners. That's why you feel your merit decreasing. Yin Chuan sneered. No, impossible. Wei Qin cried out in shock. Nothing is impossible. Not only that, your life league will be destroyed soon. Do you believe me? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Rumble. As Yin Chuan spoke, yellow light suddenly scattered around Wei Qin's body. A large amount of yellow aura suddenly scattered from his body. How can this be? How can it be like this? My merit, my merit. Wei Qin cried out in alarm as he blocked the wind blades. Because your Life Alliance has been eliminated from the world. After my men returned, they launched an all-out counterattack against your Life Alliance. At this moment, they have already uprooted the Life Alliance, leaving no survivors. Yin Chuan shouted as he blocked the wind blades. Chapter 3:21. No, no, that's impossible. Wei Qin cried out in shock. Nothing is impossible. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Everyone in the Life League is dead. Now it's your turn. Yin Chuan shouted. As he spoke, he swung his sword at Wei Qin. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wei Qin. The Jade Emperor's sword clashed with Wei Qin's sword. Clang, clang, clang. As the swords clashed, Wei Qian's sword was knocked back again and again. Impossible. You're only in the essence realm. How can you be so powerful? It's impossible for him to be stronger than me. Wei Qin exclaimed. Boom! A wind blade scattered Wei Qin's hair, cutting him into a sorry state. My strength is not enough, but my swordsmanship is stronger than yours. Yin Chuan laughed. Clang, clang. Yin Chuan's sword moved faster and faster, forcing Wei Qin toward the high platform where the Invisible Man was. Vibrating sword? Your sword can vibrate? Wei Qin finally realized that Yin Chuan's sword was different. All right, it's your turn to die. Yin Chuan sneered. Shing. He swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom. Wei Qin's sword was cut in half by the Jade Emperor's sword. Chi. The Jade Emperor's sword did not slow down and instantly cut through Wei Qin's throat. Wei Qin clutched his throat in horror. He was a God Realm Master. How could his swordsmanship be inferior to that of an Essence Realm Master? How could this be? Impossible. The scene of Yin Chuan cutting Wei Chu's throat also shocked everyone in the surroundings. Spider King said in surprise, Master, you are right. This person is really extraordinary. Essence Realm? Even if they don't have any cultivation, it's impossible for them to kill a deity. Good sword technique. Yao Tianshang's eyes narrowed. Master rarely praises people, King Spider said in surprise. But he's worthy of praise. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure sword technique. Yao Tianshang praised. On the other hand, Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. Cutting Wei Chu's throat with a single slash was like Yin Chuan slapping himself in the face. Although he did not like Wei Qin had come with him. How could he be killed by Yin Chuan in front of everyone? Where did he place himself? Guyu Holy Sun's face turned cold. No, I beg you, let me go. Wei Qin screamed as he clutched his throat. The threat of death instantly filled his heart. Let you go? Why won't you let me go? Don't worry. Your death won't be in vain. Yin Chuan glared at him. Boom. Taking a step forward, he used the Jade Emperor's sword to block Wei Qin and shot toward the Invisible Man. Rumble. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of wind blades shot towards Yin Chuan and Wei Chu. With Wei Chu as a shield, Yin Chuan's speed increased, and a large number of wind blades slammed into Wei Chu's back. Boom, boom, boom. Wei Qin's back was instantly sliced into 1,000 pieces, and his flesh was badly mangled. In an instant, there was no sound. Yin Chuan stepped forward and charged at the invisible person with Wei Qin's corpse. Boom! While the transparent person was panicking, Wei Qin's blood instantly dyed the transparent person. The transparent man let out a cry of pain. He used Wei Qin's empty shell to block the invisible man's counterattack. Yin Chuan suddenly slashed out with the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Break! Boom! Wei Qin and the Invisible Man were instantly cut in half. The transparent man screamed. With a loud bang, it exploded, and a fierce wind blew in all directions. The surrounding wind blades were immediately scattered by the strong wind. The invisible person was insta-killed. Boom! The transparent man was instantly killed, and the outer barrier also exploded. The Zhu immortal domain exploded? Someone exclaimed. Broken? The Invisible Man was killed just like that? Isn't it unkillable? It's not that it's unkillable. It's just that we didn't know how to kill in the past. It turns out that we have to stain its body with fresh blood to kill it. Yin Chuan killed the Invisible Man? Countless cultivators looked at the scene in shock. At the same time, they were eager to make a move. Once the Zhu immortal domain was broken, what came next would be easy. The ancient seal was about to be opened. Get ready. Yao Tianshang's face turned serious. Yes, The group of monsters replied, Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan broke it? Guyu Holy Sun still couldn't believe it. Holy Sun, be careful of Yao Tianshang. The purple-robed man beside him shouted. Get ready, get ready. Guyu Holy Sun quickly shouted. Mr. Monroe, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan recognized the feng shui formation last time. Could it be that Yin Chuan also recognized the ancient seal this time? Otherwise, how could he have broken it so easily? Mr. Monroe stared at Yin Chuan. The moment he saw Yin Chuan kill the invisible man, he shot toward a door. Chapter 322. Rumble. The moment the Zhu immortal domain exploded, Broken Mountain started to shake violently. All the experts in the surroundings waited with rapt attention. Whoosh! As Broken Mountain shook, an extremely powerful aura was emitted. What the fuck? What is that thing sealed? Why is it so terrifying? Dongfang Zhongpai exclaimed. The human cultivators were slightly better off. Although they were suppressed by the powerful aura, they were more excited. The seal was broken, and the treasure inside was about to come out. On the other side, the experts of the demon race were all shocked. Master, this is the aura? This is the aura. It's too terrifying. Is it targeted against us demons? Master, many of my subordinates can't take it anymore. They can't move at all. Only a few of us Emptiness Realm demons are doing better. The group of great demons had ugly expressions. The treasure was indeed powerful, but this was not right. Why was it suppressing the demon race even more? Only Yao Tianshang was clenching his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. Rumble. Many people on Broken Mountain retreated. The original 108 doors seemed to have disappeared. It was as if the entrance had disappeared. After one layer of restriction was broken, another layer opened. More than half of Broken Mountain collapsed, sinking more than 1,000 feet. After 1,000 feet, golden light shone in all directions. On the peak of Broken Mountain, there was a 1,000 feet long golden blade. On the blade, there were two dazzling words, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer? Spider King exclaimed. Demon Slayer? Is this an immortal artifact targeted against us demons? Another great demon exclaimed. Immortal artifact. It is indeed an immortal artifact. And it's no ordinary immortal artifact. I can feel it. It's so powerful. Yao Tianshang said excitedly. Rumble. Large amounts of rocks floated in the air, as if they were lifted by the aura of the 1,000 feet long golden blade. Holy Sun, the thing in the seal is indeed powerful. The aura of the Demon Slayer is too strong. I feel that only the 3 Tao Lords' personal treasures can compare to it. A man in purple said respectfully. The Tao Lords' personal treasures? Guyu Holy Sun's eyes lit up. Boom! Without hesitation, Guyu Holy Sun soared into the sky. Rumble. After Guyu Holy Sun, the group of experts took action and protected Guyu as they charged towards Demon Slayer. Oomph. Yao Tianshang snorted coldly as he took a step forward. The group of great demons followed suit and charged towards Demon Slayer. Before he even arrived, Yao Tianshang's face had already turned ferocious. He clenched his fists and punched in Guyu's direction. Boom! Suddenly, a golden fist that was 100 feet large appeared in the sky. Following Yao Tianshang's hand gesture, the fist smashed toward the other side. Before the 100-meter-long golden fist arrived, a strong gust of wind was already blowing toward them. Some of the weaker cultivators were immediately sent flying. They spat out blood, and their eyes were filled with shock. Yes, Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. A golden palm that was 1,000 feet in size appeared in the void. Hung! The palm and fist collided, producing a dull and loud sound. Boom! 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 The 10 mountain peaks in the outer area exploded under the aftermath of the explosion. The surrounding weak cultivators all spat out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes filled with shock. The power of an Emptiness Realm expert was so strong that just the aftermath of the attack was enough to make everyone spit out blood. He was too powerful. Chapter 323. We have to get the Demon Slayer at all costs. Yao Tianshang said as his eyes glowed. The Demon Slayer is mine. No one can take it away from me. Guyu Holy Sun also said as his eyes glowed. Both of them refused to back down. Their subordinates and experts all attacked. Rumble. The powerful impact created a storm in the surroundings. Oh my God, are they still humans? Dongfang Zheng's sect quickly escaped. Dongfang Zheng's sect was not the only one. Many of the weaker cultivators also escaped from the scene and ran towards the outside of the fog. Take my ass. The aftermath of the battle between the Emptiness Realm experts was going to kill them, and they still wanted to take it? All of them spat out blood and rushed out of the fog, escaping further and further away. At the same time, the fog in the center of the area was also rolling under the powerful impact. A mountain was hard to pronounce. The earth was shaking slowly. The black-robed Feng Shui master, Feng Yinyang, was looking coldly at the cultivators who were escaping. Are they coming out? Feng Yinyang said indifferently. As he spoke, Feng Yinyang formed a strange hand seal with his fingers and chanted a spell that no one could understand. As Feng Yinyang chanted, the yin qi in the surroundings became stronger and stronger. The skeletons in the mountains slowly stood up. After killing the invisible man, Yin Chuan instantly shot towards a large door. Yin Chuan knew that this was the door that led to the inside of the tomb. Moreover, this door would soon close. Phew! After stepping into the door, Yin Chuan entered a pitch-black tunnel. Soon, he passed through the tunnel, and Yin Chuan appeared in a vast hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge blade. The top of the blade was touching the ceiling of the hall, and below, it was a huge altar. The golden blade emitted a destructive aura. That's right. It is exactly the same as the tomb of the immortals in my previous life. However, in my previous life, the immortal sword pierced the tomb of the immortals, but this immortal tomb is pierced by a golden blade. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He looked around and saw that there were many squares on the ground. Strange symbols were written on each square. It filled the entire hall. 9 palaces maze formation. Was it the same as in his previous life? Immortal tomb? Why was the layout exactly the same? Mortal tombs were all different, but these 2 tombs were shockingly similar. Could there be a connection? Yin Chuan's frown deepened. Although he didn't understand, Yin Chuan still walked back and forth along the grid. Yin Chuan walked around the hall and around the designated squares. After walking for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he stopped at one of the squares. Ooh! Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the ground. Without hesitation, Yin Chuan jumped in. Dong! Soon, Yin Chuan landed on the ground. However, the hole from which he had jumped down had disappeared. The new place was like a new cave. However, the ground was emitting light. It was like a circular plate that was 100 feet in size. The circular plate was transparent, like a crystal plate, but it was emitting a strange light. Inside the huge transparent disc, there seemed to be circles of small white dragons swimming around. What is this? The tomb in my previous life didn't have this. Yin Chuan looked at the transparent disc under his feet in surprise. Although he didn't recognize it, Yin Chuan could feel that it was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this thing was too big and Yin Chuan couldn't move it. Soon, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention to the transparent disc. Instead, he looked at the center of the cave. In the center, there was a huge bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was 10 feet long. It was as tall as a 10-story building. Chapter 324. The coffin's appearance was simple, and there were not many fancy runes. There were only 4 words on the coffin lid. Sky-burying coffin. Sky-burying coffin again? Yin Chuan revealed a strange smile. In my previous life, the heaven-burying coffin was excavated from the tomb of the immortals. In the end, it became the coffin of my previous life. I wonder how my body is now lying in the heaven-burying coffin. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Yin Chuan quickly walked forward and touched the coffin with his hand. No, although it's the same sky-burying coffin, the spirituality of this coffin seems to be slightly weaker than the one in my previous life. Yin Chuan felt for a moment and said, "Slightly weaker? So be it. The treasures in the immortal's tomb in my previous life were in the coffin. Today's coffin should not disappoint me." Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Rumble." Yin Chuan pushed the coffin lid. The coffin lid was very loose. With some force, Yin Chuan was able to slowly push it open. The coffin lid was pushed open. Suddenly, an ancient wild aura hit him in the face. Yin Chuan's heart tightened, and he stared at it. Inside the coffin, there was a white tiger that was 10 feet in size lying on the ground. The white tiger was lying on its side. It was already silent, but even if it was dead, its corpse could still emit a wild aura. It made one's heart palpitate. It's similar to my previous life. In my previous life, there was an immortal lying in the coffin, but here is a demon immortal? Once this coffin is opened, in less than 3 days, the white tiger will disappear with the wind. Yin Chuan thought for a moment. Bang! Yin Chuan jumped into the coffin and searched everywhere. After searching for a while, "That's impossible. Why isn't there anything?" Yin Chuan frowned. He kept searching, but there was no treasure that Yin Chuan wanted. In my previous life, there was an immortal's secret treasure in the coffin. Why is there nothing here? Don't demons need to be buried with them? Yin Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan did not believe that he would return empty-handed. He carefully searched again, but after a round of searching, he still found nothing. Yin Chuan looked at the huge white tiger with an ugly expression. "Gulialu." Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. Yin Chuan's pupil shrank as he looked at White Tiger. White Tiger's stomach was moving. His stomach was moving again? Yin Chuan's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the White Tiger was still alive? He carefully examined the White Tiger and confirmed that it was really dead. But why was her stomach? Yin Chuan looked at the wriggling stomach again in surprise. It was as if there was something in his stomach that was slowly moving from his abdomen to his chest. Gradually, it moved to the throat. Yin Chuan held the jade emperor sword with a guarded expression. Gradually, the white tiger's mouth trembled slightly. It was as if something was about to come out of its mouth. Yin Chuan lightly flicked the jade emperor's sword. The tiger's mouth opened, and a bloody thing rolled out from within. 2 fist-sized balls and a trembling kitten covered in blood. A cat? The kitten seemed to have just been born. Its entire body was trembling. On its head, it was strangely wearing a small round felt hat. A kitten wearing a small felt hat? Meow. The kitten cried out pitifully. Yin Chuan's face was extremely strange. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that a kitten would crawl out of the white tiger's corpse. Trying to walk closer, Yin Chuan grabbed the kitten and placed it in his palm. The kitten seemed to be extremely weak. Suddenly, it felt someone grab it. It opened its big blinking eyes and looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Meow. The kitten cried out in confusion. The kitten was confused. Yin Chuan was even more confused. What was going on? The kitten seemed to like Yin Chuan very much. Its bloody body rubbed against Yin Chuan's palm and then suddenly bit on Yin Chuan's finger. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He was about to break free from a kitten. Clan contract? This is a monster clan contract? Yin Chuan was surprised. That was because as the little cat bit down, a golden light flashed at the tip of its finger. In the air, a 10-foot round wheel suddenly appeared. Within the round wheel, there was the image of a huge tiger. It was a white tiger. The tiger looked exactly the same as the white tiger's corpse in the coffin. Next, a human figure suddenly appeared next to the white tiger. It was Yin Chuan's human figure. The round wheel spun for a while. After spinning, it suddenly entered the kitten's body. At the same time, the kitten greedily sucked the blood from Yin Chuan's finger. It drank about a teacup's worth of blood before it was satisfied and stopped. Meow. The kitten cried out weakly and fell asleep. Clan contract? Who are you? Yin Chuan looked at the sleeping kitten in surprise. Chapter 325. Meow. The kitten meowed weakly and fell asleep. Clan contract? Who exactly are you? Yin Chuan looked at the sleeping kitten in surprise. Meow. The sleeping kitten meowed as if it was talking in its sleep. Even though it had fallen asleep, the kitten was still trembling as if it was afraid of something or had a nightmare. A clan contract for monsters. Only monsters with extremely high bloodlines have the right to have a clan contract. Once the clan contract is signed, I will have the power of this kitten's bloodline. Then, as long as the kitten's bloodline is lower than its, it will not be able to make things difficult for me. I can even summon this kitten through some secret method. Yanchuan looked at the trembling kitten in his palm. Unfortunately, I don't know how to summon it. Why did you choose me? Could it be that you want me to bring you out? Yanchuan frowned as he looked at the kitten. Don't worry. Even without this clan contract, I will bring you out. Although I didn't sign any clan contract in my previous life, my national beast was the tiger. You are related to the tiger clan. Naturally, I will not ignore you. Yanchuan took a deep breath and said, Bang! Yanchuan jumped out of the sky, burying coffin. After thinking for a while, he pushed the coffin lid back. Rumble! The coffin lid returned to normal. Yanchuan squinted his eyes as he looked at the sky-burying coffin. Although this sky-burying coffin is not as good as mine, it is still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, I can't take it away. Yanchuan sighed. Even if he brought the spatial scroll, it wouldn't be able to contain this treasure. Walking to the edge of the cave, he held the kitten with one hand and took out the Jade Emperor's sword with the other. The Jade Emperor's sword slashed. Boom! Not a single mark was left on the wall. Yanchuan was pushed back by the force. The surroundings are still filled with poison. It's not time to go out yet. Yanchuan frowned. Outside. Boom! With a loud bang, 9 huge tornadoes appeared around Undying Mountain, sweeping up endless mountain rocks and rushing into the sky. On both sides of the broken mountain was a huge light screen. On the other side of the screen was Guyu Holy Sun and a large number of experts. On the other side was Yao Tianshang and the other demons. Both sides were pushing against the light screen, and the two enormous forces were suppressing each other. Rumble! Guyu Holy Sun's expression was extremely ugly. The light screen was slowly pressing towards him. On the other side, Yao Tianshang's face was hideous as he sneered. Haha, Dazhao, holy ground, holy sun? I, Yao Tianshang, have overestimated you. Yao Tianshang, Guyu Holy Sun said with an ugly expression. Yao Tianshang ignored Guyu Holy Sun and reached out to grab Demon Slayer. When his palm touched Demon Slayer, it emitted a dazzling golden light. CI. Demon Slayer strongly resisted Yao Tianshang. It even burned Yao Tianshang's palm. Blood splattered everywhere. My lord, King Spider exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Good treasure. Suppress them for me. Once I take out Demon Slayer, you want to kill me? Be my slave soldier. Yao Tianshang glared at them. Roar. Yao Tianshang roared. Golden light shot out from his hand, and a huge force was released. Rumble. Demon Slayer was slowly pulled out. When Demon Slayer was pulled out, the surrounding mountains shook. Rise! Yao Tianshang's body turned red as Demon Slayer was slowly pulled out. The ground shook, and the mountains shook, radiating out in all directions. 5 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Chapter 3:26. The entire Demon Wind Mountain range shook violently. Be it humans or demons, everyone in the Demon Wind Mountain range felt an extremely destructive aura. The mountains and the surroundings shook violently, causing countless cultivators to feel an indescribable fear. Both the Yao and the human race fled the Demon Wind Mountain range. The earthquake in the entire Demon Wind Mountain range had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Dark clouds covered the sky. When Xiao Chan drew his golden saber, the weather changed. Rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as though they were celebrating the birth of Demon Slayer. That's mine! That's mine! Guyu Holy Sun shouted angrily. But the two sides were almost equal in strength, and they couldn't interfere at all. Shing! Yao Tianshang finally pulled out Demon Slayer. Boom! Boom, boom. Amidst the dark clouds, tens of thousands of lightning bolts rained down. It was as if the heavenly river was collapsing. Rolling thunder and lightning blasted towards Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang's body trembled, and a wild and savage aura erupted, blasting away the 10,000 lightning bolts that were coming from all directions. 10,000 lightning bolts broke free, shooting in all directions, blasting apart countless mountains and rivers. Yao Tianshang grabbed the demon slayer, and his eyes flashed with surprise. What a powerful demon slayer! Even I can't handle it. Master, we can't hold on any longer, cried Spider King. Yao Tianshang turned to look at both sides and said, "Let's go." Understood, the group of monsters answered. Boom! Yao Tianshang grabbed Monster Slayer and soared into the sky. The group of great demons and demon kings all followed suit. "Stop! Leave Demon Slayer behind," shouted Guyu Holy Sun. As he spoke, he was about to soar into the sky. "Holy Sun, no," a man in purple shouted. "What are you doing?" Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. The purple-clothed man immediately said, "Holy Sun, that's just a stain. There's still a huge treasure below. If we chase after Yao Tianshang, we might not be able to snatch the Demon Slayer, but—" Guyu Holy Sun immediately sobered up after hearing the purple-clothed man's words. "Holy Sun, look!" The man in purple pointed at the sky with an ugly expression. At this moment, the ancient moon saint's sun finally calmed down. Dark clouds? This isn't a celestial phenomenon caused by Demon Slayer's appearance, nor is it caused by something sealed inside. Instead, there's an expert lying in wait. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Yes, just now, Yao Tianshang managed to break free from the lightning. The strong cultivator hiding in the dark also let Yao Tianshang go. That strong cultivator is inside the seal. There's something he wants inside the seal, said the man in purple clothes. Oh no! Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. Guard the surroundings. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Yes, his subordinates replied. Rumble. There were more and more dark clouds, and the sky was getting darker and darker. It was pitch black, as if it was late at night. Ka. White bones suddenly crawled out of the ground. Skeletons crawled out of the ground, and a large number of corpses seemed to have come to life. Suddenly, green lights appeared in the air all around, as if ghosts were dancing in the air. It was eerie and terrifying. Holy Sun, this is a feng shui master, a powerful feng shui master. He can reverse yin and yang, reverse yin and yang. Mr. Wenruo exclaimed. Reverse yin and yang? Guyu Holy Sun's expression darkened. Holy Sun, hurry up and get the treasure. The feng shui master can reverse yin and yang, and many ghosts have been summoned. There must be a large number of ghosts breaking into the seal now. Hurry. If you don't hurry, the treasure inside the seal will be stolen by the feng shui master. Mr. Monroe shouted. Chapter 327. When Mr. Monroe yelled, Guyu Holy Sun realized the severity of the situation. His face darkened. He reached out his hand and struck downwards. Boom! A huge force hit the ground, causing countless skeletons to rise from the ground. A hole appeared in the ground, but they still couldn't see what was inside the seal. Bastard. Guyu Holy Sun kept attacking the seal like a madman, emptying the ground again and again. In the deepest part of the cave, Yinchuan's cave, the moment Yao Tianshang pulled out Demon Slayer, the cave shook violently. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword hit the cave wall again, creating a huge hole in the wall. Phew! We can finally get out. Yinchuan revealed a slight smile. Ka. Suddenly, skeletal claws appeared on the walls of the cave. The skeletal claws appeared from the walls of the cave as if they were trying to squeeze in. Reverse yin and yang? Is that feng yin yang? Feng yin yang. So this is where you were waiting. Yinchuan said in surprise. Yinchuan took off a small jade talisman from his neck. He looked at the jade talisman and smiled bitterly. This time, it's all thanks to ZZ's Earth Escape Talisman. Yin Chuan exclaimed. He clenched his fist. Buzz! The Earth Escape Talisman emitted a yellow light that covered Yin Chuan and Xiao Mao. Yin Chuan grabbed the broken Earth Escape Talisman with one hand and carried Xiao Mao. He grabbed the Jade Emperor's sword with the other hand and slammed into the cave wall. Buzz! There was no sound of collision. Yin Chuan seemed to have entered the cave. It was as if he had entered the bottom of the water, and there was a cover around him that didn't allow water or soil to enter. With the yellow light covering him, Yin Chuan advanced smoothly in the soil. Roar! Suddenly, one of the corpses in the ground seemed to come alive and pounced towards Yin Chuan. Screech! He swung the Jade Emperor's sword and chopped off the corpse's head. Yin Chuan continued forward. As they continued forward, one ghost after another pounced on them. There were skeletons, zombies, and even a ghost. They all rushed towards Yin Chuan one after another. Yin Chuan kept swinging the Jade Emperor sword in his hand as he tried to escape. There were too many of them, and they were coming from all directions. What Yin Chuan saw was only the tip of the iceberg. In the outside world, what Guyu Holy Sun was facing was far more terrifying. The Holy Sun, Guyu Holy Sun, was still facing off against the powerful Ghost Kings. A dark skeletal dragon was also circling around the immortal tomb. Dark clouds covered the sky as lightning flashed wildly. On the peak of a mountain, Feng Yinyang stood quietly. Heaven-burying coffin. There must be a heaven-burying coffin here. Feng Yinyang's voice was hoarse. Million ghost devils, listen to my command. Search, search, search. Woo, 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 woo. More and more ghosts and skeletons appeared. Aside from the group of Emptiness Realm experts, the others were in a sorry state. A large number of cultivators were eaten by the ghosts. Break for me. Boom. Guyu Holy Sun's final attack sent a large number of ghosts flying. Immediately, the cave at the bottom of the cave was exposed. In the cave, there was a huge coffin. Below, it was a huge crystal-like round wheel. However, a large number of ghosts were roaming around it. Finally, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes flashed with excitement. Heaven-burying coffin? Feng Yinyang's voice was filled with joy from afar. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and at the edge of the dark clouds, screech. Screech! 2 long screeches of Blue Luan could be heard. Blue Luan pulled a huge chariot and flew towards the center. Chapter 328. The powerful Mohina Dejin beneath the dark clouds. Yao Tianshang held a huge saber in his hand and flew into the sky with a group of demons. Demonic beasts with weak cultivations were carried by the greater demonic beasts. They flew out of the black cloud domain. After leaving the dark clouds, the demons turned around and saw countless ghosts flying around. Another strong person is coming. King Spider exclaimed. He flew towards Yao Tianshang. Master, the seal has just been opened. Why are you leaving so early? King Spider asked in confusion. Another strong person is coming. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. The Feng Shui master who summoned the ghosts. No, he will appear soon. I don't have the ability to compete with him now, but one day I will surpass him. Yao Tianshang said coldly. Yes. Moreover, I have enough power with this demon slayer. Even with my current strength, I can still suppress it. Yao Tianshang laughed. Demon slayer? My lord, this is clearly targeting us demons. It will cause more harm to us demons. Why does Master care so much about this saber? King Spider asked in confusion. Have you forgotten my great wish? Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Since I, Yao Tianshang, am a demon, I will also become the ruler of all demons. I will build a vast demon country and let all the demons in the world worship me. This demon slayer saber will be the foundation of all demons. Yao Tianshang shouted. Yes. The group of demons replied respectfully. Yin Chuan was underground. Screech. Boom. The Jade Emperor sword slashed at the incoming ghosts again and again. As he fled outside, more and more ghosts appeared. Gently, he placed the sleeping kittens in his clothes. Yin Chuan tried his best to break out of the encirclement. He did not go to the surface. Instead, he ran underground, getting further and further away from the original tomb. Buzz! Suddenly, a ghost in a black robe blocked in front of Yin Chuan. Another zombie. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He slashed with the Jade Emperor's sword again. Boom! The zombie retreated slightly. However, he was not killed. Instead, he once again charged towards Yin Chuan. Copper corpse! His face darkened. Not wanting to tangle with the copper corpse, Yin Chuan quickly ran towards the outside world. However, the copper corpse seemed to have locked onto Yin Chuan and quickly chased after Yin Chuan. The copper corpse was a high-level ghost. Wherever the copper corpse passed, the number of low-level ghosts decreased. He chased after them, and soon they were far away. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly and turned around to face the unforgiving copper corpse. With a slight lift of his left sleeve, the poisonous vine seed on his wrist was revealed. The seed was growing bigger and bigger. Swish! A bunch of vines quickly emerged and instantly wrapped around one of the copper corpse's arms. Swish! Swish! A large number of vines emerged and constantly wrapped around the bronze corpse's body, arms, legs, head, and waist. In the blink of an eye, the bronze corpse was wrapped up like a seed. The vines were still very weak at the moment, but there were too many of them. The copper corpse could not break free for a while. The copper corpse kept twisting its body, trying to break free. However, it cannot break free. Keep tormenting you, Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Roar. Vaguely, Yin Chuan heard the sound of Qing Wan. Yin Chuan, who was about to continue escaping, suddenly stopped. Qing Wan? Jinro? Without hesitation, Yin Chuan quickly floated to the surface. Half of his body emerged from a valley and looked into the distance. Chapter 329. In the distance, at the center of the tomb, the world was pitch black and countless ghosts danced about. Bone dragons circled about, roaring as their vast auras spread out in all directions. Guyu Holy Sun and his subordinates struggled to fend off more and more ghosts. Bastard, bastard. 10 bone dragons surrounded Guyu Holy Sun. Each of them breathed out a dark blue aura that formed a giant dome, trapping Guyu Holy Sun in the center. The ghostly aura couldn't harm Guyu Holy Sun, but Guyu Holy Sun was still trapped. Guyu Holy Sun's expression was ugly, and so were the others. In the middle of the ghosts, giant Qing Wan pulled a carriage. The carriage was also surrounded by a large number of bone dragons. However, the 10 men on the carriage swung their fists and sent the bone dragons flying. The ghosts couldn't get close. The Qing Wan carriage floated in the air. A woman in white slowly stepped out of the carriage and stood in the air, looking down at the tomb. 100 skeletons slowly flew out of the tomb, carrying a giant sky-burying coffin. Bastard, that's mine, Guyu Holy Sun roared. However, there were too many ghosts. Guyu Holy Sun subordinates could only protect themselves. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to the number of ghosts. There was no telling when this would end. The bone dragons circled and the ghosts swarmed. The sky-burying coffin was quickly carried to a mountain peak not far from where Yin Chuan was. At this moment, Yin Chuan realized that there was a man in a black robe standing at the peak of the mountain. His black robe was embroidered with faint clouds. It really is Feng Yin Yang. Is the Feng Shui formation so powerful? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. But soon, he looked at the woman in white on the Qing Wan carriage. Yin Chuan frowned deeply. At this moment, Yin Chuan couldn't leave at all. Yin Chuan would be fine if he was underground, but once he was above ground, he would have to face millions of ghost demons. Millions of ghost demons were like the heavens themselves. There was no way for Yin Chuan to return. Bastard, bastard. In the distance, Guyu Holy Sun smashed a bone dragon with his fist. However, there were 3 more bone dragons surrounding him. Guyu Holy Sun could not free himself. His expression was extremely ugly. On the mountain peak, Feng Yinyang let out a faint laugh. I finally found the heaven-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang sighed. The heaven-burying coffin was slowly brought over. The surroundings were pitch black, and yin and yang were inverted. This was Feng Yinyang's world, and Feng Yinyang was the ruler here. Just as Feng Yinyang was looking at the approaching heaven-burying coffin with satisfaction. Honk! The dark clouds in the sky suddenly let out a deafening sound. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The thick dark clouds in the sky suddenly cracked, and rays of golden light shot out from the cracks. Oh! Another deafening sound came from the immortal graveyard. A huge hole was created in the dark clouds by a powerful force. Golden light shone down from the hole, and it was extremely dazzling. Through the hole, one could see a vast sun above the dark clouds. The condensed sunlight formed a huge pillar that shot straight through the hole in the dark clouds. Wherever the golden light passed, the ghosts and devils fled in all directions in pain. A pillar of sunlight broke through the dark clouds. Father, Guyu Holy Sun said with joy. Rumble, a figure in a golden Taoist robe, slowly descended from the golden light pillar. The man in the Taoist robe was golden all over. On his back, there was a huge wheel that looked like a sun behind his head. Virtuous wheel? Is this the virtuous Dharma idol? A clone? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Taking a closer look, the man in the Taoist robe did seem to be both real and illusory. Moreover, his face couldn't be seen clearly, and there was only a majestic aura. The moment the man in the Taoist robe appeared, a terrifying aura was released. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Under this powerful aura, countless ghost demons knelt down in fear, as if they were afraid of an expert who was releasing this aura. Even though they were far away, Yan Chuan's expression darkened. This aura is almost on par with my previous life, Yan Chuan said in surprise. Wherever the man in the Taoist robe went, the ghost demons all retreated. Greetings, Mohina Dojin. On the Qingwan carriage, the lady in white bowed slightly. The man in the Taoist robe looked at the Qingwan carriage. So it's you, little girl. Why have you come to my east? Mohina Dojin said calmly. I've deduced that there is something I need here. I'm here to fight for it. The lady in white said quietly. Oh, Mohina Dojin was puzzled. It should still be down there, that round plate. The lady in white said. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and the crystal round plate that was originally 100 feet underground suddenly floated up. The round plate was extremely transparent, but there were small white dragons circling around it like airflow. What is this? Mohina Dojin asked. The heavenly divination plate. It's only useful in our hands. Mohina Dojin has accumulated good karma, so he naturally doesn't need it. The lady in white said softly. Doesn't need it? I can't give it to you even if I don't need it. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Shut up. Mohina Dojin shouted coldly. F.A. Father. Guyu Holy Sun said in shock. Mohina Dojin looked around, then looked at the sky-burying coffin in the distance. The black-robed Feng Yinyang was extremely anxious at this moment. Tens of thousands of ghosts and demons rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Around the sky-burying coffin, the yin qi suddenly increased by more than 100 times. The rolling yin qi gradually formed a pitch-black hole under the sky-burying coffin, and it was about to pull the sky-burying coffin into the hole, opening the door to the netherworld. Oomph. Mohina Dojin's Dharma power stepped down slightly. Rumble. It was as if the infinite power of the sun was being pulled down and poured into the ground by Mohina Dojin's Dharma power. Boom! With Mohina Dojin's feet as the center, the ground instantly turned red. Splash! The original ground turned into rolling lava in the blink of an eye, and a vast lava pool was formed. Wherever the lava passed, ghosts and demons were annihilated in pain. The lava pool expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the sky-burying coffin. At the sky-burying coffin, the door to the netherworld that was opened by the infinite yin qi was instantly destroyed by the extreme yang qi. Ah, woo-woo-woo. Ow! The ghostly creatures wailed as they were incinerated into nothingness. The powerful Tao monarch Black Sun destroyed Feng Yinyang's plan with just a single stomp. No, Feng Yinyang was anxious. He immediately rushed forward and charged at the sky-burying coffin. Mohina, Dojin snorted. Roar! Inside the magma, a flame dragon suddenly roared out, smashing ruthlessly towards Feng Yinyang. Boom! Although Feng Yinyang's feng shui was powerful, his cultivation was far inferior to Mohina Dojin's. The flaming dragon charged and sent Feng Yinyang flying backward, crashing into a mountain. Boom! The towering mountain collapsed in an instant. Feng Yinyang was buried alive in the blink of an eye. Chapter 330. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere as a large number of rocks rolled down and buried Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang spat out a mouthful of blood. Mohina Dojin was one of the top figures in the world. Even if it was just an avatar, it was still extremely powerful. Although Feng Yinyang's feng shui was strong, he was powerless in the face of absolute power. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Yinyang smiled bitterly as he looked at the falling rocks. The sky-burying coffin, just a little bit more. In the outside world, the lava continued to spread in all directions and rushed toward the broken mountain where Feng Yinyang was. Yang energy soared into the sky, and Feng Yinyang had nowhere to run. After all, it was impossible to open the door to the netherworld with Yang energy. Not far away, Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath. Instantly, he dived into the ground. Rubble flew everywhere, and Feng Yinyang could already feel the heat waves from afar. Mohina Dojin? Is he trying to kill us all? Feng Yinyang said bitterly. Propping himself up, Feng Yinyang prepared to break through the rubble and escape. Although the chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try. Swoosh! Suddenly, a vine wrapped around Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang was slightly surprised. Swoosh! Feng Yinyang was instantly pulled into the ground. It's you. Feng Yinyang looked at the person in front of him in surprise. It was Yin Chuan. Earth Escape Talisman. You actually have an Earth Escape Talisman. Feng Yinyang exclaimed. This is not the place to talk. Yin Chuan shouted. As he spoke, the light of the Earth Escape Talisman enveloped the two of them, and they were about to escape. Just as they were about to leave, Yin Chuan's expression changed. Swoosh! Not far away, the copper corpse that had just been bound by the vines was pulled over. Boom! The copper corpse was kicked out. Yin Chuan carried the heavily injured Feng Yinyang and quickly fled into the distance. Behind them was a surging heat wave. The two of them sped up again and again. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the place where Feng Yinyang had been buried alive had been melted by the boiling lava. Roar! The black-robed copper corpse floated to the surface of the magma. It struggled in pain for a while before it was quickly incinerated. Guyu Holy Sun snorted coldly from afar. Obviously, he thought that the bronze corpse was Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang was also dead. Zhang Xian stretched out his hand, and the heaven-burying coffin flew over. Father, Guyu said solemnly. Lie. The lid of the coffin immediately opened, revealing the massive corpse of a white tiger. Mohina Dojin checked for a while and waved his sleeves. Bang! The corpse of the white tiger was immediately incinerated and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. There's only one corpse? Guyu frowned. This is an ancient corpse. After countless years, the corpse has been eroded. However, this coffin is not bad. You can keep it. Mohina Dojin said indifferently. Yes, thank you, father. Guyu said respectfully. Guyu looked at the other transparent disc, the heaven-projecting disc. Father, this heaven-projecting disc, you must... Guyu said expectantly. Mohina Dojin did not look at Guyu. Instead, he looked at the white-clothed lady who was pulling the blue wand. Lass, take this heaven-projecting disc back. Mohina Dojin said indifferently. F.A. father, Guyu said in surprise. Mohina Dojin glanced at Guyu indifferently and ignored him. "Thank you, Mohina Dojin," the white-clothed lady said solemnly. She pinched her fingers slightly, and a white light suddenly shot onto the heaven-projecting disc. The heaven-projecting disc rotated slowly, and overlapping patterns appeared in the surrounding void. Then, the heaven-projecting disc gradually shrank until it was the size of a palm and landed on the white-clothed lady's palm. Chapter 331. Mohina Dojin, thank you for your help. I'll take my leave now, the lady in white said solemnly. Mohina Dojin nodded. Screech, screech. The two blue wands let out a long screech and pulled the carriage of people toward the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Feng Yinyang's array was finally broken. Lava was boiling on the ground, and flames were soaring into the sky. Father, why did you give it to her? Guyu was still unwilling to give up. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, Mohina Dojin said lightly. Yes, Guyu replied. You've disappointed me in the Demon Wind Mountains, Mohina Dojin said again. Yes, I'll continue to work hard, Guyu said with an ugly expression. Don't disturb me if there's nothing else. Also, I only injured the geomancer from before. He's not dead, Mohina Dojin said lightly. Guyu's expression changed. Mohina Dojin looked at the people around him and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the sun in the sky. Boom! Following the pillar of the sun, Tao Monarch Black Sun's Dharma idol soared into the sky and instantly disappeared. The sun's light pillar also disappeared. Farewell, father. Farewell, Mohina Dojin. Guyu led his subordinates and bowed respectfully to the heavenly Tao. Tao Lord Black Sun left, leaving behind a complicated expression on the faces of those who remained behind. Guyu's expression was extremely ugly. After working so hard for so long, he received such an evaluation from his father? Holy Sun? A man in purple shouted. Find that black-robed geomancer. I want to see him if he's alive or dead. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yes. Yin Chuan quickly carried the heavily injured Feng Yinyang through the underground. His speed was extremely fast, but after 6 hours, the surrounding light was much dimmer. Yin Chuan knew that the power of the Earth Escape Talisman was about to be exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that there was one more person, it could still hold on for a while. However, even so, it was enough. Bang! The two of them broke through the ground. It was the foot of a mountain. Leaning against a big tree, the two rested for a while. Feng Yinyang flipped his hand and took out a pill bottle. He poured out a few pills and swallowed them. Yin Chuan also waited patiently for a while. Looking at the distant sky, Yin Chuan sighed. Previously, from Mohina Dojin's tone towards the woman in white, Yin Chuan could tell that Mohina Dojin would definitely not make things difficult for the woman in white. At this moment, several hours had already passed. Thick smoke billowed from the horizon. It was clear that everything was over. He saw Jinro again. Although she did not say a word, seeing Jinro was enough. For years later, Julu Academy, the Heavenly Bestowal Conference? Yin Chuan frowned as he memorized the date. For years later, the woman in white was going. Yin Chuan was definitely going too. They were too similar. They were exactly the same. Yin Chuan even suspected that Jinro had reincarnated. Hence, he had to find out the reason. Who? Feng Yinyang suddenly exhaled deeply and woke up from his meditation. He turned to look at Yin Chuan. I didn't expect that I would be saved by you. This time, thank you very much. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. What do you plan to do next? Yin Chuan asked. Nodding, Feng Yinyang said, I'll leave immediately. This time, I did come to the east to do something important. After everything is done, I'll thank you properly. So urgent? Aren't you going to rest for a while? Yin Chuan frowned. No need. We'll meet again, Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Chapter 332. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. With that, Feng Yinyang took a step and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yinyang disappeared. Seeing Feng Yinyang leave, Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Feng Shui Master? Feng Shui Masters are indispensable in my country. It seems that my chips are really not enough. However, there will be a day when it will be enough. Feng Yinyang? Yin Chuan smiled as he looked at Feng Yinyang leaving in the distance. Climbing to the top of a mountain, Yin Chuan looked around. It seems that I didn't go the wrong way. This is the way I came. Yin Chuan quickly recognized the terrain. Swish! Yin Chuan took a step forward and shot off into the distance. A few days later, under a huge waterfall. The waterfall was connected to the Black Dragon Pool. In the pool under the waterfall, Yin Chuan was washing himself. Beside him was a little white cat who was paddling in pain. I hate water, I hate it. The little cat shouted angrily. Hey, look at how dirty your body is. Your whole body is covered in blood. If I didn't help you wash, would you be like this now? Yin Chuan laughed. My whole body is covered in blood. The little white cat looked at herself. Then, she quickly dived into the pool. After a while, she came out with a bang. You actually took a bath with me? And you're so exposed? You public servant, I'll fight it out with you. The little cat pounced on Yin Chuan. Public servant. Yin Chuan's face stiffened. Pa 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 pa. The little white cat rushed in front of Yin Chuan and kept scratching Yin Chuan's body with her little claws. But the little cat was too small. Although she could strangely speak, her strength couldn't cut Yin Chuan's skin at all. I'll fight it out, scratch, scratch. The little cat kept scratching with her claws. It's so comfortable. In, scratch below. Yin Chuan enjoyed it. Ayaya. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Kitten said impatiently. Although the kitten was manic, it looked extremely cute and adorable. Even if it was filled with murderous intent, it was impossible to get angry. All right. I'm a human and you're a demon. What does that have to do with anything? Yin Chuan smiled. Oomph. Kitten said angrily. By the way, why were you in a coffin that day? In that white tiger's stomach? Yin Chuan asked curiously. That day, the kitten seemed to have forgotten its anger. What happened that day? I don't remember. Kitten shook her head. You don't remember? Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. Of course, why do I remember that when I opened my eyes, I saw you? You big hooligan. Kitten said snappily. Big hooligan? Yin Chuan's face stiffened. I really don't remember. I only remember a few things. I don't seem to remember anything else. The kitten cried. Yin Chuan, then why did you bite me? What's that clan contract? Yin Chuan frowned. I don't know. It was an instinctive reaction. What's the use of that clan contract? Kitten asked curiously. Yin Chuan was speechless. He rolled his eyes and didn't know what to say. By the way, do you have a name? Yin Chuan asked. Let me think. I think I have some memory. I think I'm called Meow. Kitten thought and said, Meow? It's indeed a kitten's name. Yin Chuan nodded. I'm not a cat. I'm a tiger, the king of all beasts. I'm a tiger, a tiger. Kitten snorted. A tiger? You? Yin Chuan didn't believe it. Kitten didn't even have the word king on her head. I'm a tiger. I must be a tiger. Kitten cried. Didn't you say you don't remember anything? I remember this. I forget everything. I definitely can't forget what I am. I'm a tiger. The biggest tiger. Kitten cried proudly. The biggest and biggest tiger? Looking at the palm-sized kitten acting cute, Yin Chuan didn't know if he should discourage her. Chapter 333. I remember this. I've forgotten everything, but I can't forget who I am. I'm a tiger, the biggest tiger. The kitten exclaimed proudly. The biggest and biggest tiger? Looking at the palm-sized kitten acting cute, Yin Chuan didn't know if he should discourage her. All right, tiger, then what's up with the little felt hat on your head? You don't even want to take it off when you're washing your body? Let me see. Yin Chuan asked curiously. This is my baby. Don't even think about it. The kitten exclaimed. She looked nervous. Yin Chuan was just casually saying that. How could he snatch the hat from a kitten? Yin Chuan was about to say something when his face suddenly turned serious. Someone's coming. Pung. Carrying Meow, he jumped out of the water. Ah, Hooligan, what are you doing? The kitten exclaimed. Throwing the kitten onto a large rock, Yin Chuan quickly put on his clothes. As Yin Chuan was wearing his clothes behind a large rock, no one noticed Yin Chuan. Xiao! A figure landed at the edge of the lake. It was Dong Fong Zhengpai. Sigh. Standing at the edge of the lake, Dong Fong Zhengpai had a look of pity. My protective talisman, Dong Fong Zhengpai said sadly. Who's there? Dong Fong Zhengpai suddenly sensed someone. Yin Chuan walked out slowly. Eh. Dong Fong Zhengpai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Dong Fong Zhengpai, we meet again. Why are you here? Brother Yin, you're not dead? You're not dead? Fuck, you're still alive? Dong Fong Zhengpai exclaimed. Do you wish for me to die? Yin Chuan laughed. No, how could I? As long as you're alive, that's great. Dong Fong Zhengpai jumped over and laughed. He looked at Yin Chuan as if he was looking at a treasure, causing Yin Chuan to feel uncomfortable. In the eyes of Dong Fong Zhengpai, Yin Chuan is a protective talisman. As long as Yin Chuan is alive, after 4 years, Yin Chuan will give him a protective talisman. But if Yin Chuan is dead, Yin Chuan, there is no hope. I knew that Brother Yan's luck was as good as the heavens. Ha ha ha. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed happily. I'm asking you, why are you here? Yin Chuan is. Wasn't it you were the one who told me this place is this place? You is you. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a small bamboo scroll. Don't you remember? At that time, Gyu Holy Sun said that those who enter the Zhu immortal domain will be given an earth-grade cultivation technique. Those who find the entrance will be given a heaven-grade cultivation technique. That day, you were the one who found it. I asked him for it. Here you are. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed. Spear Heart Arts? Yin Chuan took it. That Guyu is really stingy. I asked him for a long time before he gave me this. Spear Heart Arts. Although it's a heaven-grade cultivation technique, you need to practice the spear. I don't practice the spear, so I'll give it to you. Dong Fong Zhengpai laughed. All right. Thank you very much. Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. You're welcome. As long as you don't die in 4 years, it's enough. Hee hee. Dong Fong Zhengpai is very happy. Don't die in 4 years? Yin Chuan is puzzled. It's fine. I'm just saying that Dong Fong Zhengpai, am a righteous person. This Spear Heart Arts is a reflection of my character. Dong Fong Zhengpai said shamelessly. Is Gyu Holy Sun still in the Demon Wind Mountain Range? Yin Chuan asked. Him? He left a long time ago, but his men stayed behind to look for a feng shui master in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. The reward is a heaven-grade cultivation technique. The Dajiao sacred ground is really rich. Dong Fong Zhengpai sighed. Chapter 334. Looking for a feng shui master? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he was looking for Feng Yinyang. Yes, I don't know if I can find him. Dong Fong Zhengpai shook his head. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Dong Fong Zhengpai was shocked. This is... Dong Fong Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Yin Chuan, where did you find this? My goodness, with this little cat, you will attract many girls. What a cute little cat. Dong Fong Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Cat, your sister. Miao was furious. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze. A talking cat? This little cat can talk. Dong Fong Zhengpai exclaimed. You are the cat. Your whole family are cats. Miao was furious. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze again. Miao is actually a tiger. Yin Chuan explained with a smile. After hearing Yin Chuan's explanation, Miao felt much better. Tiger. Dong Fong Zhengpai pointed at Miao as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be such a small tiger? The size of a palm? Is this a tiger? Ignorant pervert. Miao raised her head proudly. Pervert? Dong Fong Zhengpai's face twitched. Miao, this is Dong Fong Zhengpai. Yin Chuan introduced. Dong Fong Zhengpai looked at the little cat and said in a magnetic voice, Miao, right? You've misunderstood me. Actually, as my name suggests, I'm definitely a role model for all men. Miao raised her head and ignored Dong Fong Zhengpai. Dong Fong Zhengpai's face froze. However, he was thick-skinned. He looked at Yin Chuan and said, "Brother Yin, you have to help me." "Oh, this kitten, no. This little tiger is so rare. Tell me, where did you find it? I want to find one too." Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted, "You're looking too? Nonsense. With little kitten and little meow in our hands, wouldn't we be friends with all women in the world?" Dongfang Zhengpai said shamelessly. Yin Chuan had a strange expression on his face. In the end, he shook his head and said, "I saw it in the Demon Wind mountain range. If you want to look for it, take your time." "Oh, okay. I can't let others beat me to it." "Brother Yin, many thanks." Dongfang Zhengpai hurriedly ran away. Seeing the Eastern Orthodox sect disappear in the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan was speechless. "Yin Chuan, how do you know such a wretched man?" Kitten looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Yin Chuan smiled. "All right, we're going to dive again. Be careful." Yin Chuan grabbed Meow and said, "Going into the water again?" I don't want to. Meow shouted anxiously. "Can't you breathe through your pores? There's a passage below. We're out of the Demon Wind mountain range." Yin Chuan smiled. Why? Meow said anxiously. "Because I don't want others to see me for the time being." Yin Chuan explained. I don't want to. Meow shouted anxiously. Plop. Yin Chuan grabbed Meow and jumped into the lake. Woo-woo. Meow whined unhappily. Beside the Black Dragon Lake, 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army sat cross-legged. Huo Guang and Lu Jin looked worried. "Will the king be okay?" Huo Guang asked worriedly. "Definitely not. The king will be fine," Lu Jin said confidently. The two waited patiently. Bang! Suddenly, the water in the lake surged. A voice came out of the water. "Big bad guy, I hate water. Why did you take me underwater for so long?" "Ah," a young voice said angrily. Chapter 335. My king. It's my king. Lu Jin exclaimed. "My king!" Huo Guang exclaimed in surprise. The 3,000 soldiers were awakened and looked at Yin Chuan, who was walking ashore slowly. "My king, you are finally back. It's good that you are fine," Lu Jin said happily. "The First Legion has completed the mission," Huo Guang said excitedly. "Long live my king." The soldiers of the embroidered uniform army shouted. "Good," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow Meow, on the other hand, was looking at the group in confusion. "My king, we uprooted the Life League and took everything out. We got a total of 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones and countless magical treasures and weapons," Huo Guang said excitedly. "Spirit stones? Where are the spirit stones?" Meow's eyes lit up. Huo Guang and Lu Jin looked at the kitten that Yin Chuan brought back with a strange expression. "It can talk. The kitten can talk." Seeing Yin Chuan nodding, Lu Jin opened the spatial scroll. A large number of spirit stones were placed in the scroll. Ah, 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 Meow said excitedly. She swung her head, and the felt hat on her head faced the spatial scroll. "Collect, collect, collect," Meow shouted. Rumble. A large number of spirit stones flew toward the felt hat. Strangely, when they reached the mouth of the felt hat, they suddenly became smaller. Lu Jin's expression changed. She quickly opened the spatial scroll. Bang! The spirit stones scattered on the ground, but they were quickly sucked into the felt hat. In the blink of an eye, only 1/5 of the spirit stones were left in the spatial scroll. Lu Jin's face was filled with pain. Meow put on the felt hat again. She hugged the upper-grade spirit stone and chewed it happily. Crunch! Crunch! Soon, Meow finished the entire top-grade spirit stone as if she was eating rice crust. After eating it, he took out another one from the small felt hat and began to chew on it excitedly. Huo Guang and Lu Jin were at a loss. What was going on? Yin Chuan also looked at Meow in surprise. "Eat spirit stones? Your Majesty, this. Lu Jin looked at the kitten in confusion. "It's a tiger called Meow," Yin Chuan explained. "Tiger?" The 3,000 soldiers were all a loss. "From now on, it will follow me. Keep the spirit stones." Yin Chuan laughed. Oh, Lu Jin was still in a daze. Stingy. Miao lay on Yin Chuan's shoulder and chewed on the spirit stones. Huo practiced this skill well. Yin Chuan handed over a bamboo scroll. Spear heart skill. Huo was surprised. Go and rest for a while. After I change my clothes, we will return to the Day sect. Yin Chuan said, Yes, Day sect. Yin Chuan led the army and slowly walked out of the forest. Many disciples of the Day sect gathered around him. Peak Master Tian is back. Peak Master Tian is back. Blood Demon, another Blood Demon. Have you heard? Peak Master Tian killed 6,000 disciples of the Life League in one night in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. One person, just one person, and the others from Peak Master Tian uprooted the Life League. A large number of disciples of the Day sect came out to watch. This time, it was completely different from the last time. Last time, they were not optimistic about this group of people. This time, many disciples were full of admiration. From now on, Peak Master Tian was officially recognized by the disciples of the Day sect. Chapter 336. Day Sect. Great River Hall. Feng Tairan, Duan Sanshu, and the four Peak Lords gathered. Fifth stage of Essence Realm. Black Peak Lord Feng Tianyu looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Not long ago, Yin Chuan was still at the second stage of Essence Realm. I had a small fortuitous encounter in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yin Chuan smiled. Small fortuitous encounter? You've killed so many people. Gao Bufan sighed and smiled. Life League and Day Sect have a grudge. So what if I killed them? Mo Wu Hue said lightly. Although his tone was light, it was not difficult to hear his hatred for Life League. Sectmaster, are you feeling better? Yin Chuan looked at Feng Tairan. I'm almost there. Since Shu just woke up, it will take some time for me to recover. Feng Tairan smiled. Yin Chuan, thank you for your help in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Duan Sanshu said solemnly. They thought that there was no hope for them. Who would have thought that they could escape death because of Yin Chuan? You're welcome. Yin Chuan smiled. Do you have any plans for Tianfeng? Continue to go out and train? Feng Tairan asked doubtfully. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan smiled and said, That's why I'm looking for you. Oh, I heard that Day Sect has a share in Carefree City where ZZ is. Yin Chuan asked, Carefree City? Everyone was puzzled. Yes, it's a cultivator city that our 6 great sects established together. Our 6 great sects are in charge of Carefree City, and it's divided into 6 halls. Day Sect occupies the Great River Hall of Carefree City. Every year, the city's tax revenue is divided into 6 portions. Our Day Sect takes 1 portion. Feng Tairan nodded. Establishing an immortal city for 100 sects to circulate resources and collect taxes to support their own sections. But a lower-level sect needs to establish an immortal city with others? Yin Chuan frowned. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly and said, Powerful inferior sects will naturally establish their own, and even have more than 1 immortal cultivator city. But the foundation of our Day Sect is too weak. Then who is in charge of Carefree City's Great River Hall? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. For now, it's me. What? You want to host it? Feng Tairan asked doubtfully. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. You can say that. Can I? Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan strangely. The 6 sects are in charge of the Worry-Free City, and the Life Moon Alliance is one of them. Now that the Life Moon Alliance has been uprooted, the resources under the Life Moon Alliance will naturally have to be redistributed. Since you've destroyed the Life Moon Alliance, it's best for you to handle this matter. Feng Tairan nodded. But, Yin Chuan, can you do it? Gao Bufan asked strangely. That's right. You want to deal with Worry-Free City. Aren't you going to focus on your cultivation? Don't you find it troublesome? Duan Sanshu was also puzzled. There was nothing much to manage in Carefree City. All he had to do was collect the taxes when the time came. Wouldn't he be distracted? No matter, I like trouble. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Since that's the case, you can go. I'll send people to inform the other hall masters. All right, let Zhu Jiansheng and the rest follow you. They can explain the situation in Worry-Free City to you. Feng Tairan said after some thought. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yin Chuan returned to Heavenly Peak. King of Hell's Hall, Hua Guang stood respectfully in front of Yin Chuan. Miao was listlessly sleeping on a chair at the side. How's the Spearheart Sutra? Yin Chuan asked. I memorized it all and burned it, Hua Guang said solemnly. And what are you going to do next? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. The Spearheart Sutra has a total of 10 levels. I will pass down the first and second levels. After that, according to the soldiers' comprehension and contribution, I will slowly teach them in the form of rewards. Hua Guang said. Chapter 337. Not bad, you've matured. Yin Chuan smiled. Thank you for your compliment, King. Hua Guang said excitedly. Go and teach them. Follow me tomorrow morning. There are still many things to do. Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. Yes. The next day, everyone from Tianfeng left. The disciples of Day's sect were confused. Tianfeng is weird. Yeah, they just came back 2 days ago and left again. What are they busy with? Aren't they cultivating? Everyone was discussing. Halfway up the Black Peak, Jiangnan frowned as he looked at the people leaving. His face was gloomy. 2 disciples of Day's sect were standing behind him. Senior brother, no. Martial uncle, I think, let's forget about it. Yin Chuan is too abnormal. One of them said with a complicated expression. Yeah, senior brother. The other person also persuaded. Jiangnan's face was gloomy. He said lightly, I know. Yin Chuan led the army to the west. After a day of traveling, they took a break. At the top of a mountain, Yin Chuan looked at the vast mountains and rivers. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen stood behind Yin Chuan. Martial uncle, your subordinates are really amazing. They were so powerful when they annihilated the Life League. It was as if Hua Guang had set up a net, and the Life League's disciples jumped into it one by one. Zhu Jiansheng praised. Yeah, we didn't do anything that day. The 3 swordsmen nodded. This is an army. Yin Chuan smiled. Martial uncle's army is really strong. Zhu Jiansheng sighed. King, there's a battle ahead. Hua Guang ran from afar. Oh, judging from the momentum, it should be 30 Qi State practitioners besieging a Qi State beast. Hua Guang reported. Let's go take a look. Yin Chuan said immediately. Yes. Everyone quickly followed Yin Chuan to a mountain peak and looked down at the huge canyon below. Boom. Second brother, hurry up and shoot. Attack together, quick. Whirlwind strike. 30 elite realm Xiozha were surrounding a 3-zhong tall black wild boar. The wild boar had sharp fangs, and when it swung its fangs, it could draw a stream of light. As he stepped on the ground, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. One stomp could kill a Xiozha. Its skin was thick to begin with, and it was in the Qi realm. The group of Qi realm Xiozha could not break through the Yao Pig's defense. Many Xiozha were seriously injured, and 2 had died. The battle was extremely tragic. Big brother, let's not take on this mission. There are many smaller missions in the worry-free city. There's no need to die here. Lao Jiao and Lao Shi were killed by this bastard. Avenge Lao Jiao and Lao Shi. Everyone roared, grieved, and fought. After killing for so long, the wild boar only lost one of its eyes, but the wild boar was even more irritable. It rampaged and knocked around, causing many Xiozha to fall to the ground. People from the worry-free city, Hua Guang, gather the troops and kill the boar demon. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Hua Guang replied. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 members of the embroidered army quickly moved forward and took their positions. Release, Hua Guang ordered. Boom! 1,000 shooting sun arrows shot towards the wild boar demon in the canyon like a meteor shower. Roar! The wild boar roared in shock. It raised a Qi wall in fear. Boom! 1,000 shooting sun arrows, under the terrifying force, broke through the wild boar's defense. Chapter 338. TSS. TSS. The arrows pierced into the wild boar's body. Ayo, 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 ayo. The wild boar screamed in disbelief and fell to the ground instantly. In the canyon, the group of tragic practitioners who had been killing the wild boar were all stunned. The wild boar demon, who had worked so hard to break its defense, was killed in seconds. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the mountain at the same time. But when they saw Yin Chuan and the others, their faces darkened. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? One of them was worried. After all, the other party had thousands of people. They only had more than 20 left. How could they compete with them? Were they here to rob the wild boar demon? No way. Pick someone who is in charge. My king has something to ask. Hua Guang shouted. The people below looked at each other. There was hesitation on their faces. On the mountain, Zhu Jiansheng and others looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Martial uncle, why do you want to find them? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. Lu Jin took out a dragon chair for Yin Chuan to sit on. I have my own plans. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Bang! Suddenly, a white light shot from Yin Chuan's dragon platform not far away. Meow. The white light fell on Yin Chuan's shoulder. What happened just now? A pig made a sound? Meow shouted excitedly. Hey, this cat can talk. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen suddenly widened their eyes. Cat? You said I'm a cat? Meow looked at the 8 people with a straight face. Did martial uncle prepare it for Miss Z? It's really cute. Zhu Jiansheng sighed. Cute your sister. I'm a tiger, a tiger. Meow said indignantly. Everyone's face stiffened slightly. Meow is indeed a tiger. Don't provoke her. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Oh. The 8 people nodded strangely. That's more like it. Meow calmed down. All right, did pig make sound just now? There really is a big pig down there. Meow said in surprise. Aren't you always sleeping? Why did you suddenly wake up? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. I like the sound of pigs being slaughtered. Why didn't you call me when it was so tragic? Meow said angrily. You like the sound of pigs being slaughtered? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Yin Chuan was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone around him was also at a loss. A kitten that liked to hear the sound of pigs being slaughtered? At this moment, a red-robed man walked up from below. The man was led to Yin Chuan. I'm Mu Qianli. May I know why seniors are here? The burly man asked nervously. You don't have to worry. We're just passing by. By the way, we have something to ask you. Yin Chuan smiled. That wild boar demon. Mu Qianli said with some anticipation. I'll give it to you. Yin Chuan smiled. Many thanks, Senior. If Senior has any questions, Junior will answer them all. Mu Qianli said excitedly. I heard you guys say that you guys are from Worry-Free City? What order? And which sect are you guys from? Can you tell me? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Just these. Mu Qianli was surprised. Just these. Yin Chuan smiled. Many thanks for Senior's help. Senior's questions are not a secret. We are all people who make a living in Worry-Free City. Most of us are unaffiliated cultivators. Some are from small clans and small sections. Because our strength is weaker, we can only gather together. In Worry-Free City, we have a collective name, mercenaries, Mu Qianli said bitterly. Mercenaries? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yes, in Worry-Free City, we mercenaries accept orders from others. For example, we're looking for certain materials for alchemy or smithing. We help them find them, and they give us enough spirit stones. Cultivators need large amounts of resources to cultivate. It wasn't easy for us to reach the essence realm. Naturally, we have to work harder and earn more spirit stones to cultivate. Mu Qianli smiled bitterly. So unaffiliated cultivators are so poor. Hua Guang exclaimed. Mu Qianli smiled bitterly. Mortals often said that cultivators were free and unfettered. But how would mortals know that those free and unfettered cultivators were people who didn't want to improve themselves and just sat there waiting for death? For example, how many spirit stones can you earn in a month? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Us? There's no fixed amount. But on average, I can earn about 50 low-grade spirit stones. 20 for my own cultivation and 30 for my wife and sun. Mu Qianli said proudly. Clearly, 50 low-grade spirit stones a month was a very successful number. Are there many mercenaries like you in Worry-Free City? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Many. How can there not be many? There are at least tens of thousands. Mu Qianli said with certainty. I know, many thanks. You can go now. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, thank you, senior. Mu Qianli retreated down the mountain fearfully. At the foot of the mountain, the embroidered uniform army retrieved the shooting sun arrows from the wild boar demon and slowly retreated. Mu Qianli went down the mountain and asked the last embroidered uniform army soldier who was about to leave. Senior, may I ask who your king is? King? Ha! Our king is the peak lord of Day Sec's heavenly peak. The embroidered uniform army soldier said proudly and left a shocked Mu Qianli behind. Peak lord of heavenly peak. Day Sect? Yin Chuan? Mu Qianli muttered. The one who killed 6,000 Life League disciples in a night? Blood Devil Yin Chuan? Mu Qianli looked at Yin Chuan's army in shock. Chapter 339. At the peak of a mountain, Yin Chuan led the army to a stop. Almost all the soldiers were looking into the distance in shock. Far away, the sky was blue. Below them was a 100-zhang tall city wall that stretched endlessly. There were numerous runes floating on top of the city wall, as if it was some kind of array formation protecting the city wall. 100-zhang? Isn't that too exaggerated? In the mortal world, the city walls are at most 50 zhang tall. How can it be so tall? Is this a city wall? Huo Guang exclaimed in shock. 50 zhang? It's not even as big as some demonic beasts. How can it be used as a city wall? Zhu Jiansheng laughed. This wall can block demonic beasts. Speaking of which, even a high god realm expert can forget about breaking this wall. The Three Swords hero said proudly. How much effort is needed to build this wall? I can't even see the end of it. Huo Guang exclaimed. Idiot, don't you know how to find a feng shui master? Don't feng shui masters do this? Miao said with disdain. Huo Guang's face stiffened. Miao Miao is right. This worry-free city was actually formed by asking the feng shui master to bring the mountain range here and then carefully processing it. At that time, the price paid to the feng shui master was not small. Zhou Jian Sheng explained. 100 zhang tall, you said that even a high god realm expert might not be able to break it. Can't they just fly over? Lu Jin was puzzled. 10% of the city is covered with countless array formations. There are countless array formations on top of the city walls and above the city. Even a high god realm expert would not be able to break through the city's defenses. If they want to enter the city, there's only one way, and that is through the city gates. Zhu Jiansheng explained. Indeed, there was a huge city gate in the distance. Above the gate were the words, Worry-Free City. A large number of cultivators stood at the gate, inspecting the people entering and leaving. What's that? Huo Guang asked in confusion. Zhu Jiansheng said, this place is a treasure land. Originally, the qi of heaven and earth was abundant. Later, the feng shui master brought 5 large dragon veins here. The qi of heaven and earth is abnormally abundant. There are many practitioners living in the city. Some are from sects, some are from clans, and most of them are rogue practitioners. They have open medicine shops, magical treasure shops, and so on. There are nearly 1 million people here. 1 million cultivators? So many? Lu Jin was surprised. Haha, 1 million cultivators. This city is actually not that big. Let's not talk about those large-scale immortal cities. There are close to 300 mortal kingdoms around it, and close to 100 billion mortals. How many cultivators are there in this city? Zhu Jiansheng laughed. Huo Guang and Lu Jin fell silent. When the data came out, the two of them realized that their vision had been too narrow in the past. Let's go into the city, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, Lu Jin and Huo Guang answered. Under the lead of Yin Chuan, 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army stepped into the distant northern city gate. Even though it was an immortal city, thousands of people suddenly came. It was not a small number. The guards at the city gate were slightly surprised. However, with Zhu Jiansheng and the others stepping forward, everything went much smoother. The Day sect was one of the owners of this city. The guards at the city gate were also disciples of the Day sect. Therefore, they entered the city smoothly. Once they entered the city, there were countless mountains around them. The practitioners entered and ran in all directions. Some of the mountains were covered by clouds and mist. Some of them were shrouded in green light in the distance. Huoguang and the others were already dazzled by the sight. Martial Uncle, the areas covered by clouds and mist, are private territories in the city. There are formations protecting the mountains, similar to the houses of every family in a mortal city. Those areas covered by green light are public areas. There are streets, restaurants, and shops. It's actually not much different from the mortal world, Zhu Jiansheng explained. Chapter 340. In Yinchuan nodded. Under the lead of Zhu Jiansheng and the rest, the group quickly arrived at a forested area in the north of the city. The waterfall flowed rapidly, and there were many palaces on the mountain not far from the waterfall. The group arrived at the group of palaces. The scenery was beautiful, and they looked down from above. Main Palace, Great River Hall. There were many Day sect disciples in the surroundings. When they saw Zhu Jiansheng and Yin Chuan, they were extremely polite, and they glanced at Yin Chuan from time to time. Blood demon? That's Yin Chuan. Killing 6,000 people in one night. That's crazy. That's the peak lord of Heavenly Peak. The Day sect disciples discussed in low voices. Yin Chuan ignored them. Instead, he stood in front of the Great River Hall and looked around. This place was very high up. Standing in front of the Great River Hall, one could see endless mountains and rivers. In the distance, the green light shrouded the area. There were countless cultivators and many buildings. In the center are the shops, Zhu Jiansheng said. By the side, Huoguang exclaimed in admiration, "Just how big is this worryless city?" Because cultivators like to occupy their own mountains. Even though there are millions of cultivators, the city is very big. It's about the size of a province in the mortal world. Zhu Jiansheng smiled. So big? Huoguang exclaimed. Of course it's big. In the street in front, you can have whatever you want, as long as you have spirit stones. Zhu Jiansheng smiled. Yin Chuan looked at the Great River Hall behind him. Great River Hall. Huoguang, get someone to change the signboard of the Great River Hall to King of Hell's Hall. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Huoguang received the order and left. Tell me about the sect that controls Worry-Free City. Yin Chuan said. Yes, the first one is the Day sect. The second one is the Life League that was annihilated. The third one is the Demon Reigning sect. Actually, Martial Uncle knows the leader of the Demon Reigning sect, Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. Oh, Zhu Jiansheng smiled and said, back in the mortal world, Uncle Master met King Mai in the Feng Shui formation. He is the sect master of the demon-controlling sect. Senior Mai came from the state of Zhong, which is close to the Yin state. When Uncle Master was in Beijing, Uncle Master took down 2 of King Mai's Qi state disciples. Do you still remember? King Mai. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, there are 3 other sections. They are the High Serenity sect, the Middle Serenity sect, and the Low Serenity sect. Zhu Jiansheng said. Oh, High Serenity sect, Middle Serenity sect, and Low Serenity sect? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes. I heard that the founders of these 3 sects were all disciples of a sect called the Serenity sect. After the Serenity sect was destroyed, the 3 of them started their own sections. The names are quite similar, and the 3 sects have a good relationship with each other. Zhu Jiansheng explained. My lord. Lu Jin frowned and said. Is it them? Yin Chuan said lightly. Lu Jin took out a list. There are almost 100 sects on the list. That's right. These 3 sects were the ones that forced the old emperor to his death. Lu Jin said seriously. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen's expressions changed. They smiled bitterly and said, That's right. These three sects were the ones that forced your father to his death. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded lightly. Originally, Carefree City was divided into 6 parts. The 6 sects were each in charge of one part of the city. The central business district was under our joint jurisdiction. My day's sect was in charge of the northern district. The 3 swordsmen said. Are they all lower-ranked sects? Yin Chuan asked. No. In fact, our day sect is the only legitimate lower-ranked sect. The demon-driving sect is just an ordinary sect. The other 3 are actually lower-ranked sects conferred by the Great Winged Heaven School. Zhujian Sheng explained. Chapter 341. Is there a city lord? Yes, the sect leader of the Central Serenity sect, Zheng Hong, was elected by the 6 sections. He's an expert at the peak of the God realm. Zhujian Sheng said. The Central Serenity sect, Zheng Hong? Yin Chuan frowned. The Life League and the 3 Serenity sect were elected by the 4 sects, so he naturally became the city lord. Of course, Carefree City is divided into 6 parts, so even if he becomes the city lord, we won't lose much. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. I roughly know the situation in the city. Where's ZZ staying? Yin Chuan asked. Miss Z? Marshal Uncle, you're going? Yes, I'll go and see her first. Then I'll send Marshal Uncle. Zhu Jiansheng said immediately. Okay, Huaguang, set up camp and let the soldiers rest. Yin Chuan said to Huaguang, who was changing the plaque. Yes, Huaguang replied. At this moment, the main hall's plaque had been changed. King of Hell's Palace. Let's go. Not long after Yin Chuan entered the city, the news quickly spread. In a large hall in Carefree City, a man in a luxurious robe sat on the main seat. It was King Yi, whom Yin Chuan had met before. There were 7 or 8 cultivators standing in front of him, 3 of which were King Ye's disciples. Eldest senior brother, Dan Xingzi's expression was extremely ugly. Master, Yin Chuan came just now? Dan Xingzi said with an ugly expression. He still remembered the feeling of being stepped on by Yin Chuan. It was the shame of his life. Master, rumor has it that Yin Chuan killed 6,000 disciples of the Life League in one night. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Yes, Master. The last time I saw him, he was only in the strength realm. Dan Xingzi said. But it's true that the Life League was uprooted by Yin Chuan. Moreover, King Yi said in a deep voice. Besides what? The low-tier disciples of the Life Alliance weren't the only ones who were killed. All of the Life Alliance's divine realm experts seem to have died. King Yimu said in a grim voice. The disciples. Master, what do you think we should do? Dan Xingzi was conflicted. Lu Gang, what do you think? King Wild took a sip of tea and looked at his youngest disciple. Lu Gang used to be a worshipper of the state of Zheng. Later on, King Mai had taken him in as a disciple in order to seize the army destroyer's will in the Feng Shui formation. He was the first to surrender to Yin Chuan in the Battle of Yanjing. Disciple feels that we should wait and see. Perhaps there will be more changes. Lu Gang rubbed his bald head and smiled. Oh, King Yimu asked calmly. Although this disciple has only joined the sect for a short period of time, I know a little about the situation in Carefree City. The Life Moon League and the Triyu sect have a close relationship. Once the Life Moon League is destroyed, the Triyu sect might vent their anger on Yin Chuan. They might even target Yin Chuan. Lu Gang said respectfully. That's right. Continue. King Mai nodded. Now that the Life Moon League is destroyed, there will definitely be conflicts in the city. Master, why don't you let the Day sect and the Triyu sect fight for it first? We can make our move when the situation is clear. Lu Gang said seriously. Good. Master didn't misjudge you. King Mai looked at Lu Gang with a smile. Master, of course. You already know everything. You're just testing me. Lu Gang immediately said humbly. You may leave. King Mai said with satisfaction. Yes. The disciples all left the hall. After leaving the hall, Lu Gang looked at Dan Xingzi and third senior brother curiously. Eldest senior brother, third senior brother, are you still planning to take revenge for Yin Chuan? Lu Gang asked. The two of them looked at each other, and their faces twitched. Revenge? Revenge my ass. Yin Chuan alone killed hundreds of cheesesteak cultivators. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went after him? Senior brothers, junior brother feels that there is no deep hatred between us and Yin Chuan. All of this can be resolved, Lu Gang said with a smile. Chapter 342. Carefree City on a small hilltop. Zhu Jiansheng, Yin Chuan, Lu Jin, and Miao were standing on the hilltop. Leaning on Yin Chuan's shoulder were Miao. Martial uncle, Miss Z is in the mountains in front. It's called Purple Heart Villa. Zhu Jiansheng pointed to a place not far away. Purple Heart Villa? Yin Chuan looked at the place not far away. Why is there no one living in the surrounding mountains? It's such a big area. Why is there no one? Is the terrain not good? Lu Jin asked curiously. Zhu Jiansheng smiled bitterly and said, the terrain is excellent and contains auspicious energy. It's a rare treasure land, but because Miss Z is here, so... Zhu Jiansheng did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood. They were afraid of Miss Z and did not dare to go near her. How do you know that Miss Z is here? Yin Chuan asked. Miss Z has a property in the downtown area of the city, but she rarely goes there. I heard that she lives in Purple Heart Villa all year round. She doesn't even bring any servants or maids with her. She lives alone. Zhu Jiansheng said. The surrounding clouds are very light. There doesn't seem to be any formation. Lu Jin asked curiously. Formation? Does Miss Z need a formation for her residence? Who dares to go there? Zhu Jiansheng asked curiously. Wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look. Yin Chuan said. Outside? Lu Jin was worried. Zhu Jiansheng heaved a sigh of relief. Miao, you stay too. Yin Chuan said to his shoulder. No, I want to go. Miao suddenly shouted. What are you going to do? Yin Chuan frowned. You don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, I'll be by your side. I won't disturb you. Miao hugged a high-grade spirit stone and said, crack, crack. As he chewed on the spirit stones, he looked at Yin Chuan with a gaze that seemed to say, I'm definitely going. All right, when the time comes, you stay at the side and don't mess around. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan took a step forward and headed deeper inside. Walalala. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of a waterfall. Following a clean path, Yin Chuan slowly walked towards a large waterfall. There was a deep pool under the waterfall, and there were a few simple houses on the shore. Not far from the house, there was a wooden sign with the words Purple Heart Villa carved on it. There was a relatively quiet lake beside the deep pool, and there was a long pier that extended into the middle of the lake. Yin Chuan could see at a glance that ZZ was sitting on the dock. ZZ was sitting alone on the dock, with a pair of shoes and a golden mask beside her. ZZ's feet were placed in the lake, and she was gently paddling. She was holding a red comb in her hand, and facing the reflection of the lake, she was gently combing her long hair. It was accompanied by a cool breeze and water vapor. Hum, 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 hum. Under the loud sound of the waterfall, ZZ's voice was faintly heard, as if she was humming some kind of moving music. It was very pleasant to the ears. Yin Chuan stood not far away, quietly watching. He watched ZZ's feet swaying in the lake, gently combing her hair and humming a tune by herself. Yin Chuan stood there for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, but ZZ's posture never changed. Crack, it's been so long. Why is she still combing her hair and humming? Miao was puzzled as she bit the spirit stone. You don't understand. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. What do you think? Miao asked curiously. This is a person's romance. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Chapter 343. One person's romance? Miao? Miao really didn't understand. Who's there? ZZ seemed to have sensed someone approaching. ZZ put down the comb in a panic and quickly picked up a golden mask. After putting it on, she turned around. The moment she turned around, Yin Chuan saw ZZ's eyes turn purple. ZZ turned around angrily and saw Yin Chuan standing there quietly. The moment she saw Yin Chuan, her purple eyes revealed a trace of surprise and joy. The original anger dissipated and her purple eyes slowly turned back to black. Ah! Miao looked at ZZ curiously. Looking at ZZ, Yin Chuan smiled. This smile made ZZ's mood instantly lighten up. She pulled her fair and delicate feet out of the lake and gently shook off the water stains. She put on her shoes and walked over. Yin Chuan, why are you here? ZZ's voice was filled with joy. Purple hair and purple clothes. Even with the golden mask, it couldn't hide her mature beauty. I just arrived at Carefree City and came to see you. Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan walked forward again. Don't come over. ZZ instantly panicked and retreated. I said it's okay. Yin Chuan smiled. Don't. It's good to talk like this. ZZ shook her head. Meow, big hooligan. She didn't even let you go forward, and you still want to go forward. Are you going to violate her? Meow chewed on a spiritual stone and gloated. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He regretted bringing Meow along. Perhaps she was too focused on Yin Chuan, but ZZ seemed to have only noticed Meow now. This is your cat? So cute and can talk. ZZ's eyes were filled with affection. I'm not a cat. I said, I'm not a cat. Meow suddenly shouted. This was a matter of principle. Meow looked at ZZ angrily. ZZ looked at Meow in surprise. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. This awkwardness was not because of Meow, but because of Yin Chuan. She's a tiger. Her name is Meow. She likes spirit stones. Yin Chuan immediately introduced. Did you hear that? I'm a tiger, a big tiger, meow meow. Meow bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Hearing Yin Chuan's explanation, ZZ immediately understood what he meant. With a faint smile, he walked into the room at the side. Soon, he came out with a box. Oomph. Meow was still hostile towards ZZ. Meow, I made a mistake just now. In order to apologize to you, I'll give you a little toy. ZZ said with a smile. Little toy? Oomph. ZZ said ungratefully. ZZ gently opened the box. Suddenly, a faint red light emerged from the box, emitting a mesmerizing color. In the box, there were 2 red gemstones. The gemstones were emitting a faint red light, which was exceptionally mesmerizing. Supreme-grade spirit stones? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Meow, meow, meow. Meow abandoned her principles in the blink of an eye and smiled as if she was trying to please ZZ. ZZ placed the small box on the stone table at the side and gently stepped back. These are 2 supreme-grade fire spirit stones. I'll give them to you as an apology, okay? ZZ smiled. Meow, meow, Sister ZZ is so beautiful. Meow immediately jumped off Yin Chuan's shoulder and jumped onto the stone table. She looked at the supreme-grade fire spirit stones with a mesmerizing expression. The big hooligan is in luck. Go and marry Sister ZZ. In the future, I'll have supreme-grade fire spirit stones every day. Meow hugged a supreme-grade fire spirit stone and said happily. Chapter 344. Meow was only the size of 2 fists, and a piece of top-grade spirit stone was the size of a fist. Meow was not content and seemed to want to hug the 2 of them together, which was very cute. Meow is so cute. ZZ smiled. Perhaps it was because ZZ was also very friendly to Meow. Yin Chuan stepped forward slightly, and ZZ retreated slightly. However, seeing Yin Chuan's determined eyes, ZZ's eyes moistened. She did not insist and allowed Yin Chuan to come within 2 feet of her. Let's sit by the lake for a while more. Yin Chuan said. Okay. ZZ nodded. The 2 walked back to the dock together. ZZ left a small red comb on the dock. Sitting beside the comb, Yin Chuan followed ZZ's example. He took off his shoes and put his feet in the lake. Sitting on the dock, he slightly stirred the lake water. Seeing Yin Chuan's actions, ZZ was touched. She did not know when it started, but she had hoped that there would be someone who would quietly accompany her like this. In the past, everyone avoided her. Now, there was finally someone who did not avoid her. Her husband? ZZ's eyes were filled with a sense of peaceful satisfaction. Just like Yin Chuan, she took off her shoes and put them in the water. Sitting by the lake, they sat quietly for a while. I heard from Zhujianxing that you've been living here all these years. You don't go out much? Yin Chuan asked softly. Yes. ZZ nodded. There's no one around here, not even a maid. Don't you feel lonely living here alone? Why don't you live in the downtown area? At least you can see a lot of people. Yin Chuan asked. ZZ bit her lips and was silent for a while. Finally, she shook her head and said, I like being alone. It's quieter. Really? Yin Chuan asked. ZZ was silent and did not say anything. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said softly, Don't worry. With me here, you won't be lonely again. Yes, ZZ said softly. The two of them just sat there like that. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. 1,000 words and 10,000 words are not enough to sit together. Just as ZZ was feeling the warmth of his heart, suddenly, a red light fell from the sky and went straight into the center of the lake. Boom! The center of the lake exploded in all directions. Yes, Yin Chuan's expression changed. Someone was coming to attack. He was about to stand up. It's someone I know. It's fine, ZZ immediately said. Oh, Yin Chuan felt relieved. At the center of the lake, a woman in red was standing there. Her red robe was shaped like a Chong Sam, and it wrapped around her voluptuous figure. Her red hair was draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite face revealed a faint heroic spirit. Her clothes fluttered as she stood on the surface of the lake. She looked like a goddess in the water. It was extremely eye-catching. Who are you? Why are you in the Purple Heart Mountain Villa? The red-clothed woman immediately frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. I am ZZ's husband. Who are you? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Husband? Yin Chuan? You are Yin Chuan? The red-clothed woman was slightly surprised. ZZ, is it because of him that you are unwilling to go back with me? The red-clothed woman frowned and looked at ZZ. Let me ask you, who are you? Yin Chuan asked again. ZZ immediately looked at Yin Chuan and said, Her name is Meng Hongying. She is my cousin. Cousin? Meng Hongying? Yin Chuan said in surprise. ZZ has a cousin? Yin Chuan looked at ZZ in surprise. In Yin Chuan's impression, ZZ was the only one. How could she have a cousin? A month ago. I just found out. ZZ smiled bitterly. So it's true? Yin Chuan frowned. It was mentioned in the letter that my father left me. My parents are from the Meng family, but they broke a taboo and were expelled from the family. They are not allowed to use the surname Meng, ZZ said bitterly. Broke a taboo? Expelled from the family? Yin Chuan was surprised. My parents are cousins. Maybe it's retribution. They shouldn't be together, but they got together and gave birth to me. I cursed them to death. ZZ explained bitterly. Chapter 345. Yin Chuan fell silent after hearing ZZ's explanation. ZZ, why are you telling him so much? I'm here to bring you back. Grandfather has forgiven your parents. Moreover, they are dead. Come back with me. Meng Hongying said. Go back. What have you been doing all these years? Yin Chuan's face darkened. If ZZ was alone, it would have been fine. But now, they found out that there was a family behind ZZ. Since there was a family, why did this family ignore ZZ all these years? Me? Us? Do you think it's easy to bring ZZ's parents back? Grandpa has just become the head of the family and obtained the divine throne. If he had brought ZZ's parents back earlier, the elders in the family would have killed them. Grandpa is protecting ZZ's parents. Meng Hongying shouted. Oh! Yin Chuan's face softened. I've been investigating in Carefree City for the past few days. ZZ, you've been wronged all these years. Come back with me. No one will hate you when you're home. Everyone will respect you, and you'll have enough power. You can do whatever you want. Meng Hongying persuaded. Zizi shook her head and said, I think it's a good idea. Eh. Meng Hongying was stunned. What's so good about being hated by those ignorant people? If it were me, I would have gone crazy. Wait, is it because of him? Meng Hongying turned and looked at Yin Chuan, who was sitting beside Zizi. Zizi remained silent. She did not say anything, but she was sure of it. Meng Hongying stared at Yin Chuan and squinted her eyes. Level 5 Essence Realm? Yin Chuan, aren't you afraid of death? Meng Hongying asked. Death? Why would I die? Yin Chuan smiled. Don't you know about Zizi's curse? Anyone who dares to come close will be in trouble. Don't you know? Meng Hongying said. Zizi's expression froze, and a trace of impatience flashed in her eyes. She then took a deep breath and remained silent, as if she was waiting for Yin Chuan's answer. Zizi is my wife. Why can't I get close to her? Aren't I close now? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Meng Hongying frowned. Indeed, Yin Chuan was right beside Zizi. Let me tell you, you're not worthy of Zizi. Don't you dare. Meng Hongying shouted, but halfway through, Zizi interrupted him. Meng Hongying, Zizi shouted. Meng Hongying was slightly surprised. That's my business. It's none of your business, Zizi said in a low voice. Meng Hongying looked at Zizi anxiously. Zizi, let me tell you, there are no good men in this world. He's just using you. Meng Hongying shouted. Enough, Zizi said angrily. All right, let's not talk about this. I have another question for Yin Chuan, Meng Hongying said anxiously. After all, they were cousins. Zizi did not object this time. Yin Chuan, I know about Zizi's curse. Those who do evil to Zizi will be cursed immediately. Those who do good to Zizi will also be cursed, but it will be weaker and will be delayed for a period of time. You're sitting beside Zizi, and I think you're trying to touch her. You're up to no good, Meng Hongying said coldly. So, Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Since you want to be Zizi's husband, do you dare touch her? If you don't, then you must be up to something, Meng Hongying said coldly. Chapter 346. Meng Hongying. Zizi's eyes flashed with anger. Ulterior motives? Zizi is my wife. What am I after? What do you want from the Meng family? I didn't know anything about the Meng family before today. Besides, Zizi is my wife. Why should I be afraid? Yin Chuan said lightly. As she spoke, she grabbed the red comb at the side and grabbed Zizi's beautiful hair. Don't! Zizi cried out. It doesn't matter. I, Yin Chuan, am blessed with good fortune. I'm not afraid of curses. Let me comb your hair for you. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. Reaching out, Yin Chuan touched Zizi's beautiful purple hair. Grabbing the red comb, Yin Chuan gently combed Zizi's hair. As the comb brushed across her scalp and her hair, Zizi seemed to be stunned. I said it's fine. Yin Chuan smiled. Zizi's eyes immediately moistened. His eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. How dare you? Meng Hongying was stunned. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling over and rumbling above Yin Chuan's head. The massive black cloud instantly covered Worry-Free City in darkness. You came. Here it comes. Endless thunder? Heaven's wrath. Meng Hongying looked at the sky in surprise. For a moment, countless cultivators in Worry-Free City raised their heads to look at the sky. They stared in shock at the dark clouds that suddenly gathered in the sky. What's going on? Was this the heavenly tribulation? Who is transcending the tribulation? What tribulation is this? 49 heavenly tribulations? So big? No, the 59 heavenly tribulation seems to be even greater. My God, how is this possible? All of the Xiozha in Carefree City looked at the sky in terror. Who? In all directions of the Worry-Free City, raging winds blew, as though the end of the world had arrived. Countless people were terrified. Rumble. In the airspace above the Worry-Free City, a gigantic blue dome suddenly appeared, covering the top of the city, as though it was preparing to block the rolling tribulation clouds. How is that possible? The carefree city's array automatically defended itself? That means that only those who possess sufficient strength to destroy Worry-Free City would be able to do so. What tribulation is this? It can't be divine retribution, right? Countless shoujo were terrified. The rolling tribulation clouds were filled with a boundless aura of destruction. A large number of cultivators broke into a run in terror, fleeing out of Worry-Free City. It was too terrifying. Such a huge tribulation cloud. Purple Heart Villa. The sky was dark, and a fierce wind blew in the Purple Heart Mountain Villa. Almost everyone was stunned. Meng Hongying could sense that the tribulation clouds were targeting her. Yin Chuan? Were they targeting Yin Chuan? Divine retribution? Meng Hongying was stunned. This is too exaggerated. This cousin is too exaggerated. Divine retribution? Yin Chuan also stared blankly at the sky. It's just a small hairstyle. Is there need to go so far? What kind of stance was this? What kind of stance was this? Why was it so similar to a mortal's tribulation? It was just combing her hair, just a small one. No, get out of the way. ZZ pushed Yin Chuan away in fear. The red comb fell to the ground. ZZ was so frightened that she started crying. She wasn't crying for herself, because she knew that no matter how big the tribulation was, she would be fine. It was because of Yin Chuan. Because Yin Chuan combed her hair, the divine retribution was here. The divine retribution was targeted at Yin Chuan. No, ZZ screamed at the sky. However, the divine retribution didn't stop. It seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and the dark clouds are getting thicker. The thunder was getting louder and louder, as though the heavens were angry. Chapter 347. No, don't, ZZ said anxiously. Meow. Meow, who was sitting on the stone table not far away, immediately stood up. Meow let go of the supreme grade spirit stone in her hand and looked up at the sky. Meow. Meow. Meow roared at the sky. It was as if she wanted to use her aura to suppress the heavenly punishment, but she did not seem to have any aura at all. Meow. Meow quickly jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Meow, meow. The last meow of the cat suddenly soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and mist, and instantly rushed into the tribulation clouds. Meow. His meow echoed in the dark clouds. However, it was this cute meow that caused the angry tribulation clouds to slowly stop roaring. Rumble. Meow. 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 Amidst the meow, the raging tribulation clouds strangely retreated. More and more of them retreated. The city defense array of Carefree City also slowly dissipated. Countless cultivators of Carefree City looked up at the sky in confusion. What kind of joke is this? It's gone just like that? It's not the tribulation? Did the heavens recognize the wrong person? The cultivators were conflicted. This was toying with their emotions. The tribulation clouds retreated in the blink of an eye. More and more dark clouds dispersed. Gradually, they completely disappeared. The sky cleared up in the blink of an eye. Occasionally, two birds would fly by. It was as if everyone had just had a dream. Purple Heart Villa. As the ones who had experienced it personally, Yin Chuan, Meng Hongying, and ZZ felt it the most. They were about to explode, but a kitten's meow disappeared. Meng Hongying looked at Meow. This kitten? Meng Hongying's face stiffened. You're the kitten. Your whole family are kittens. Meow was angry again. Ugh. Meng Hongying choked on Meow's scolding. Yin Chuan looked at Meow with surprise in his eyes. It was an unexpected surprise. Fighting against the heavens? Where did Meow come from? It's too fierce. Yin Chuan had known that Meow would be extraordinary since he'd picked it up from the immortal's tomb, but this was too extraordinary. Meow, thank you. I still have 3 top-grade spirit stones in the shop. I'll give them to you together, ZZ said excitedly. Meow. Meow squinted its eyes in excitement. Meng Hongying frowned and said, ZZ, this is Yin Chuan's luck. If you remove the mask, then... ZZ turned its head and looked at Meng Hongying coldly. Meng Hongying stopped talking when she saw the anger in ZZ's eyes. Meng Hongying, I only allowed you to stay because of your bloodline. You've already angered me. If you say anything bad about Yin Chuan again, I'll teach you a lesson, ZZ said coldly. Meng Hongying's face stiffened. Humph. Meng Hongying snorted at Yin Chuan. She swung her ribbon and flew into the sky. She flew away in the blink of an eye. Mask. Can't I remove the mask? Yin Chuan asked curiously. ZZ shook her head and said, It's not that you can't remove it. The mask is used to suppress the curse. Once you remove it, the curse will be twice as strong. Then, Yin Chuan was interrupted by ZZ before he could say anything. I don't want to remove it. Don't remove it, okay? ZZ asked. Okay. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. One day, I'll remove the mask for you, Yin Chuan said seriously. Okay. ZZ's eyes flashed with satisfaction. But this time, you came close to me and even combed my hair. Although Miao has solved the heavenly tribulation, there might still be bad luck. There might still be, ZZ said worriedly. Chapter 348. Inside King Yimu's residence. City Lord Zheng Hong sent an invitation. King Yimu looked at the golden invitation in his hand in silence. A group of disciples stood in front of him. Master, is this a welcoming banquet for Yin Chuan? Lu Gang smiled. Yes, it's just as you thought. King Yimu nodded. Of course. While I was young, I also used this method. The territory controlled by the Life League is a fat piece of meat. The Triu sect is trying to force Yin Chuan to give up on this piece of meat. Lu Gang sneered. Force Yin Chuan to give up? Is that possible? Dan Qingzi frowned. Nothing is impossible. Didn't the Triu sect snatch the city lord's position in a fit of anger? Lu Gang sneered. Then will Yin Chuan give up? Dan Qingzi asked curiously. Probably not. Although I haven't interacted much with Yin Chuan, I know that he's not one to let himself be taken advantage of. Moreover, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Let's watch them bite each other when the time comes. Lu Gang smiled. King Yimu looked at his new disciple, Lu Gang, with satisfaction. Originally, he only accepted Lu Gang as a disciple to make use of him. After all, Lu Gang's aptitude was too weak. But now, it seemed that this disciple was quite useful. All right, let's wait and see. King Yimu nodded. Noon of the second day. Yin Chuan brought ZZ, Huoguang, Lu Jin, Zhu Jiansheng, and the 7 swordsmen to the center of Carefree City. As for Miao, she was sleeping in the King of Hell's palace. They stood in a huge plaza and looked at the floating island a few hundred feet in the air. The island was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Mountains can float in the air, Lu Jin exclaimed. This is called the floating island. There's only one in Carefree City. It costs a lot to build this island. There are countless arrays on it, and it's also the place with the most yuan qi in Carefree City. It's also the city lord's mansion. Zhu Jiansheng explained. In front of everyone, there was a man leading the way. Everyone, the city lord and the 3 hall masters are already waiting for you at the city lord's mansion. Please go up. The man who led the way said respectfully. Zhu Jiansheng. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes, Martial Uncle, don't worry. Zhu Jiansheng immediately shouted. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen suddenly emitted a powerful aura, which formed a wall of qi under their feet. The qi wall slowly lifted everyone up into the air. Clouds surrounded them as if they were stepping on a cloud. It slowly flew towards the floating island's city lord mansion. There were many palaces on the floating island. Laughter could be heard coming from the largest hall of the Ashoka Hall. Ha, he's here. Yin Chuan doesn't even know how to fly. He still needs Zhu Jiansheng and the others to carry him. Ha ha. Play the music, continue, ha. Phew. Yin Chuan and the rest finally reached the floating island. Standing on a huge platform, they looked at the surrounding clouds and the splendid palaces. From here, they could overlook the entire Carefree City. The view here is really wide, Huoguang exclaimed. Yin Chuan slowly walked towards the center of the Ashoka Hall. There were originally many guards around the Ashoka Hall. Each of them was arrogant, as if they were prepared to take Yin Chuan down a notch. However, when Yin Chuan approached, the guards were dumbfounded. This was because there was a lady beside Yin Chuan, a lady that none of the guards dared to offend, Miss Z. Why is Miss Z here too? Chapter 349. Why didn't anyone tell me that Miss Z is coming? That Jinx is here. Senior brother, what should we do? Do we still need to block them? Block my ass. Block them if you want. The guards quickly moved aside and looked at ZZ and Yin Chuan in horror. Juji and Sheng and the rest were pleased with themselves. When they got closer, they heard the sound of musical instruments coming from Ashoka Hall. Before they even entered, they could see women in gauze dancing. Oomph. ZZ snorted. She invited Yin Chuan to a banquet, but did not come out to greet him. Instead, she enjoyed herself. It was obvious that she wanted to embarrass Yin Chuan. ZZ was naturally uncomfortable. It's fine. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan was the first to step into the hall. The rest followed Yin Chuan into the hall. The singing and dancing continued. The people in the hall seemed to not see Yin Chuan and the rest, as they were intoxicated by the singing and dancing. Yin Chuan entered the hall and stood there quietly. Then, he took a look at everything in the hall. A man in a luxurious robe sat on the main seat in the north. Behind him stood a few subordinates. The one sitting on the main seat is the mayor, Zheng Hong. ZZ said, There were 2 rows of seats in the hall. There were 2 main seats in each row and a few secondary seats behind them. The one on the upper left is the High Serenity sect leader. The one on the upper right is the Low Serenity sect leader. The one on the lower left. ZZ explained. I know, King Mai. Yin Chuan smiled. The empty seats on the lower right should be ours. ZZ said. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan looked at the group of people. Everyone in the hall had noticed Yin Chuan as well. However, in order to embarrass Yin Chuan, no one said anything and pretended not to know. Oomph. ZZ snorted and stepped forward. The group of dancers screamed and dodged. The dancers had naturally seen ZZ long ago, but they hadn't received any instructions. Now that they saw ZZ walking over, they naturally turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged. With this dodge, everyone can no longer keep up the act. Haha. So it's Days Sex Peak, Master Tion. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Forgive me. Zheng Hong stood up and said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled and said, I'll pardon you. Zheng Hong's face stiffened. Forgive me, I was just being polite. Do you really want to take advantage of me? Pardon me? So Miss Z is here too. Zheng Hong immediately turned his gaze to ZZ. Seeing that Zheng Hong deliberately ignored him again, Yin Chuan also smiled slightly and walked naturally to the empty seat at the side. ZZ followed beside Yin Chuan, while Juji and Sheng and the others walked to the second seat behind Yin Chuan. Zheng Hong asked for a snub, his expression extremely unsightly. Mayor, since you've invited me, I'll sit. Yin Chuan smiled and looked at Zheng Hong. Sit. Zheng Hong's face darkened. With a wave of his robe, Yin Chuan and ZZ sat in the main seats, while Juji and Sheng and the others sat in the second seat. Zheng Hong took a deep breath and slowly sat down. The faces of the sect leaders of the Yu sect also darkened. Only King Mai, who was sitting opposite Yin Chuan, looked indifferent. He drank his wine with surprise in his eyes. Yin Chuan is really bold and arrogant. Dan Qingzi whispered to his junior brothers. Yes, Master said that he's only at LV5 Essence State. Isn't he courting death by provoking the mayor like this? Who asked him to bring Miss Z with him? Who dares to touch him? But I don't know why Miss Z is here. Chapter 350. Whispers could be heard all around. Yin Chuan, may I know why Miss Z is traveling with you? Zheng Hong looked at Yin Chuan and asked. Everyone fell silent. ZZ is my wife. You didn't say on the invitation that I can't bring a family member, did you? Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone's expression changed. Wife? Yin Chuan's wife? How could this be? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in shock. It was as if they had seen the most ridiculous thing in the world. Who would want this jinx? Ha ha ha. So it's Mrs. Yin. Congratulations. Zheng Hong raised his cup and laughed. ZZ felt a wave of comfort in her heart. After all, Yin Chuan said it in front of so many people. She raised her cup and returned Zheng Hong's toast. Yin Chuan, this is your first visit to Carefree City. It's only right for us 4 temple masters to hold a welcoming feast for you. Come, let's toast to Yin Chuan. Zheng Hong smiled. That's right. Good. The temple masters raised their cups. Yin Chuan smiled and raised his cup. If it's just a welcoming feast, then Yin Chuan, thank you very much. With that, everyone into the toast. I've long heard that the Day Sect's Peak Lord Tian is a young hero. During the battle of the demonic Wind Mountain Range, he single-handedly killed 6,000 Life Moon League disciples. Your name has spread far and wide. Zheng Hong laughed. City Lord is too polite. 6,000 elite realm cultivators. If City Lord wanted to kill them, wouldn't he be able to kill them with a flip of his hand? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. I've also heard that the Life Moon League was uprooted by your people. Zheng Hong chuckled. It's just luck. Yin Chuan smiled. Speaking of which, this Carefree City still has 1/6 of the Life Moon League's assets. Now that the Life Moon League has been uprooted, this assets will naturally be divided among the 5 sections. What do you think? Zheng Hong smiled. Sure enough, after 2 cups of wine, the real highlight of the show began. Whether it was King Yimu or the Temple Masters, all of them looked at Yin Chuan with rapt attention. Redistribution? City Lord's idea is good, but it is not easy to divide equally. What about the contracts that the Life Moon League and the city's cultivators made in the past? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Average? Yin Chuan was willing to share that territory? Everyone was overjoyed. Contract? Zheng Hong was slightly surprised. That's right. The duration of the contract is limited, and it's not easy to divide the gains and losses. In a short period of time, it's really hard to divide. I suggest that one sect be in charge first, and this sect be responsible for sorting out everything before dividing the contract. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. Overseer of a sect? Who do you think is in charge? Don't tell me it's your Day sect. The sect master of the Shangyo sect said coldly. No, the Day sect isn't good at this. I think it's best for the demon-controlling sect to take charge first. Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Whoever controls it first will have the advantage. Yin Chuan actually let go of the Life League's territory. King Yimu was also stunned. Did this meat pie fall into his lap? What do you think, King Yimu? Yin Chuan looked at King Yimu with a smile. King Yimu took a deep breath. Of course, he had to agree. If he gave a false report, it was very likely that he could take over half of the Life League's territory. In fact, he could even refuse to give it up in the future. King Yimu was about to agree. Master, you can't. Lu Gang quickly stepped forward and pulled King Yimu back. King Yimu looked at Lu Gang with furrowed brows. Yin Chuan also looked at Lu Gang with a slightly surprised expression. Master, Lu Gang shook his head again with a serious expression. King Yimu's expression changed. After all, it wasn't easy to spit out a piece of meat that fell into his mouth. He took a few deep breaths and shook his head again. No, I don't have the time to take care of it. King Yimu immediately noticed that the gazes of the sect masters around him softened slightly. Softened? King Yimu immediately broke out in cold sweat. He had almost lost his mind just now. Since you don't have the time, I think. Zheng Hong was about to say something. Then let the High Serenity sect take care of it for now. Yin Chuan smiled again. Everyone was confused again. What was Yin Chuan planning? Pushing out the Life League's territory? Was he crazy? King Yimu also looked at Yin Chuan with a confused expression. Sect Master of the High Serenity sect, what do you think? I'll have to trouble you. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay, no problem. The High Serenity sect's sect master agreed immediately. Zheng Hong and the High Serenity sect's sect master frowned, but they didn't object in the end. After all, The High Serenity sect was on their side. However, they were even more confused as they looked at Yin Chuan. Could it be that Yin Chuan was scared? Chapter 351. The Hall Masters stared blankly at Yin Chuan. They couldn't figure out Yin Chuan's intention. The Life League was uprooted by Yin Chuan. According to the rules of the cultivation world, Yin Chuan had the most authority over the Life League properties. Previously, they had discussed for a long time how to make Yin Chuan give up the authority over the Life League properties. But who would have thought that Yin Chuan was such a spendthrift? 1/6 of the Carefree City's tax revenue was enough to nourish a large sect. Give up? Throw it to the High Nether sect? Zheng Hong was originally prepared to launch an attack, but it was as if he had punched cotton. Haha, the Day sect is indeed generous. Let's toast to Hall Master Yin. Zheng Hong laughed dryly. Great! Everyone raised their cups again. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and took a sip. Yin Chuan directly revealed the Life League's properties, making Zheng Hong's prepared speech useless. The atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Mayor, this wine seems to be of average quality, Yin Chuan said faintly. Oh, Zheng Hong didn't understand. It's a pity that it's not as good as the wine ZZ brought last time. ZZ, is that wine from your Drunken Immortal Inn? Yin Chuan turned to look at ZZ. Yes. ZZ nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Zheng Hong again and said, Mayor, since the matter is out in the open, thank you for your hospitality today. I will also take my leave. Everyone in the hall was stunned. How long has it been? 2 cups of wine, and he's leaving? Yin Chuan is leaving? This banquet is too short. Of course, everyone was still shocked by the fact that Yin Chuan had given up the Life Alliance's property. They hadn't come back to their senses yet. Leave? The sect master of the Low Nether sect suddenly said, The banquet has just begun. If Lord Tianfeng leaves now, wouldn't that be saying that we didn't treat him well? Then what do you want? Yin Chuan smiled. Why don't we get someone to join in the drinking? The sect master of the Underworld sect laughed. How? Yin Chuan asked calmly. The sect master of the Serenity sect gave a look to the people behind him. Immediately, a black-robed man walked out. I am Chen Lu, a 3rd-generation disciple of the Serenity sect. I heard that Hall Master Yin killed 6,000 elite realms from the Sun-Moon Alliance. I would like to ask Hall Master Yin for advice. The black-robed man said. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. He looked at the people around him. Did they send the elite realms to test him? The Hall Masters looked at them calmly, and no one stopped them. After all, everyone wanted to know whether Yin Chuan's legend was true or not. Moreover, they could also test how powerful Yin Chuan was. Even if Chen Lu could not defeat him, the Divine Realm Warriors could save him. Huoguang. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Huoguang stepped forward. Tianfeng Day sect. I am an anonymous outer disciple. Huoguang said. The Hall Masters frowned, but did not say anything. You? Chen Lu said coldly. LV5 of the Elite Realm. Huoguang. Huoguang said solemnly. Chen Lu showed a hint of disdain. LV9 of the Elite Realm. Chen Lu. Please. Huoguang shouted. Come on. Chen Lu said disdainfully. Bang. Huoguang's aura suddenly surged. Army Destroyer, stabilizing the Central Plains. Huoguang suddenly thrust his spear. Huoguang instantly transformed into a gigantic phantom of a ferocious general. An indomitable aura gushed forth. The long spear in his hand was imbued with the might of a heaven-tier cultivation art, capable of stabilizing the Central Plains. Although his cultivation was a little lower, his strength soared to the extreme in an instant. Chen Lu's face changed as if he saw a huge mountain pressing down on him. Chapter 352. Impossible. Chen Lu raised his sword to block the attack. Kill. Huoguang's murderous aura exploded. Boom. Chen Lu was instantly flung out and slammed into the door of the main hall. Chen Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Are you kidding me? Is this LV5 of the profound state? He is only at the early stage of the chi state. Chen Lu had a lot to say, but he was speechless. Defeated in one move? The faces of all the hall masters trembled. They were going to test Yin Chuan and suppress Yin Chuan's arrogance so that he could keep a low profile in the future. You want to challenge my king with such strength? What a disgrace. Hua Guang said without holding back. Bastard, who told you to hurt my disciple? Another black-robed man said coldly. Palace Lord, is this your disciple? Yin Chuan said calmly. The Palace Lord's face darkened. Chen Lu represented the Palace Lord's reputation, but he was humiliated too quickly. Chen Shang, Chen Lu is not as strong as you. Don't be rude. The Palace Lord said. Yes. Chen Shang frowned and nodded. Chen Shang looked at his injured disciple and said, I am Chen Shang, second-generation disciple of the Palace Lord. I heard that Palace Lord Yin killed hundreds of Qi State cultivators in the Demon Wind Mountains. I don't believe it and would like to challenge Palace Lord Yin. Let me, Hua Guang said with a cold snort. Chen Shang looked at Hua Guang coldly and said, I know your strength. You are close to the Qi State. You are no match for me. I only asked Palace Lord Yin to challenge me, not you. Hua Guang said angrily. I'll do it. Jiu Jiansheng immediately stood up. I said, I only want to challenge Palace Lord Yin. It has nothing to do with you, Jiu Jiansheng. Chen Shang continued. Qi State challenge? I will challenge you. ZZ said angrily. Chen Shang's face froze. Challenge, ZZ? What a joke. No, I will only seek guidance from Hall Master Yin. Chen Shang shouted again. ZZ, sit down. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ nodded obediently. Looking at the wine in his cup, Yin Chuan sighed softly. This wine tastes really bad. Zheng Hong's face stiffened. He was angry, but he didn't say anything. Now that Chen Shang wanted to test Yin Chuan's strength, he would naturally let him do as he wished. Yin Chuan put down his wine cup and said, Chen Shang, right? You're asking me for advice? Yes. Hall Master Yin, please use your sword. Chen Shang said solemnly. Draw my sword? You should know that I don't like to fight. When I use the Jade Emperor's sword, there must be blood. If I attack, people will die. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Chen Shang's face froze. He looked at the Underworld Sect's sect master. Seeing the Underworld Sect's sect master nod, he mustered his courage and said, Even if I die, Chen Shang has no regrets. Hall Master Yin, please advise me. Ha! Yin Chuan sneered. Hall Master Yin, please advise me. Chen Shang shouted again. All right, if you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Yin Chuan stood up slowly. Yin Chuan, ZZ said worriedly. No worries. Yin Chuan shook his head. The Underworld Sect's sect master clenched his fists. He was testing Yin Chuan. As long as Chen Shang showed signs of being defeated, the Underworld Sect's sect master would definitely save him. Yin Chuan walked slowly to the center of the hall and looked at Chen Shang, who was at the door. I'm going to draw my sword. Watch carefully. Yin Chuan sneered. Come, Chen Shang said solemnly. Yin Chuan's eyes widened and a fierce aura exploded. The emperors broke through the gate and rushed towards Chen Shang. In Chen Shang's eyes, he seemed to see a huge golden dragon rushing out from Yin Chuan's eyes. Chapter 353. The golden dragon roared as its dragon might soared into the sky. Once the Emperor Golden Dragons appeared, it was as if the heavenly might had rushed into one's mind. Boom! Chen Shang's mind buzzed as his consciousness went blank. Rumble! His mind went blank. Chen Shang was a Qi realm expert, not a strength realm mortal. Although Yin Chuan's will was strong, it couldn't shatter a person's soul like before. At most, it could only stun him for 2 breaths. However, in a battle between experts, these 2 breaths were enough to kill. Yin Chuan stepped forward. Xing! The Jade Emperor's sword instantly cut Chen Shang in half like a puppet. Boom! Chen Shang's body exploded as his organs splattered all over the ground. His blood flowed out as he died a horrible death. Ah, all the experts in the hall were at a loss. How is this possible? Is Chun Shang crazy? Why didn't he dodge? Why didn't he move? I thought Chun Shang would dodge. Is Chun Shang stupid? Chun Shang is dead. Everyone in the hall was confused. Yin Chuan, the sect master of Shio's sect, stood up and shouted angrily. The sect master of Shio's sect wanted to save Chun Shang, but only after the battle. Who would have thought that Chun Shang would die so directly? Yin Chuan ignored the sect master of Shio's sect. After all, Chun Shang asked for death in front of everyone. He couldn't blame anyone. However, he died too quickly. ZZ, let's go. The wine here is too disgusting. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Tavern for some good wine. Yin Chuan smiled at ZZ. ZZ nodded and followed Yin Chuan. Once Yin Chuan left, Zhu Jiansheng, Huo Guang, Lu Jin, and the 7 swordsmen naturally followed. They didn't care about the others in Ashoka Hall and left directly. Everyone in the hall was left in silence, looking at the internal organs scattered all over the ground and Yin Chuan's departing figure. Zheng Hong felt as if Yin Chuan had slapped him in the face and left without a second thought. The banquet ended on a sour note. Zhu Jiansheng and the others used White Cloud to carry Yin Chuan and his group off the floating island and flew to a mountain peak in the distance. Zhu Jiansheng looked back regretfully. Marshal Uncle, are we just going to hand over the Life Alliance's assets? Zhu Jiansheng asked, feeling a little indignant. That's right, King. Why did you give it to the High Serenity sect? Huo Guang was also confused. Yin Chuan turned his head to look at the floating island and asked with a smile, Huo Guang, what do you think of this floating island? Supreme Highland, Huo Guang said after some thought. And at most 1 or 2 years, we will be living there. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Ah, Zhu Jiansheng was surprised. Don't worry, I don't care about the Life Alliance's assets. Yin Chuan shook his head and said softly. Then what do you want? ZZ asked curiously. I want the entire carefree city. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said indifferently. What? The 3 swordsmen were surprised. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal Inn for a drink. Yin Chuan smiled. Carefree Hall. After sending off King Mu and the others from the demon-controlling sect, the sect master of the Triple Serenity sect fell silent. What do you think? Zheng Hong asked in a low voice. Yin Chuan is a tough nut to crack. Bastard. The sect master of the Triple Serenity sect said coldly. Since we didn't find anything, let's wait and see. There will be plenty of time in the future. The sect master of the Triple Serenity sect said. Zheng Hong nodded. The most important thing now is the heavenly wrath from yesterday. Elder Yu from the Great Winged Heaven School has urged us more than once. Continue to investigate. Zheng Hong said again. Chapter 354. Inside King Yi Mu's residence. King Yi Mu sat in the main seat with his disciples on both sides. Lu Gang, why did you stop, Master? Why did you stop Yin Chuan from handing over the Life Alliance's properties? Do you know how much you've caused the demon-controlling sect to suffer? Eldest senior brother, Dan Qingzi shouted. Dan Qingzi. King Yi Mu stopped Dan Qingzi and looked at Lu Gang. Lu Gang speak. King Yi Mu looked at Lu Gang. Disciple instinctively felt that there was danger in this place, but Disciple wasn't sure. Lu Gang said, You stopped, Master, because you weren't sure? Dan Qingzi asked. Let him speak. King Yi Mu shook his head. Thank you for your trust, Master. On the way back, Disciple realized that this place isn't just dangerous, it's extremely dangerous. Lu Gang said, Oh, the Life Alliance's properties aren't a piece of meat, but a source of disaster. Master, think about it. This piece of meat should have been Yin Chuan's. Now that he's given it to Master, what will the Triune sect think of it? Will they allow Master to swallow it? Lu Gang asked solemnly. Will the Triune sect target the demon-controlling sect? That's right, Lu Gang said in a low voice. The Triune sect is like 3 vicious dogs against the demon-controlling sect. If they really target the demon-controlling sect, the Great River sect will just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Master, what are you thinking? King Yi Mu's pupils shrank. What? Dan Qingzi was confused. Destroy the sect, Lu Gang said. What? That's impossible, Dan Qingzi exclaimed. Why not? The Triu sect can't get a share of the Life Alliance's properties, but they can get two once the demon-controlling sect is destroyed. Why not? Lu Gang sneered. King Yimu's face darkened. But Yin Chuan gave this piece of meat to the Triu sect, Dan Qingzi said with a frown. No, not the Triu sect, but the Shanyo sect. Although the Triu sect has a close relationship, they are still three sections. Senior brother, didn't you see what happened in the main hall today? Yin Chuan gave the benefits to the High Nether sect, but ruthlessly slapped the faces of the Nether sect and the Central Nether sect. Lu Gang said solemnly. Why is that? Dan Qingzi frowned. Sowing discord within the Triu sect will split into three sects. King Wild narrowed his eyes. Master is wise, Lu Gang immediately said. There was a heavy silence in the hall. Thinking of all this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What is Yin Chuan trying to do? Dan Qingzi asked with an ugly expression. I don't know either. However, it's best for us to bide our time and not fight for it. Let's see what they do, Lu Gang said in a low voice. This Yin Chuan isn't simple, King Yimu said in a low voice. Also, eldest senior brother, third senior brother, it's best for you to forget the grudge between you and Yin Chuan. Although the Day sect doesn't have many disciples, that's only because of Yin Tao's death. The Day sect still has many high-ranking disciples. Our demon-controlling sect can't compare to the Day sect or the Triu sect, so we're the weakest. Now that the Day sect and the Triu sect are fighting, it's best for us to bide our time, Lu Gang said solemnly. Dan Qingzi and third senior brother raised their eyebrows. That's right. If the two of you can't control yourselves, return to the sect first, King Yimu said in a low voice. Yes, master, don't worry. We will definitely control ourselves, Dan Qingzi immediately said. Chapter 355. Carefree City. On the bustling streets, large numbers of cultivators came and went. Here, all the cultivators walked on the ground, abiding by the rules of Carefree City. In the middle of the bustling streets, there was a huge 5-story restaurant. It was the famous Drunken Immortal restaurant. Yin Chuan and ZZ sat on the 5th floor, enjoying the scenery of the streets and the hustle and bustle of the main hall downstairs. Some rogue cultivators sat together, chatting and singing. It was a place of great joy. Not far away, Hua Guang and the rest were sitting. Yin Chuan and ZZ sat opposite each other. There were 10 jugs of fine wine on the table. ZZ poured a cup for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan tasted them one by one. This wine is not bad. It tastes sweet, but there's a faint bitterness in the aftertaste. What is it called? Yin Chuan put down a cup. This is called Yearning Tears. ZZ explained. Yearning Tears? Yearning is sweet. Yearning is bitter. What a good Yearning Tears. Yin Chuan nodded. How does Martial Uncle know everything? I have been drinking for so long. Why can't I feel the faint bitterness? Zhu Jiansheng rubbed his nose and said bitterly. Martial Uncle is a person with good taste. Senior brother, you're drinking like a bull. Zhu Jiansheng is just a person who drinks a lot. He doesn't know wine. The 3 swordsmen interrupted. I don't know wine. Zhu Jiansheng glared. The 2 brothers started to play. While Yin Chuan was tasting the wine, there were sounds of whistling coming from downstairs. You guys don't know how powerful that pig demon was. We were about to be finished, but suddenly there was a release of arrows. 1,000 shooting sun arrows killed the pig demon instantly. Too beautiful. We have heard of so many scams. You guys got lucky. However, you haven't told us who helped you. You guys definitely didn't expect him to be Blood Demon. Blood Demon Yin Chuan. Do you guys know? The ferocious person who killed 6,000 alone in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Hearing the whistling from downstairs, Yin Chuan was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head and saw the mercenaries he had met on the way to Carefree City. The leader of the mercenaries, Mu Qianli, laughed as he drank his wine. He stared at his subordinates and continued to brag. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He looked down and said to Huoguang, "Invite Mu Qianli up." "Yes." Huoguang quickly went downstairs. Everyone didn't understand what Yin Chuan meant, but they didn't ask. Soon, the answer was revealed. Soon, Mu Qianli walked upstairs cautiously. He saw ZZ at a glance. "Ah!" Mu Qianli exclaimed. When he was suddenly invited up by Huoguang, Mu Qianli knew that it was Yin Chuan. He didn't know how to face him, but when he suddenly saw the jinx ZZ, he immediately panicked. "Greetings to Senior and Miss Z," Mu Qianli said immediately. "Don't be so reserved, just stand there," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Senior." Mu Qianli stood 20 feet away. "Senior, may I know what instructions do you have for me?" Mu Qianli asked immediately. "I heard you say that you can earn 50 inferior grade spirit stones in a month by risking your life." Yin Chuan asked. "Yes." "Then, how is this number among the mercenaries?" Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Qianli immediately revealed a proud expression. "Senior, I'm not bragging, but my number is definitely one of the best among all the mercenaries. Many cultivators can't even earn spirit stones in a month and will even lose a lot." "Oh," Yin Chuan smiled. Hee, of course. It's just that we are small itinerant cultivators and can't be compared to the Day sect," Mu Qianli said humbly. Chapter 356. Hee, if I give you 1 mid-grade spirit stone a month to hire you, would you be willing? Yin Chuan smiled. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Senior, are you joking?" Mu Qianli was surprised. "I'm not joking. Would you be willing?" Yin Chuan asked. "Yes, of course," Mu Qianli said excitedly. "However, Senior, I still have a few dozen brothers to eat with us. Can they?" Mu Qianli said with anticipation. Looking at Mu Qianli, Yin Chuan smiled and said, "How can a few dozen be enough?" "Ah, then how many do you want?" Mu Qianli was slightly stunned. "At least tens of thousands." Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Ah." Mu Qianli was surprised. It was as if he didn't believe Yin Chuan. Not only Mu Qianli, but Zhu Jiansheng and the rest also looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. What kind of joke was this? Tens of thousands? Day sect originally only had 4,000 people, and Tianfeng added 3,000 at one go. Now he wanted to add tens of thousands? "I'm serious. I'll have to trouble you with something," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Senior, please speak." Mu Qianli immediately said, "Help me inform all the mercenary groups in the city that King of Hell's Palace is recruiting. The more, the better. Ordinary soldiers will be paid 1 mid-grade spirit stone a month. Promotion by 1 rank will be paid 10 times. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. "Ah, really?" Mu Qianli was shocked. Promotion by 1 rank will be paid 10 times? Wouldn't that be 10 mid-grade spirit stones? If he wanted to be promoted, wouldn't it be 1 high-grade spirit stone? Mu Qianli's breathing was a little hurried. "Lu Jin, give him 1 high-grade spirit stone for operation," Yin Chuan said. "Yes." Lu Jin immediately took out a high-grade spirit stone. Mu Qianli held the spirit stone in disbelief. "King of Hell's Palace. Where's King of Hell's Palace?" Mu Qianli asked. "It's Carefree City, the original Day Hall," Lu Jin explained. Oh. Mu Qianli immediately nodded. 3 days later, the King of Hell's Palace will be recruiting mercenaries. The minimum requirement is 2 years. There are so many people in Carefree City. If you recruit 10,000 people, you will be rewarded with a high-grade spirit stone. If you recruit 20,000 people, you will be given double the reward. If you recruit 30,000, you will be given double the reward. And so on and so forth. Yin Chuan laughed. "Ah, yes. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Mu Qianli said excitedly. Mu Qianli had an account in his heart. 1 high-grade spirit stone for 10,000 people. If he were to recruit 50,000 people, wouldn't that be 16 high-grade spirit stones? That was an astronomical figure that he didn't even dare to imagine in the past. "Go." "Yes." "Senior, don't worry." 3 days later, at the king of Hell's palace, I will definitely summon over half of the mercenaries in the city. Mu Qinli excitedly retreated. The moment Mu Qinli left, everyone started shouting. Martial uncle, what do you mean by this? That's right, martial uncle. Why do you want to recruit tens of thousands of people? No matter how big your family is, it won't be enough. That's right. My king, why do you want to recruit so many people? Hua Guang didn't understand. It's time to recruit. Tens of thousands of people? Is that a lot? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Tens of thousands of people? Was that a lot? The faces of Zhu Jiansheng and the rest turned black. What a joke. This wasn't a lot? Do you have enough spirit stones? I still have some. Zizi immediately said. Looking at Zizi, Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Seeing Yin Chuan nodding, a smile flashed across Zizi's eyes. If Yin Chuan didn't want it, Zizi would feel uncomfortable in her heart. Hua Guang, the newly recruited soldiers will fill up the first legion. Do you understand? Yin Chuan said faintly. Yes, my king, don't worry. 3,000 people and 30,000 people were two completely different concepts. An army of tens of thousands of cultivators. Hua Guang's heart was surging with excitement just thinking about it. Chapter 357. Day Sect, Main Peak, Great River Hall. The great swordsman rushed back to meet Feng Tairan and the Three Peak Masters. At this moment, the hall was silent. How many days has it been? This Yin Chuan is too troublesome. Gao Bufan said with a strange expression. Recruiting? Tens of thousands of people? Feng Tianyu also had a strange expression. Mo Wu Hui did not say anything. Feng Tairan frowned. Sectmaster, this is what happened. Although this is Martial Uncle's matter, the commotion this time is too big. Therefore, I came back to report it. As for the details, Sectmaster should decide personally. The great swordsman said respectfully. Sectmaster, everyone looked at Feng Tairan. Feng Tairan took a deep breath and said, My injuries are almost healed. Let me handle this matter. Yes. The Three Peak Masters nodded. Let's go. I'll go with you to Carefree City. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. Carefree City, King Mai's residence. Master, the news has spread throughout Carefree City. King of Hell's Palace is recruiting mercenaries. Dan Xingzi frowned. What a huge commotion. Lu Gang frowned. King Mai looked at Lu Gang. Master, I only guessed that Yin Chuan would play some tricks. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge commotion? Recruiting mercenaries? What is he trying to do? Lu Gang was puzzled. Second brother, fourth brother, go take a look. King Mai said to the other two disciples. Yes, master. The two of them immediately left the hall. Carefree City, King of Hell's Palace. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of cultivators gathered. Why can't I? Why does it have to be 2 years? Move aside, don't block the way, move aside. We still have to sign up, move aside. A large number of mercenaries signed up. Lu Jin led 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army and screened the large number of cultivators who signed up. On the mountain, King of Hell's Palace, only Yin Chuan and Hua Guang were in the hall. Your Majesty, it's already the 5th day. As of today, we've already recruited 35,000 people. Hua Guang said excitedly. Hua Guang was certain that he was the most accomplished person in the history of the Hua family. Tomorrow is the last day. We can probably reach 40,000 people. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, almost all of these mercenaries are in the Essence Realm. The highest among them is at LV9, Hua Guang said. So, from now on, you have to work even harder. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Hua Guang said solemnly. Do you know how to deal with these people? Yin Chuan asked. Hua Guang nodded. This subject understands. I will break up the small groups and reorganize them. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Your Majesty, do you have any orders for the recruitment of 40,000 people? Hua Guang asked. Reorganize the First Legion. In 3 days, we will leave the city and head for the Demon Wind mountain range. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Demon Wind mountain range? Yao Tianshang cleansed the Demon Wind mountain range once and took away all the Emptiness Realm monsters and more than half of the Immortal Realm monster kings. With an army of 40,000 people, they will be able to do whatever they want. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. I will give you 1 year. In 1 year, these rogue cultivators will be trained well. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. 1 year? Don't worry, Your Majesty. In 1 year, there will be strict military discipline. I will maintain the morale of the soldiers. Hua Guang said with certainty. In 1 year, I will have great use for you. Don't disappoint me, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 358. Yes, I will train in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range for a year. At the same time, I promise that I will reach the Qi state in a year. I will not disappoint my king. Hua Guang said confidently. You have the army breaking well. You will be able to reach the Qi state if you lead 40,000 soldiers to kill monsters in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range. Work hard. Our journey has just begun. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. By the way, you can kill and eat all monsters except for the tiger tribe. Yin Chuan said after thinking for a while. Hua Guang thought about Miao and immediately understood. I will pay attention. Hua Guang nodded. Go and familiarize yourself with the First Legion. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Hua Guang nodded and left the hall. 3 days later, outside the king of Hell's palace, Yin Chuan stood on top of the mountain and looked down at the 40,000 soldiers. After 3 days of reorganization, the 40,000 soldiers were starting to take shape. Behind Yin Chuan stood Lu Jin, the 7 swordsmen, Zhu Jiansheng, Feng Tairan, and Duan Sanshu. Looking down at the 40,000 soldiers, except for Lu Jin, they all had a bitter look on their faces. How dare you? Feng Tairan said with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan smiled and turned to Duan Sanshu. Duan Sanshu, are your injuries better? Yin Chuan asked. Almost. Thanks to you last time in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range. Duan Sanshu said with a smile. There is something I need your help with. Yin Chuan said. Oh, go ahead. Duan Sanshu said immediately. Duan Sanshu did not decline the favor of saving his life. I want you to protect Hua Guang for a year. Yin Chuan said with a smile. A year? They're going to the Devilish Wind Mountain Range. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Demon Wind Mountain Range again? Duan Sanshu's expression changed slightly. You don't usually have to do anything. In fact, the strongest experts in the Demon Wind Mountain Range are only a few at the Godly Realm. You just have to protect Hua Guang. Yin Chuan said with certainty. All right. Duan Sanshu nodded. After saying this, Duan Sanshu flew down the mountain. Yin Chuan lightly waved his hand downward. Below him, the First Legion commander Hua Guang immediately accepted the order. All troops, follow me out of the city. Roar. The army of 40,000 roared in response. Rumble. Rumble. The 40,000-strong army marched out of the king of Hell's palace and into the city, heading out of the city. Wherever they passed, they turned into smoke and rolled away. On this day, the entire city was alarmed by Yin Chuan's extravagance. Everyone stopped what they were doing and observed this strange army of 40,000. Yin Chuan is crazy. He recruited so many mercenaries. Yeah, it won't be long before Yin Chuan is eaten up. 40,000 troops, 40,000 mouths. Where are they going? How would I know? While the cultivators were discussing, King Yimu, Zheng Hong, and the others waited in silence. No one could see through Yin Chuan's plan. What was the use of these low-level cultivators? An army? In the eyes of the Godly Realm experts, an army was the most useless thing. With their Godly Realm cultivation, they could take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. Once the leader died, the army would scatter. What was the point? Yin Chuan stood in front of the king of Hell's palace, watching the First Legion leave. The first army was officially formed. Yin Chuan, 40,000 troops. That's thousands of high-grade spirit stones a year. Can you afford it? Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. That's why I came to you. But before that, I want to ask you for a few more people. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, great swordsman, second swordsman. It's the two of them. Yin Chuan laughed. What orders do you have for us? Great swordsman asked curiously. Yes, martial uncle. If you have any orders, just say it. We will do it. Second swordsman said immediately. What is it? Feng Tairan asked curiously. Lu Jin is going to the mortal world soon. She's going to my Yin state to bring some things back. Great swordsman and second swordsman will go with her to protect someone for me. It might take a few years, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. A few years. Great swordsman was surprised. Of course, if you're tired of it, you can ask other swordsmen to do it. But you must make sure that he has 2 Qi Jing cultivators protecting him. If you go to protect that person, the Day sect will give you 5 times more spirit stones. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. 5 times more spirit stones? Second swordsman was surprised. 5 times, martial uncle. Why don't I go? 3 swordsmen suddenly smiled. Yes, I will go. 5 times more. 4 swordsmen immediately shouted. Hee. Great swordsmen and second swordsmen are more calm and can endure loneliness. That's why I asked them. Yin Chuan shook his head. Who? Feng Tairan was puzzled. One of my officials. His name is Yi Feng. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Feng Tairan looked at great swordsman and second swordsman. Sect leader, martial uncle, don't worry. We will not let him get hurt. The two said with certainty. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Feng Tairan naturally had no objections. Since that's the case, Lu Jin, go buy some things and prepare to leave. Yin Chuan said to Lu Jin. Yes, King. Don't worry. Lu Jin said respectfully. Both of you, please follow me. There are many things in Carefree City that I need your help to buy. Lu Jin smiled at great swordsman and second swordsman. Okay. The two followed Lu Jin and left. Martial uncle, what about us? Is there anything that we can help with? Zhu Jiansheng asked. Although they didn't know what Yin Chuan was up to, Zhu Jiansheng and the others could feel that Yin Chuan was planning something. We will be busy from now on. Rest well. I will call you when the time comes. Yin Chuan smiled. You can leave first. I have something to say to Yin Chuan. Feng Tairan said lightly. Yes. Everyone nodded. Speak, what do you want to do? Feng Tairan asked. Standing in the square in front of the king of Hell's Hall, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, What do you think of Carefree City? Oh. Feng Tairan's eyes narrowed as if he had guessed something. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. That year, your father said that he would think of a way to completely control Carefree City. What a pity. Do you also want to? Feng Tairan said solemnly. Why not? Yin Chuan smiled. Feng Tairan looked at Yin Chuan and shook his head. It's not enough. Your 40,000 soldiers are useless. This Carefree City isn't that easy to take. The 4 major sects will never give it up. Give it up? Who needs them to give it up? Yin Chuan sneered. Oh, the 3 Serenities sect forced my father to his death. I want to uproot the 3 Serenities sect. Yin Chuan said coldly. What? Feng Tairan was shocked. Impossible. The 3 Serenities sect is stronger than my Day sect at its peak. How can it be uprooted? Feng Tairan couldn't believe it. Who says I can't? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Chapter 359. King of Hell's Hall. At a stone table in front of the hall, Yin Chuan invited Feng Tairan to sit down and explained his plan in detail. Originally, there were 6 great sects in the worry-free city. My Great River sect used to be the biggest sect. Even now, we still have 13 godly realm experts in our first generation. However, most of them are wandering outside. In the vicinity of the Great River sect, there are only me, the 3 Peak Masters, and Duan Sanshu. Only 5 people. Feng Tyrant said. I understand. Day Sect only has 5 Immortal Realm experts. What about the others? Yin Chuan poured a cup of wine and asked with a smile. 3 Serenities Sect has 5 Immortal Realm experts each, and all of them are in their own sects, 15 in total. While Imperial Monster Sect has 4 Immortal Realm experts. How can my Day Sect uproot them? Feng Tyrant was confused. That's why I came to you. They have 19 Immortal Realm experts? Why don't you separate them? Yin Chuan laughed. Oh, I've studied the Day Sect's defensive formation. Why not put it in Carefree City? Yin Chuan laughed. Put it here? How can that be? That's my Day Sect's most sensitive secret. Even in the sect, it's not fully opened. How can we set it up here? Once the other 4 sects figure it out, my Day Sect's last line of defense will be gone. Feng Tyrant shook his head. Ha ha ha, no. The last line of defense? Why do we need to defend? Uproot these sects. What else do we need to defend against? Moreover, the best defense is not these formations, but strength. With strength, who would dare to invade? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Feng Tyrant's eyes narrowed. He looked pensive. Day Sect's defensive formation covers Carefree City. Not only us, you also need to persuade the other 4 sects to set up their strongest formations above Carefree City. Let Carefree City have the strongest defense. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Why is that? Feng Tyrant was puzzled. The strongest defense is not only for external defense, but also for internal defense. When the time is right, we will surround the city and kill all the heroes. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to use Carefree City to trap and kill them? Feng Tyrant asked in surprise. That's right, Yin Chuan said solemnly. But, Feng Tyrant frowned. Don't worry, I've already buried the catalyst. When the time comes, it will draw out all the Divine Realm experts. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're really crazy, Feng Tyrant said with a complicated expression. Oh, but I like it, ha ha ha. Feng Tyrant suddenly laughed. Yin Chuan's expression relaxed slightly. I know. Since you said that, you must have a plan. Tell me, what do you want to do? Feng Tyrant said with a smile. The time will be about a year from now. Therefore, the first thing to do is to send the disciples of the sect to secretly recall all the first-generation disciples. We have to go secretly. Yin Chuan laughed. There are still 8 first-generation disciples outside, but we might not be able to recall all of them. I don't know where some first-generation disciples have gone. Feng Tyrant said with a frown. Bring back as many as you can. When the time comes, say that the sect's survival is at stake, and they must return. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Feng Tyrant nodded. The second thing is contact the sect leaders of the various sects and set up a formation for Carefree City. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Set up a formation? What's the reason? A few days ago, thunder rumbled in Carefree City, and the heavenly punishment almost fell. This is the reason. In order to better protect Carefree City, this excuse is enough. Yin Chuan said confidently. But they can't be as selfless as me. They can't possibly set up all their defensive formations. Feng Tyrant said after some thought. Chapter 360. Isn't that better? Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, you're right. Ha ha. Feng Tyrant laughed. But when the time comes, even with the formation, the Day Sect will have a hard time. Compared to the 4 sects, we're still far behind. Feng Tyrant said in a deep voice. Far behind? Don't worry. I'll find a way. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, Feng Tyrant asked curiously. Well, we'll know in a few days. We'll see. Yin Chuan said. Feng Tyrant nodded. Also, the spiritual stones from the Life League are only enough to support the 40,000 troops for a few months. I'm recruiting for 2 years. The rest of the spiritual stones will be collected from the Day Sect. Yin Chuan smiled. I knew you were waiting here. 40,000 troops and 400 upper spiritual stones a month. This number is too terrifying. Why did you think of recruiting so many troops? Feng Tyrant frowned. I have my own uses. Moreover, I think it's too little. Yin Chuan shook his head. Too little. Feng Tairan was speechless. Don't worry. After a year, Carefree City will be ours. By then, the spiritual stones won't be so tight. Yin Chuan said. Feng Tairan was speechless. All right, I'll give you the spiritual stones. Feng Tairan nodded. Sect leader, you're so generous. Let me toast you. Yin Chuan raised his cup and smiled. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly and drank with Yin Chuan. It's not that I'm generous. I think highly of you. Feng Tairan smiled. Oh, I understand. The strength of a sect doesn't just depend on experts. It also depends on people with great courage. Although you're young, I can see great courage in you. Even your father can't compare to you. I believe in you. When you reach the immortal state, I'll pass the position of sect leader to you. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Pass it on to me? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Wasn't it a little too early to say that? Yes, I'll pass it on to you. I don't know why you've recruited so many soldiers, but I know you must have a plan. Your vision is further than mine. The day's sect will only flourish in your hands. I'll protect it for you. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Feng Tairan and fell silent. In the end, he nodded. The two of them no longer spoke. Instead, they sat in front of the Yama Palace, surveying the entire worry-free city. Beijing Xinglua Villa, the valley within the valley. Grandpa, demonic beasts, so many demonic beasts. Ilin shouted excitedly. Yifeng smiled and said, Take these things and leave first. Don't disturb me. Oh, okay. Ilin retreated excitedly. There were only Yifeng and Lu Jin in the gazebo by the lake. Lu Jin looked at a chessboard in the pavilion. Is this the first chessboard that the king played? Lu Jin asked curiously. That's right. These days, I've been studying this chessboard whenever I have free time. The king's chessboard is filled with the aura of a sovereign. Incredible, Yifeng exclaimed. The Grand Preceptor must have been working hard these days. Lu Jin said with a smile. It's just some trivial matters on my side. How have you been, king? Yifeng asked. Of course. The king has already taken root in the cultivation world, and his name has shaken the entire cultivation world. The battle at the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Lu Jin didn't hide anything and gave a rough summary of what had happened these days. The world of cultivators is really colorful. Yifeng exclaimed. Yeah, the king's first army now has an army of 40,000 cultivators. These days are really like a dream, Lu Jin said with a smile. Chapter 361. Does the king have any orders? Yifeng frowned slightly. This time, I've purchased a large amount of cultivation manuals, pills, and artifact from Carefree City. King said that you'll be in charge of everything. If possible, it's fine to spread the cultivation manuals to everyone. Lu Jin said solemnly. Cultivate the entire population? Yifeng's expression changed. Yes. As for how to spread it and how to control it, it is still up to you to decide. The king said that in a few years, he will return to establish a country, so that you can be mentally prepared. Lu Jin said solemnly. Then, when will the First Legion return? Yifeng asked solemnly. First Legion? The First Legion will not return unless after the establishment of the country. Lu Jin said. Yifeng nodded and his expression relaxed slightly. Why? Is there a difference? Lu Jin asked curiously. Here in the mortal world, there are 3 countries that are at war. If the First Legion intervenes, there is no need for me to arrange anything. They can quickly wipe out the 3 countries. However, the king did not do so. I understand the king's intention. Yifeng laughed. What does that mean? Lu Jin did not understand. The king is broad-minded and far-sighted. No matter how strong an army is, it is only an army. The king is starting to cultivate a second army. Yifeng smiled. Oh, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. All right, what are the 2 cultivators that follow me here for? Yifeng asked. They're the great swordsman and second swordsman that I mentioned before. The king specially sent them to ensure your safety and protect you. Lu Jin said solemnly. Yifeng took a deep breath and bowed slightly to the north. Thank you, king. All right, the king has a mission for you. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, Oh, the former consecrator of Zheng country, Lu Gang. The king wants you to quickly gather all the information about him in the mortal world. Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, Okay, Carefree City, City Lord Mansion, Feng Tairan, and the 4 palace lords gathered. If that's the case, then this old man will make preparations first. Feng Tairan said to everyone. Yes, everyone nodded. Feng Tairan stepped out of Ashoka Hall and flew into the distance. Zheng Hong, King Mai, Sect Master Shanyo, and Sect Master Shio all looked at Feng Tairan with furrowed brows. Is the Day Sect really willing to make the mountain guarding formation public? Sect Master Shio asked in confusion. What do you think, King Yi? Zheng Hong looked at King Yi. King Yi fell silent for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, Since Feng Tairan has spoken, then he must be telling the truth. However, I wonder how much of the Day Sect defensive formation he will provide. My CNU sect definitely won't take it all out. The CNU sect master said coldly. It's fine as long as you know what you're doing. King Yimu smiled faintly, unwilling to speak any further. Everyone fell silent. Everyone, I'll be leaving as well. Farewell, King Yimu said with a smile. With that, King Wild Mu turned around and left. Only the sect master of the Triu sect was left. Is there still no sign of the heavenly phenomenon? Zheng Hong asked solemnly. Elder Yu wants to know, but so do we. We just don't have any leads. Sect Master Shanyo said solemnly. Yeah, there's no news at all. Sect Master Xiaoyo shook his head. By the way, isn't it time to divide the Life League's assets? Sect Master Xiaoyo asked again. Sect Master Shanyo frowned and said, I'm not done yet. Let's wait a little longer. Wait? Wait for what? You're not thinking of taking it all for yourself, are you? Sect Master Xiaoyo's face darkened. What do you mean by taking it all for myself? I'm in charge of the statistics now. Of course I have to be responsible for everyone. Sect Master Shanyo's expression changed. You. Sect Master Xiaoyo's expression changed. Zheng Hong's expression also darkened. All right, I'm going back first. I'll inform you when I'm done. Sect Master Shanyo said solemnly. Chapter 362. Carefree City, Purple Heart Villa. Feng Tairan gathered a large number of Day Sect disciples and began to set up a formation in Carefree City. Yin Chuan went to Purple Heart's place to relax and enjoy some wine. Is there anything I can help you with? Purple Heart asked softly. There's no need. Although it's a little complicated, I'm confident. Yin Chuan smiled. No, I know it's not that easy. If there's anything I can do, let me do it. Purple Heart shook her head. Looking at Purple Heart's resolute gaze, Yin Chuan's expression softened. All right. Yin Chuan put down his wine cup and nodded. Purple Heart's eyes lit up. What do I have to do? Let me comb your hair for you again. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. No. Purple Heart cried out. Comb her hair? Purple Heart was almost scared to death the last time. Don't worry, there's Meow. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow? Meow, who was lying in a pile of spirit stones not far away, let out a puzzled cry. No, it's too dangerous. Purple Heart said worriedly. Meow's head popped out from the pile of spirit stones happily. Big hooligan, are you going to violate Sister Purple Heart again? Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan's face darkened, and Purple Heart's face turned red. Don't worry, if it's just a simple comb, I can stop the divine punishment. If it's more, I won't be able to stop it. Meow shook her head. What more? If you say more, I won't give you any more spirit stones. I'm going to take back the spirit stones you're lying on. Purple Heart cried out with a red face. Meow. Meow didn't say anything. Meow. Meow plunged into the pile of spirit stones again. Yin Chuan looked at Meow Meow in the pile of spirit stones with a strange look on his face. Yin Chuan realized that the little cat he had picked up was not only good at acting cute, it was also evil. Where did such a good kitten come from? King Mai's residence. In front of King Yi stood a group of disciples, each of them holding an invitation card. King Yimu was at a loss when he saw the invitation. "Master, whose invitation card is it?" Dan Xingzi asked curiously. King Yimu handed the invitation over. The disciples passed it around to take a look. "Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan's invitation?" Dan Xingzi said in surprise. "The location of the visit is actually within the demon-controlling sect," Lu Gang said with a frown. "Master, since Yin Chuan wants to pay a visit, why didn't he come here directly? Why did he go to my demon-controlling sect outside the city?" Dan Xingzi asked in confusion. "I don't know," King Yimu replied solemnly. Dan Xingzi thought for a moment and said, "Could it be to trick Master and then destroy this place? There's no need for that. There's no point in destroying it. Although this palace is big, it's just a decoration. It's not worth going to such great lengths." Lu Gang thought about it and said, "Lu Gang, what do you think?" King Yimu asked. "Master, I think that Yin Chuan's invitation card is very polite. We should meet him. However, eldest senior brother is right. We have to be careful here. If possible, we should invite a divine realm martial uncle to oversee the situation. We'll return to the demon-controlling sect and wait for Yin Chuan. We'll see what he's up to," Lu Gang said in a low voice. Maybe he'll bring 40,000 soldiers to the demon-controlling sect?" King Yimu's face darkened. "No way." Everyone's expression changed. "Lu Gang and Dan Xingzi will return with me in 5 days. The rest of you will stay here and pretend that you know nothing," King Yimu said in a low voice. Yes. 5 days later, amidst countless rivers, there was a mountain range shrouded in mist. Chapter 363. A large number of cultivators were gathered around as if they were waiting for something. There was a giant monument at the southern entrance of the mountain with the words "Demon Controlling Sect" written on it. In a forest south of the Demon Controlling Sect, Yin Chuan, ZZ, Feng Tairan, and Lu Jin stood there. Miao was lying on Yin Chuan's shoulder. "Are you really going alone?" Feng Tairan asked with a complicated expression. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Yin Chuan smiled. But ZZ was worried. "Don't worry, I'll definitely come out. I'll comb your hair for you." Yin Chuan smiled. ZZ nodded and said seriously, "If anything happens to you, I won't let the demon-controlling sect off easy. Don't worry." Yin Chuan smiled and walked toward the demon-controlling sect. When they were close, Yin Chuan slowed down with the Jade Emperor sword on his back and Miao on his shoulder. They slowly walked toward the demon-controlling sect's entrance. In the main hall of the demon-controlling sect. In the main hall, King Yimu was in the lead, followed by 2 old men in Taoist robes on his left and right. Behind them were the disciples of the demon-controlling sect. "Senior brother, how many people will Yin Chuan bring?" An old man in a Taoist robe asked. "I'm not sure. Thank you for your hard work, junior brothers." King Yimu smiled. "It's my duty. After the battle at the Taoist Wind Mountain Range, we have to take Yin Chuan seriously. Besides, he has the support of the Day sect and 40,000 soldiers." "Sigh," the old man in a Taoist robe said. "Who would have thought that Yin Tao's son is so powerful? How dare he make the entire sect wait for him?" The other old man in a Taoist robe smiled bitterly. King Yimu also smiled bitterly. Indeed, 3 Immortal State and a group of Chi State cultivators from the demon-controlling sect were waiting for Yin Chuan here. "Report, sect leader, Yin Chuan is here." A disciple of the demon-controlling sect ran over and shouted. "He's here? How many people?" King Yimu asked immediately. "One, just him," that demon-controlling sect disciple reported. "What? Just one person?" An old man in a Taoist robe asked with a stiff expression. The atmosphere in the hall was strange. "One person? Come alone." Everyone was at a loss for words. "Let him in," King Yi ordered in a deep voice. "Yes." After the reporting disciple left, the hall fell into silence again. "Alone? That shouldn't be the case." "The deity realm," old man muttered. In front of the demon-controlling sect. "Hallmaster Yin, please." A disciple leading the way said respectfully. Even though they knew that Yin Chuan was only at the essence realm, no one dared to underestimate him. He was a terrifying blood devil who had killed 6,000 essence realm and hundreds of Qi realm experts in one night, who was not afraid of death and wanted to put on airs with him. Not long ago, in the Ahsoka Hall, a Qi realm cultivator from the underworld sect came looking for trouble with Yin Chuan. In the end, he was killed by Yin Chuan with a single sword strike, and the other hall masters were stunned. Therefore, the disciple leading the way was respectful and even a little fearful of Yin Chuan. Stepping into the demon-controlling sect, Yin Chuan saw a different scene compared to the Day sect. A large number of demonic beasts roamed around the sect. The demonic beasts were running around, and they seemed to be very obedient to some cultivators. Some cultivators were sitting on demonic cows, while others were riding demonic deer. They were running around the sect quickly. As he walked deeper into the sect, a cultivator riding a tiger passed by him. Meow! Meow! Suddenly cried out. Roar! The tiger stopped abruptly and lay on the ground. The cultivator sitting on it was caught off guard and fell down. You! The cultivator's face was covered in dirt, and he looked at the tiger angrily. At this moment, the tiger was lying on the ground and looking at Meow with a fearful expression. Meow! Meow called out proudly. With this call, the tiger's fearful expression slowly receded, and it bowed respectfully to Meow. The surrounding cultivators were at a loss. Even a tiger bowed to a cat these days? Of course, the defeated cultivator didn't dare to cause trouble for Yin Chuan. Hall Master Yin, this way please. The cultivator, leading the way, said respectfully. Yin Chuan looked meaningfully at the tiger on the ground and smiled. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the demon-controlling sect. The demon-controlling hall. In front of the demon-controlling hall, King Yimu was waiting with a group of experts. King Yimu, sorry to keep you waiting. Yin Chuan walked over with a smile. King Yimu looked at Yin Chuan. Did he really come here alone? Hall Master Yin, please come in. King Yimu said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded. A banquet had already been prepared in the hall. King Yimu sat in the main seat in the north, while the rest of the demon-controlling sect sat to his left. There was only one table on the right for Yin Chuan to sit. The demon-controlling sect is honored by Hall Master Yan's arrival. I propose a toast to you on behalf of the demon-controlling sect. King Yimu said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded and toasted with King Yimu. Meow! Meow jumped onto the table, picked up a wine jug, and took a sip. TSK, TSK. This wine tastes terrible. Meow frowned. Everyone in the hall was stunned. It can talk. This kitten can talk. All right, Meow, stop messing around. Take a rest. Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow sat down and took out a high-grade spirit stone from somewhere. She held it and bit it gently. Crunch, crunch. Only the sound of Meow chewing on the spirit stone could be heard in the hall. Everyone in the demon-controlling sect was shocked. High-grade spirit stone? It eats high-grade spirit stones? A disciple exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, a high-grade spirit stone was gone. Meow took out another one and continued eating. A cat that eats spirit stones? Why haven't I heard of this before? A demon-controlling sect disciple exclaimed. Meow? Who called me a cat? Meow jumped up reflexively. The disciple was stunned. Cat your sister. Meow cursed. The disciple's face froze. Meow, that's enough. I'll explain. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meow Meow snorted and ignored him. Hall Master Yin, this is? King Yimu frowned. Meow, it's not a cat. It's a tiger. Don't get wrong. Yin Chuan said with a smile. A tiger? How is that possible? Our demon-controlling sect deals with monsters. Why haven't I seen this before? A demon-controlling sect disciple frowned. That's enough. If Hall Master Yin says it's a tiger, then it's a tiger. King Yimu interrupted the disciple. Hall Master Yin, the invitation mentioned something important and insisted on discussing it here. What is it? King Yimu asked in a deep voice. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Day sect to renew our alliance with the demon-controlling sect. I came alone to show my sincerity. Yin Chuan smiled. Alliance? King Yimu's expression changed slightly. The others in the hall also had different expressions. Yin Chuan smiled and said, after my father's death, King Mai also restrained his disciples from participating in the war between the Yin Kingdom and the Zheng Kingdom. It's obvious that he was very close to my father. That's right. King Yimu nodded. Chapter 364. After my father's death, King Yi restrained his disciples from participating in the war between the Yin state and Zheng state. It's clear that he had a good relationship with my father. Yin Chuan smiled. That's right. King Yi nodded. The Day sect and the demon-controlling sect used to be allies, right? Yin Chuan took a sip of wine and asked. The hall fell silent. Yes, they used to be allies. King Yi nodded. The Triyu sect, Life League, and Four Sect Alliance have 20 Divine Realm experts. If the Day sect and the demon-controlling sect didn't form an alliance, they would have kicked us out of the Carefree City a long time ago. Yin Chuan nodded. Not necessarily, King Yi said solemnly. Yin Chuan didn't refute. He continued, the Day sect and the demon-controlling sect formed an alliance when my father was besieged by hundreds of sects, right? At that time, the demon-controlling sect turned a blind eye and allowed my parents to die in the Day sect, right? How could we have helped back then? If we had interfered, our demon-controlling sect would have been annihilated. A Divine Realm old man on the opposite side shouted. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I'm not blaming the demon-controlling sect. I'm here today to form an alliance with the demon-controlling sect. Alliance? Is there a need to form an alliance now? King Yi said calmly. King Yi, how strong is your demon-controlling sect in the Carefree City? Yin Chuan smiled. King Yi stared at Yin Chuan in silence. It's the same if you don't say it. Your demon-controlling sect is the weakest in the Carefree City, and you're the first to be kicked out. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Kicked out? King Ye's face darkened. Let me put it this way. The Triyu sect was involved in the battle that killed my father. Therefore, I'm going to uproot the Triyu sect when I enter the Carefree City. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Uproot the Triyu sect? What joke? You? The deity realm expert sneered. Wasn't the Life Alliance uprooted by me? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan choked on his words. Did the Day sect agree? King Yi asked in a deep voice. If the Day sect doesn't agree, I won't come to you. The battle of life and death between the Day sect and the Sanyu sect is imminent. Today, we formed an alliance with the Imperial Demon sect because we want the Imperial Demon sect to express their attitude. Yin Chuan's expression gradually turned serious. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became tense. The demon-controlling sect has no intention of interfering in the battle between the four sects. King Yimu said in a deep voice, Don't interfere? How could it be that easy? Either we form an alliance, or I'll uproot your demon-controlling sect before the final battle with Triyu sect. Yin Chuan glared. Who? The Shouji on the other side all stood up with angry eyes. Is Yin Chuan here to force us to abdicate? Yin Chuan, how dare you? The demon-controlling sect is not a place for you to do as you please. An immortal state elder shouted. So what if you killed 6 elite state cultivators? So what if you killed a few hundred chi state cultivators? You are just an elite state cultivator. I can kill you anytime I want to. Another immortal state elder shouted. Yin Chuan, do you want to force me to kill you? King Yimu said coldly. The 3 immortal state warriors released their killing intent at the same time. Meow. Meow put down the spirit stone in its mouth and looked at the hall in confusion. Yin Chuan didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He slowly put down the cup and pulled the rope on his back. Bang! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly loosened from his grip and flew out. The faces of the sect masters changed. However, the Jade Emperor's sword wasn't fast. It spun twice in the air and then fell to the ground. Chapter 365. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword was thrust into the center of the hall. The three Immortal State warriors narrowed their eyes. The name of the sword is Jade Emperor. It killed all the Immortal State warriors of the Life Moon Alliance. Yinchuan said lightly. Wow! The group of Qi Realm Masters were shocked. All the Immortal State warriors of the Life Moon Alliance? All of them were killed by Yinchuan? Immortal State warriors? How is that possible? Everyone looked at Yinchuan in disbelief. Although many people didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that 3 of them were killed by Yinchuan because many people had seen it with their own eyes. Many people said that Yinchuan had cheated, so they didn't want to admit it. What about the other 2? Were they killed by Yinchuan? The Jade Emperor's sword seemed to have cut off the arrogance of the overlords in the hall. The Jade Emperor's sword seemed to have cut off the momentum of the overlords in the hall. The overlords' Qi Realm warriors were instantly cut off by the Jade Emperor's sword. King Ye's eyelids twitched violently. The overlords of the Day Sect are outside the demon-controlling sect. My army of 40,000 is on its way here. King Yi, believe it or not, I will raze the demon-controlling sect to the ground today. Erase from the world? Yinchuan's gaze turned cold. The overlords in the hall looked at Yinchuan in horror. Raze the demon-controlling sect to the ground today? Raze the world? At this moment, King Yi finally understood why Yinchuan had come to visit the demon-controlling sect. He was forcing them to abdicate. Although he knew that Yinchuan didn't come with good intentions, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. King Yi clenched his fists. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. After taking a deep breath, Yinchuan shook his head and said, "Of course, I came to the demon-controlling sect today with sincerity. Everyone, please take a seat." Humph! The overlord snorted and sat down slowly. King Mai, I'm sure you're well aware that the Day Sect's only enemy is the Triyu sect. We used to be allies with the demon-controlling sect. There's no grudge between us, Yinchuan said. This time, everyone listened to Yinchuan's words. You should know how dangerous the battle between the Day Sect and the Triyu sect will be. I don't want to add the uncertainty of the demon-controlling sect to the already dangerous situation. Therefore, today's matter must be resolved. Yinchuan said solemnly. If we don't form an alliance, you'll destroy my demon-controlling sect? King Yimu asked with a dark expression. Yinchuan said in a low voice, King Mai, you should be able to sense my attitude. I didn't choose to subdue your demon-controlling sect, and that's already my bottom line. Of course, there are benefits to forming an alliance. Once I destroy the Triyu sect, I can give you another 10th of Carefree City's property. Furthermore, I promise that as long as the demon-controlling sect doesn't provoke the Day Sect, the Day Sect will not do anything to you. You promise? What do you have to promise? A divine realm old man shouted. My words are my promise. I can write it to you right now, Yinchuan said with a smile. The divine realm old man's expression turned serious. Most importantly, please remember that without the Day Sect, the demon-controlling sect will be the first to disappear from Carefree City. Yinchuan smiled faintly. King Yimu's expression changed. Ha, Yinchuan. Like father, like son. I've finally seen it for myself. I also deeply regretted Yin Tao's death back then. To be honest, it has been my wish all these years to form a new alliance. Since we've talked about it, then let's form an alliance, King Yimu suddenly said with a smile. Yinchuan smiled faintly. In front of the demon-controlling sect. King Yimu and the others watched Yinchuan leave with gloomy expressions. Bastard, how dare you force the demon-controlling sect to submit to you? A divine realm old man said coldly. Chapter 366. It's not a vassal, it's an alliance. The Day Sect won't interfere with any of our decisions. An Immortal State warrior frowned. But I just can't let it go. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I was waiting for the sect leader. The 2 Immortal State warriors looked at King Yi. Lu Gang? King Yi called out. Yes. Lu Gang stepped forward. What do you think? King Yi asked in a low voice. Yes, Master, you pretended to agree with Yin Chuan, but I could tell. Lu Gang said respectfully. Oh, the disciples around him frowned. That's right. You promised Yin Chuan that you wouldn't do anything. Let them fight to the death and watch the tigers fight. The immortal state warrior said with a smile. No, we can't do that. Lu Gang shook his head. Why can't we do that? The old man raised an eyebrow. The premise of watching the tigers fight is that the tigers don't know about your existence. Now that the two tigers know about our existence, we can't just sit back and watch. Otherwise, the two tigers will attack our day sect at the same time. Yin Chuan might be exaggerating when he said that he could flatten the day sect today, but if the four sects attack at the same time, we won't be able to do anything. Lu Gang said in a low voice. Everyone tensed up. Master, I can tell that Yin Chuan knew that you pretended to agree with him, but he still signed the alliance agreement with you. If we deal with the alliance agreement properly, it will be fatal to our sect. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What's so fatal about the alliance agreement? Someone next to him asked in disbelief. If we don't follow the agreement, Yin Chuan will spread the news of the agreement to the Sanyu sect and arouse their suspicions. If the Sanyu sect encircles us, Yin Chuan will just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Moreover, even if we join the Sanyu sect alliance, the Sanyu sect won't completely trust us because the agreement was signed before joining the Sanyu sect alliance. In this way, when the Day sect and the Sanyu sect fight, we will only be used as cannon fodder and be the first to be betrayed. Therefore, the alliance that Yin Chuan signed is extremely sinister. Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dan Xingzi immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Lu Gang angrily. Lu Gang took a deep breath and said, Master, actually, this disciple thinks that we can form an alliance. Because in the worry-free city, even if they don't fight, the next one to be ostracized would be my demon-controlling sect. Because the balance has been broken, there will definitely be more and more conspiracies and collisions below. King Wild sighed. Yin Tao's son is much more powerful than Yin Tao back in the day. King Wild said in a deep voice. Does that mean you agree, Master? Lu Gang's face lit up with joy. Sigh. The demon-controlling sect's foundation is still too weak. I don't know if it's the right thing to form an alliance with the Day sect. Is the Day sect still qualified to clash with the Triu sect? King Wild said worriedly, just as King Wild was worrying. Rumble. Outside the demon-controlling sect, the sky was suddenly filled with rolling tribulation clouds, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A vast heavenly might pressed down. Countless demon beasts of the demon-controlling sect prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. The disciples were even more shocked. Heavenly retribution? The heavenly retribution that day in worry-free city? What's that? Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan is over there. Yin Chuan led them here. Everyone looked into the distance in shock. Yin Chuan? How did Yin Tao give birth to this son? A bitter smile appeared on King Wild's face. Chapter 367. Meow. In the forest, meows soared into the sky. Hooligan, my throat is smoking. Stop combing, Meow. Meow shouted angrily. Zizi blushed as she snatched the comb from Yin Chuan's hand and stood aside. Meow. Rumble. The tribulation clouds slowly retreated. Meow. The tigers in the Imperial Monster sect listen to you? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Of course. I am a king of tigers. All the tigers have to worship me as their boss. Meow said proudly. Aren't you afraid that they will swallow you and refine your blood to upgrade their own? Yin Chuan smiled. That's true. It seems quite dangerous. Meow's expression changed. Be careful next time. But don't worry, I will find many tigers to listen to you. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, you're a good person. Meow immediately jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder to please him. Puffed. ZZ was amused by Meow. Lu Jin and Feng Tairan quickly came over from afar. Tribulation? ZZ, you are really, really, really powerful. Feng Tairan said with a complicated expression. How terrifying was the tribulation clouds just now? Lu Jin might not have any idea about it, but Feng Tairan understood that even an ordinary emptiness realm expert would definitely be finished by the tribulation clouds, let alone him. Feng Tairan looked at ZZ in shock and immediately chose to stay away. Your Majesty, is everything settled? Lu Jin immediately stepped forward and asked. Yin Chuan held a golden scroll in his hand and said with a smile, with the signatures of 3 immortal realm experts from the Imperial Monster Sect, everything is settled. Let me see. Feng Tairan took the scroll and looked at it. Alliance? Is this thing useful? Feng Tairan frowned. I'm sure King Yimu is still hesitating. Let's just wait and see. He'll come to us in a few days. Besides, thanks to Purplish and Meow Meow, King Yimu won't be able to figure out who we really are. Everything is settled now. Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. Really? Feng Tairan was a little surprised. Don't worry. Everything is settled. Next, we will deal with the Triple Serenity Sect. Yin Chuan said with a smile. All right, I will stay and help you. Feng Tairan said. Carefree City, Upper Serene Hall. The sect master of the High Sect looked. How's it going? Sect Master Shanyo asked. Father, the businesses that the Life Moon Alliance's disciples were originally in charge of have already been taken over by us. As long as we take care of all these businesses, we'll be able to take over half of the Life Moon Alliance's businesses, even if we divide them evenly. Moreover, no one could say anything. A man said with a smile. Chang'un, you've grown up. The sect master smiled. It's all thanks to Father's teachings. The man said respectfully. However, Father, the sect master and the city lord have sent people to urge us. They want to know when we will distribute the Life Alliance's assets. Chang'un asked. They can't wait anymore? It's fine if Yin Chuan and King Yi are here, but what are they here for? It's not like we won't give them the assets. The sect master said. Father, how much should we give them? Chang'un frowned. The sect master was in a difficult position. He thought for a while and said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yes. Carefree City, King of Hell's Palace. Chapter 368. Yin Chuan, Lu Jin, King Yimu, and Feng Tairan were all gathered together. King Yimu, you'll be busy from now on. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Since we've agreed to form an alliance, it's my duty to do so. But what exactly are we going to do? King Yimu smiled. The first step is to divide the Triyu sect. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Divide? Use the Life Alliance's assets? King Yimu asked curiously. That's right. It's been almost 10 months. The Life Alliance's assets are almost fully digested. Yin Chuan said with a smile. That's right. The High Serenity sect is too greedy this time. I can feel the sect master and the city lord's resentment. Feng Tairan nodded. That's right. Now, we need the sect master of the High Serenity sect to spit out this piece of meat. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Spit it out? How? How can it be spat out after swallowing it? King Yimu was shocked. I want him to spit it out when he can't. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. High Serenity Palace. The High Serenity sect master, Shang Wuji, frowned as he looked at the messenger in front of him. Hall Master Shang, the city lord has called for a meeting between the 5 palaces. He wants you to go now. The messenger said respectfully. Now? A meeting between the 5 palaces? Why didn't I know about it before? Shang Wuji asked in a low voice. I don't know. The messenger shook his head. Understood. I'll go now. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, just like 10 months ago, all the hall masters gathered again. However, the High Serenity sect's people were not here yet. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, City Lord, Hall Master Shang has been embezzling the Life Alliance's assets. I implore the City Lord to uphold justice. Yes, Shang Wuji has gone too far this time. The High Serenity sect master said with a frown. Zheng Hong looked at Yin Chuan and sneered. Then what do you think we should do? In order to prevent the four sects from suffering any more losses, I implore the city lord to personally take over the Life Alliance's assets in the name of the Central Serenity sect. Yin Chuan said seriously. Oh, Zheng Hong was slightly surprised. At the side, King Yimu nodded and said, the city lord is a person of virtue and prestige. I also believe that the city lord will give us a fair distribution. Zheng Hong frowned slightly. Sect Master Xia, you also looked at Zheng Hong, as if he wanted Zheng Hong to agree. Yin Chuan opened his mouth again. I've checked. 70% of the Life Alliance's assets have been quietly taken over by the High Nether sect. If the City Lord doesn't take action, we will have nothing left. City Lord, for everyone's sake, you have to work hard. That's right, City Lord. At most, you can give us 30%. How much can we get? So what if he had a good relationship with the High Serenity sect? This property is related to the strength of the sect. Sect Master Xia, you also advised. Zheng Hong looked at the people in the hall. Seeing that everyone was in favor of the Central Nether sect's allocation, Zheng Hong was very happy. However, his face was heavy as he said, since everyone has agreed, then fine. The Lord of Shanyo Palace has arrived. Someone called out from outside the palace. Shan Wuji quickly walked into the hall. City Lord, everyone, what's the matter today? Shan Wuji asked. At this moment, Yin Chuan was silent. He even had a heavy expression on his face. Just now, Yin Chuan agreed to give the Life Alliance's assets to the City Lord. Brother Shang, you can withdraw your men. Sect Master Xiaoyu said. What? Shan Wuji's face changed. Yin Chuan, is what you said true? Shan Wuji said coldly. Chapter 369. Yin Chuan looked at Shang Wuji and smiled bitterly. That's right. I think it's better for the city lord to do the distribution. Oomph. Shang Wuji snorted coldly at Yin Chuan and ignored him. City lord, what's going on? Why are you interfering? Shang Wuji shouted angrily. What do you mean by interfering? What's wrong with that? Isn't the High Serenity sect doing this for the sake of fairness? Isn't it the same for everyone? Sect Master Xiaoyu said sarcastically. If I didn't ask you. Shang Wuji snorted coldly. Shang Wuji turned to Zheng Hong and asked, City Lord, why are you doing this? Zheng Hong sighed. It's not my idea. It's everyone's idea. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Shang Wuji looked at the crowd. Yin Chuan nodded, King Yimu nodded, Sect Master Xiaoyu nodded, and Zheng Hong nodded. In an instant, Shang Wuji felt like he was being isolated. Anger burned in his heart. Shang Wuji, it's all the same whether you or I get the distribution, isn't it? Zheng Hong said. Shang Wuji understood Zheng Hong's hint. He was saying that if the Triyu sect were to form an alliance, they would still benefit more. However, how could they benefit more than themselves? Shang Wuji's face was gloomy. Seeing that everyone agreed, Shang Wuji could only say helplessly, Yes, I'll listen to the city lord. At this moment, Yin Chuan said, The High Serenity sect's distribution speed is too slow. I don't know how long the Central Serenity sect will take. I think that one of the sects should help the city lord. Only then will it be fairer. Oh, everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan thought for a moment and said, What do you think of demon controlling sect? Me? How can I do it? King Yimu shouted. Zheng Hong looked at King Yimu and said, That's good too. With demon-controlling sect's help, our Central Serenity sect will have an easier time. If that's the case, then Yin Chuan will wait for the good news. Yin Chuan left. King Yimu left not long after Yin Chuan left. Only Sect Master Triyu was left in the hall. Since Shang Wuji had spat out a piece of fat meat, he must have been feeling suffocated. Zheng Hong and the Shangyo sect master naturally comforted him and promised to keep a large amount of benefits for the Shangyo sect. Only then did they send Shang Wuji away when the sky turned dark. His anger had subsided? No. Seeing that he was about to spit out the fatty meat that he had swallowed, Shang Wuji's heart was filled with anxiety. On the way out, Shang Wuji had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Something's wrong? Shang Wuji's face darkened. With a slight movement, he changed his route and headed straight for King Ye's residence. King Mai's residence. King Mai, tell me, what happened in the Ashoka Hall before I came here? Shang Wuji asked. It's nothing. King Wild shook his head, but his eyes flickered. King Yimai, my High Serenity sect and your demon-controlling sect are good friends. I left you a portion of the Western Agriwood last time. I only want one thing, and I won't say that you told me. You have to tell me. Shang Wuji said expectantly. King Ye's expression changed as he looked at Shang Wuji. In the end, he let out a soft sigh and said, Sigh. What's going on? Why did Yin Chuan change his mind? Why did he let Jing Hong split the spoils? Yin Chuan? Humph. He might be known as the blood demon in the Demon Wind Mountain range, but you and I both saw clearly that he was only in the essence realm. He's nothing in front of us. King Mai said in a deep voice. That's right. So what if Yin Chuan has 40,000 soldiers? There's no news of him in the Demon Wind Mountain range now. Maybe that Hua Guang ran away with his army. What's Yin Chuan to him? Yeah, actually, it was the city lord and sect master Shanyo who invited me and Yin Chuan to the Ashoka Hall first. Then, they forced Yin Chuan to agree. King Mai said. I felt uncomfortable when I looked at Yin Chuan back then. So it was Zheng Hong who forced him? Shang Wuji's expression changed. Zheng Hong? He even schemed against me? Shang Wuji's heart burned with anger. King Mai sneered and said, That's nothing. As long as we swallow the Life Alliance's assets, our sect strength will increase by more than half, if not twice as much. In a dozen years, as long as we have double the number of Immortal Realm disciples, anything will be worth it. Zheng Hong. Shang Wuji's eyes turned red. Chapter 370. Zheng Hong. Shang Wuji's eyes turned red. Zheng Hong was already burning with anger. Now that King Yi Mu had provoked him, his anger surged. Brother Shang, let's just forget about it. You've already agreed to it. If you go back on your words now, you'll become a target for everyone. King Yi Mu said. No, I can't take this lying down. Shang Wuji said with a gloomy face. Sigh. King Yi Mu sighed. Wait, why? Yin Chuan wants us to split the spoils? There's still room for the Central Serenity sect to distribute? Shang Wuji's mind suddenly became clear. Can't you tell? King Yi sneered. Oh, there are 4 peaks in the Deus sect. Yin Chuan is the peak master of the Heaven Peak. Now that Hua Guang has escaped with his army of 40,000, Yin Chuan is all alone. What power does he have in the Deus sect? Won't the other 3 peaks ostracize him? Why would he fight for the Deus sect? King Yi Mu sneered. Then why? He's fighting for himself. He must have waited for you to distribute the spoils, and then he would give the spoils to Miss Z. The Deus sect won't get anything from him. Instead of letting the Deus sect get involved, he might as well let you distribute the spoils. King Yi Mu explained. That's right. Shang Wuji's doubts disappeared. Sigh, Brother Shang, just accept your fate. However, the Triu sect is on good terms. The mayor will definitely give you more than me. King Yi Mu advised. No, I can't accept it. Why should I? Why should I fight with me? Shang Wuji's eyes were bloodshot. Actually, Sai, King Yi Mu, you have a plan? Shang Wuji's eyes lit up. Actually, it's nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. No, please tell me clearly. I will definitely repay you generously. Shang Wuji said sincerely. Yes. To be honest, the most important thing is still Yin Chuan. Even though Yin Chuan doesn't have the ability to fight for this property, he has the right to control the property of the Life Moon Alliance in name. As long as Yin Chuan agrees with Brother Shang's decision, Brother Shang will have the moral high ground. Not even the city lord can do anything about it. King Yi Mu said, That's right. As long as Yin Chuan agrees. All right, you too, King Mai. If I manage to convince Yin Chuan, you have to help me. Don't worry, I will definitely give you more, Shang Wuji said. King Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in the end. Carefree City, Purple Heart Villa, Yin Chuan, King Mai, Lu Jin, and Feng Tairan sat at the stone table in the purple court. Zhu Jiansheng was standing not far away. Senior uncle, Zhu Jiansheng, has come to visit again. He wishes to see you, Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. I won't see him. Yinchuan shook his head and smiled. I've already sent him away. Zhu Jiansheng smiled proudly. You really won't see him? King Mai asked curiously. I will, but it's not the time yet. Yinchuan smiled. I'm starting to feel lucky about my decision back then. King Mai smiled bitterly. Oh. King Mai shook his head and didn't say anything. Then what should we do next? King Mai asked. The second step is to accumulate resentment. Yinchuan said in a deep voice. Resentment? King Mai asked curiously. That day, I asked your demon-controlling sect to assist the Central Serenity sect just for today. Zheng Hong must have asked your demon-controlling sect to participate in the disguise of justice. However, this is for the best. Your demon-controlling sect can create resentment for them. Yinchuan said solemnly. What should we do? The Central Serenity sect has swallowed so many properties of the Life League. It won't be easy for them to spit them out. When the disciples of the Central Serenity sect go to ask for them back, there will definitely be a dispute. You just need to pick some smart disciples to go and make the dispute bigger. Yinchuan smiled. Chapter 371. Oh, make a big fuss. He's fanning the flames from the sidelines, turning a small quarrel into a big fight. Yinchuan said with certainty. King Yi nodded. Don't worry, the show is about to begin. Yinchuan smiled. Carefree City, a bustling market. In a huge restaurant. The atmosphere in the restaurant was heavy. A large number of practitioners surrounded the restaurant. In the main hall of the restaurant, two parties were confronting each other. Central Serenity sect? What are you doing here? This is the property of my High Serenity sect. The leader of one party, a black-clothed man, shouted. The other party was full of red-clothed men. Among the red-clothed men stood Lu Gang of the demon-controlling sect. Lu Gang was like a foil, watching from the side. Bastard, what property of your High Serenity sect? This clearly belongs to the Life Alliance. You guys forcefully bought it at a low price a few months ago. The red-clothed leader shouted. Buying it means it's ours. The black-clothed leader shouted. Under the orders of the city lord, all of your High Serenity sect members are to withdraw from this area and come back after our investigation. The property that you guys embezzled before will be nullified. Bastard, without the orders of the sect leader, we can't leave. The two parties were yelling at each other. All of them were fuming with anger. At this moment, Lu Gang, who was standing in the corner, said, The city lord's face is not something you bunch of bastards can casually hit. Damn it, who is scolding me? The black-clothed leader rushed over. Hitting people? Bastard. Another voice shouted. Damn it. Fit. The restaurant was suddenly in chaos. The practitioners fought crazily. In an instant, the restaurant was damaged by the powerful sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how sturdy the restaurant was, it could not withstand the torment of a group of practitioners. In the blink of an eye, the restaurant collapsed, and the battle became even more chaotic. High Serenity Palace. Father, Yinchuan still refuses to see you? Shan frowned. What bullshit blood demon, scared by Zheng Hong. Shang Wuji said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? Shan said worriedly. Let's meet again. Shang Wuji said solemnly. Yes. Just as the father and son were talking, the sound of Jiaohu came from outside the hall. Sectmaster, not good. A High Serenity sect disciple said in panic. What's wrong? Shang Wuji asked solemnly. The people of the Central Serenity sect chased our disciples away and beat them up. 10 of them had their legs broken, and one of them died on the way back. What? Shang Wuji's face changed. It's really tragic. Sect leader, you should go take a look. Shang Wuji quickly ran over. In a large hall, 10 disciples who had their legs chopped off cried as they looked at Shang Wuji. Sect head, you have to seek justice for us. Father, is Zheng Hong going to exterminate us? Shang said with an ugly expression. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shang Wuji soared into the skies, flying towards the city Lord Manor. He landed in Ashoka Hall. Shang Wuji, what do you mean? Why did you instigate your disciples to injure my Central Serenity sect's disciples? Zheng Hong asked in a low voice. I instigated it. Shang Wuji choked, his face turning red with anger. The two of them glared at each other. Sai, the two of you, what are you doing? What are you doing? The High Serenity sect master immediately tried to persuade them. My disciples were injured by his men. Shang Wuji shouted. Chapter 372. Your disciple? Humph. My disciple also said that your disciple attacked first. Also, why did your disciple stay there and not leave? Zheng Hong shouted. Leave? My High Serenity sect has to leave when the Central Serenity sect is here? Shang Wuji said coldly. Shang Wuji, Zheng Hong, calm down. How big of a deal is this? Is there a need for this? The sect master shouted. The sect master of the High Serenity sect had noticed the unusual relationship between the two sects, so he kept trying to be the mediator. Shang Wuji flew away. However, Shang Wuji was still holding back his anger. City Lord, I think we should be careful. I have a feeling that this is Yin Chuan's scheme. The sect master of the High Serenity sect advised. I feel it too. I will be careful. Zheng Hong nodded. Purple Heart Villa. Lu Jin reported to Yin Chuan. My king, it has been more than a month. There have been a total of 12 conflicts between the High Serenity sect and the Central Serenity sect. Both sides have lost 50 disciples, and 10 have died. Lu Jin reported. This resentment has already accumulated. King Yimu said with a smile. It's not enough. These are all low-level disciples. Even if they have resentment, it's not enough. However, you guys have done well this time. You actually managed to kill 10 people for you. Yin Chuan laughed. It's my disciple, Lu Gang. That kid is more ruthless. King Yimu laughed. Lu Gang. King Yimu nodded. Yeah, Lu Gang was the one who secretly dealt the finishing blow to the 10 people who died. The fire has already started. It's time to turn against each other. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Oh, the third step is to become sworn enemies. Next, it's up to you. Might they sect, and even I will do our best to cooperate with you. Yin Chuan said confidently. Sworn enemies? The Triu sect is about to be removed. Soon. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Upper Silent Hall. Shang Wuji frowned as he paced back and forth in the hall. Over the past month, Shang Wuji's hair had turned a few strands white. The conflict between the Central and High Serenity sects made Shang Wuji feel like he had been schemed against. What's going on? Who is scheming against me? There must be some conspiracy. Shang Wuji was extremely frustrated. Report. A disciple rushed into the main hall. What's the matter? Shang Wuji shouted irritably. Master, there's news from the king of Hell's palace. Oh, one of our disciples barged into the king of Hell's palace and saw Yin Chuan, who had just returned. He also reported a master about your urgency. That Yin Chuan agreed. Agree? Shang Wuji's eyes lit up. Yes, he said that tomorrow afternoon. He would like to invite Master to the king of Hell's palace for a while. The disciple replied. Good, good. Shang Wuji finally encountered something that went smoothly. On the afternoon of the second day, Shang Wuji brought 2 disciples and hurried to King of Hell's palace. Yin Chuan was waiting outside King of Hell's palace. Hall Master Shang. King of Hell's palace is simple and crude. Please don't blame me. Yin Chuan smiled. It's nothing, it's nothing. Shang Wuji immediately replied politely. Hall Master Shang has looked for me many times. I have matters to attend to outside. I'm very sorry. No worries. Please, I have prepared Deus Ex wine. If Hall Master Shang doesn't mind, please comment on it. Yin Chuan smiled. Chapter 373. Carefree City in a Forest. On a small hill surrounded by white fog, there were 14 figures. Feng Tairan was the leader, and behind him were the three peak masters of the Day sect, Duan, Sanshu, and some new faces. Sect leader, why did you summon us back in such a hurry? Is it so that the immortal state experts of the Day sect and the Imperial Demon sect can assassinate a group of Qi and Essence state experts? One of the new faces asked. Yeah, this is too. Another man said with an ugly expression. Assassinate a group of Qi state experts? Hee hee, you guys came back late, so there are many things you don't know. There are 8 immortal state experts outside, and 6 of you are back. But that's it, we must do our best. Feng Tyrant said. Sect leader Feng, don't worry. The Imperial Demon sect would do our best. The 3 Imperial Demon sect experts said. Feng Tyrant nodded. Sect leader, is everything ready? Duan Sanshu asked. Yes. Yin Chuan has invited Shang Wuji to the king of Hell's palace. Next, we will demonize Shang Wuji. Feng Tyrant smiled. Demonize? Just wait. Shang Wuji will soon become a lunatic. Feng Tyrant sneered. Then who are we going to kill? Mo Wu Hui asked curiously. Mainly these 2, Shang Dashan and Shang Un. Feng Tyrant smiled. Shang In? Shang Wuji's son, a Qi state expert. Shang Dashan? Shang Wuji's brother. One of the 5 immortal state experts of the Shang Yu sect? Mo Wu Hui frowned. Yes, Shang Yu sect and Central Yu sect have been fighting for 2 months, and nearly 100 people have died. Shang Wuji finally summoned his brother Shang Dashan to the city. This is a key person, and we have been waiting for him for almost a year. When the time comes, we will attack together and not let him escape. Feng Tyrant said. Don't worry, we have 14 immortal state experts. How can we stop him? Duan Sanshu smiled. The 14 immortal state experts were hiding in a small valley far away. Nearly 50 people from the 2 forces were confronting each other. One side was black, the other side was red. Bastards, you must get out of here today, the leader shouted. Lu Gang and Dan Xingzi were cheering from the side amongst the red-clothed leaders. This is my Shang Yu sect's territory. Scram! The black-clothed leader shouted coldly. Get lost. Do you think we're dogs? You want us to scram? Lu Gang fanned the flames. Bastard, it's been 2 months, and you've killed 10 of our fellow disciples. You bastards, I'll fight you to the death. Dan Xingzi shouted from within the crowd. Roar. Boom. You're courting death. Boom. For a time, the 2 forces clashed violently again. They unsheathed their swords and took out their magic treasures. For a moment, the sounds of battle in the valley rang out incessantly. Strong winds blew, and sand and stones flew. A new round of great conflict had begun. Amidst the chaotic conflict, screams of agony could be heard. He injured Senior Brother Ma. Avenged Senior Brother Ma. 6th Junior Brother? He crippled 6th Junior Brother. Beat him up. Beat him up. The battle was extremely chaotic. Nearly 100 people in the Qi and Essence realms were fighting against each other. At this moment, 7 or 8 people walked out from the depths of the valley. The leader was a white-haired old man with bright eyes. Beside him stood Shang In, the son of Shang Wuji. Second uncle, they're fighting again. Shang In smiled bitterly. We can't keep dragging this out. The white-haired old man, Shang Dashan, said, as long as father sees Yin Chuan, everything will be solved. However, the Zhongyu sect may know that the situation is urgent, so they're forcing us. Shang In smiled bitterly. Chapter 374. Shang Dashan snorted. With a cold snort, a loud voice rushed into the chaotic crowd of cultivators. The cultivators paused. There were 7 or 8 heavily injured people on the ground. Bastards, who gave you the guts to cause trouble in my High Nether sect's territory? Shang Dashan snorted. One of the men on the ground said viciously, this isn't your High Nether sect's territory. It's my Central Nether sect's. Shang Dashan's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Boom! The man who was already seriously injured coughed up blood and was sent flying. His injuries worsened. Impudent, Shang Dashan said coldly. So it's Senior Shang Dashin. The High Nether Sect Master personally agreed to give up this place. Why haven't you left yet? Another Central Nether Sect disciple stepped forward. Who are you? Shang Dashin angrily rebuked the Central Nether Sect disciples. While no one was paying attention, Lu Gang and Dan Xingzi took the disciples who had been injured by Shang Dashin and left the crowd. Lu Gang entered the forest, while Dan Xingzi brought the unconscious Central Nether Sect disciple through the forest, heading for the Carefree Palace. Within Carefree Hall, King Yimu was chatting with Zheng Hong. The two were chatting happily. Suddenly, Dan Xingzi rushed into the hall with an injured disciple. Master, bad news. Dan Xingzi anxiously rushed into the hall. Bastard, don't you know where this is? Did you barge in? King Yimu said coldly. Master, City Lord, the High Nether Sect's Shang Dashin attacked. He disregarded the relationship between the 5 sects and injured a Central Nether Sect disciple. He was injured by Shang Dashin. If we don't save him now, he won't be saved. Dan Xingzi said anxiously. What? Impossible. Zheng Hong's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward. When he saw the unconscious Central Nether Sect disciple, his expression darkened. He pushed the unconscious disciple. Buzz. That person slowly woke up. When he woke up, he saw Zheng Hong. Martial Uncle, Shang Dashin attacked. This disciple has embarrassed the Central Nether Sect. That person said sorrowfully. Shang Dashin? Is it really Shang Dashin? Zheng Hong's expression darkened. City Lord, please save him. Dan Xingzi said anxiously. He won't die. Take me to Shang Dashin. I would like to see how a mortal state cultivator like him dares to attack a chi state cultivator. Zheng Hong said with an ugly face. Dan Xingzi, Zheng Hong, and King Wild quickly flew towards the valley. Boom! There was a loud bang. The disciples of the Central Serenity sect all retreated. Many of them had been injured by a huge force. Oomph! I'm teaching you on behalf of Zheng Hong. How rude! Shang Dashin said coldly. The disciples of the High Nether Sect all felt proud and elated. Oomph! Educate her on my behalf? Shang Dashin, what qualifications do you have to educate him on my behalf? An angry roar came from the void. Zheng Hong, King Mai, and Dan Xingzi descended from the sky. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Martial Uncle. Greetings, Grandmaster. The sound of the Middle Nether Sect disciples filled the air with wild joy. Boom! The three landed in front of Shang Dashin. Zheng Hong, don't go overboard. Shang Dashin said coldly. I'm going overboard. It's you who went overboard, right? Zheng Hong said in a cold voice. Shang Dashin apologized to the City Lord. After all, you were the one who attacked first. King Mai advised. Why don't you apologize? Tui, don't even think about it. Even a clay figurine has a temper. You bunch of disgraceful disciples. How dare you disobey this old man? You have no respect for your elders. Given this old man's temperament back then, I would have died countless times already. Shang Dashin, the City Lord is the City Lord, the ruler of the Carefree City. Your actions today are a provocation to the City Lord. How do you expect the City Lord to respect the people in the future? Do you think the City Lord is a junior of the High Nether Sect that you can insult as you wish? King Mai continued to provoke. Zheng Hong's face darkened. Shang Dashin, bullying the weak because you're strong, but you picked the wrong person. You're strong? I'll play with you. With that, Zheng Hong sent a palm strike towards Shang Dashin. With his palm strike, all the fire chi that he had accumulated over the past 2 months was unleashed. Boom! Zheng Hong and Shang Dashin's palms collided. Shang Dashin didn't expect Zheng Hong to attack just like that. His eyes flashed with surprise. Both Shang Wuji and Zheng Hong had anger. However, they had been holding it in for the sake of the Triyu sect. Today, Shang Dashin had completely ignited this anger. Zheng Hong didn't hold back at all. Under his palms, a hurricane suddenly appeared. Hong! Shang Dashin was sent flying. Ta-ta-ta-ta. He landed on the ground and took a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. Puff! Shang Dashin looked at Zheng Hong in shock as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zheng Hong's anger dissipated after that palm strike. Looking at the heavily injured Shang Dashan, he felt slightly regretful. Shang Dashan, let's forget about this matter, Zheng Hong said in a deep voice. Let's go. Zheng Hong shouted to the High Nether sect disciples. Yes, master. Yes, grandmaster. The disciples looked at Zheng Hong with admiration. The crowd slowly retreated. Shang Dashan didn't stop them at all, leaving behind the furious High Nether sect disciples. Second uncle, are you all right? Shang In asked with an ugly expression. Zheng Hong, I hate him, Shang Dashan said in pain. Second uncle? Shang In asked worriedly. My inner organs were injured by that bastard Zheng Hong. I need to rest and recuperate. All of you, protect me, Shang Dashan said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone replied. Shang Dashan sat cross-legged while the others focused on their surroundings. At this moment, in the forest far away, Feng Tairan squinted his eyes and said, It's about time. Leave Shang In to me. 4 Qi Jing, 43 Essence Jing, and the heavily injured Shang Dashan. I'll leave them to you. Finish them quickly. Okay. Everyone nodded. King of Hell's Palace. In front of King of Hell's Palace, Yin Chuan and Shang Wuji sat opposite each other. There was wine on the table for the two to drink. Palace Master Yin? How is it? Do you still hold a grudge? Shang Wuji frowned, smiling bitterly. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Of course I remember. However, I know that my father's death wasn't because of you. It was Emperor Mo Ku. It was him. Also, the Great Winged Heaven School listened to Emperor Mo Ku. You were forced to do so. It's great that Palace Master Yin can think this way. Shang Wuji's face relaxed. But at that time, the City Lord and High Nether sect master pressured me. I had no choice. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. No, as long as you agree. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you more of your share, Shang Wuji said with certainty. Yin Chuan looked at Shang Wuji and hesitated. It was as if he was deliberately stalling for time. But to Shang Wuji, this was indeed something worth thinking about. If you have other ideas, you can tell me. Shang Wuji continued to persuade him. Chapter 376. We used to be allies. However, Carefree City's interests are too great. If we want to overthrow the Day sect, we have to make sacrifices. Why? Do you have any opinions? Zheng Hong said. Opinions? Why would I? It's only right for the High Serenity sect to make sacrifices. Ha ha ha. Sect leader of the High Serenity sect said proudly. Under the shocked gazes of the Immortal State warriors, the two voices that Liu Gang found made up a huge lie. King of Hell's Palace. All right, I promise you that you can distribute the assets of the Life League. However, all I have to do is ask. I won't do anything. Yin Chuan sighed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Hall Master Yin. I shall take my leave now. Shang Wuji finally got his reply. I'll send you off. Yin Chuan stood up and smiled. No need, no need. Please stay. Shang Wuji said excitedly. Bringing along his two disciples, Shang Wuji flew up to the sky and headed back to his residence. Not long after Shang Wuji left, Feng Tairan appeared. How was it? Yin Chuan asked. Perfect. Feng Tairan smiled. Shang Wuji flew back to the High Serenity Palace with excitement. Good, good, good. Shang Wuji's face was brimming with excitement, even though he had returned. Sect leader, bad news. Bad news. A disciple rushed over. What's wrong? Shang Wuji asked curiously. Almost 50 disciples of my sect were killed by Yin Chuan. Martial Uncle Shang Dashan was also killed by Yin Chuan. The disciple cried. What? Impossible. I just came back from Yin Chuan's place. Shang Wuji didn't believe it at all. It's true. It's in the valley. Senior brother heard the sound and went over. They were all dead. All dead. It's Yin Chuan's doing. Martial Uncle Shang Dashan has already become a dried corpse. The disciple shouted. Bring me there, bring me there. Shang Wuji cried out. In the valley, second brother. Shang Wuji hugged Shang Dashan's corpse and cried out. A large number of disciples stood in the valley. Deist sect? Was it the Deist sect? This is the sword mark of the Deist sect. That's right, it's the Deist sect. This is Feng Tianyu's sword mark. Also, Martial Uncle's death was caused by Yin Chuan. The High Serenity sect disciples were all furious. Outer sect disciples gathered around to watch the battle from afar. The news spread like wildfire. However, Shang Wuji didn't believe it no matter what. Because earlier, Yin Chuan was drinking with him. How could he have come to kill Shang Dashan? How could this be? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A soft sound came from the pile of rubble. Shang Wuji's face changed. Disperse everyone, disperse everyone. Shang Wuji shouted. Yes. The group of disciples quickly dispersed the onlookers. Shang Wuji stretched out his hand and lifted it up, causing the surrounding rubble to scatter, revealing a badly mutilated body underneath. Shang Wuji recognized him immediately. There were more than a dozen bloody holes on Shane's body, but none of them were fatal. His blood was about to run out, and he was on his last breath. Phew! Shang Wuji waved his sleeves and carried Shang Dashan's corpse up to the sky. Soon, Shang Wuji returned to the Upper Serenity Palace. He fed his son some pills to help him recover quickly. Shang In slowly woke up. Father, Zheng Hong, you old bastard. Shang In cried out in pain. What? What do you mean? Shang Wuji asked coldly. Shang In told him everything he had seen and heard. Chapter 377. Central Nether Sect? Sienyu Sect? Such ruthless hearts, all of you are so ruthless. Shang Wuji said with sorrow and hatred. After second uncle was heavily injured, he said that he hated us so much. Shang said with sorrow. Second brother. Shang Wuji looked at Shang Dashan's corpse and said with sorrow. Ahsoka Hall. Shang Dashan is dead? Zheng Hong said with a pale face. Yes, my disciples saw it with their own eyes. It was Deist sect's doing. The one who killed Shang Dashan was Yin Chuan. Sienyu sect master said in a low voice. He died just like that? Sigh. Zheng Hong sighed. I sent people to the vicinity of King of Hell's palace and saw Feng Tairan and Feng Tianyu. It can't be wrong this time. The Deist sect actually learned how to assassinate people. Sienyu sect master said coldly. But why hasn't Shang Wuji come to discuss this with us? Zheng Hong said with a complicated expression. Sienyu sect master sighed. Maybe he's angry about the Life League's assets and wants to settle it himself. Sigh, I've gone overboard with the Life League's business. No matter what, the Triyu sect is on the same side. Just in case, let's transfer some Immortal Realm experts from our sect to assist Shang Wuji. Zheng Hong sighed. That's the only way. Sienyu sect master nodded. Should I go and comfort Shang Wuji? Sienyu sect master asked again. No, he didn't come to us himself. Why should we go to him? Don't worry, we'll help him when the time comes. Zheng Hong shook his head. King of Hell's palace. King Mai, Feng Tairan, and Yin Chuan sat on a stone bench. The remaining 3 immortal state experts from the High Nether sect are all here. King Mai laughed. Zheng Hong must think that they're here for me. Yin Chuan laughed. I think so too. Ha ha ha. Feng Tairan laughed. What about Central Nether sect and Sienyu sect? Yin Chuan asked. 3 more immortal state experts from Central Nether sect and 2 from Sienyu sect. Feng Tairan said. The third step, revenge. Success. Shang Wuji's mind had been clouded by the evil fire of the past few months. Just wait and watch the show. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're a little too ruthless this time. King Wild smiled bitterly. If we don't do this, do you really think we'll fight head-on with the Triyu sect? Yin Chuan smiled. King Yimu nodded and said, even though the difference in numbers isn't that great, we might have suffered heavy losses if we hadn't participated in this round. Isn't that enough? In this way, Wouldn't it be better to reap the benefits of a fisherman's quarrel? Only a boorish man would risk his life. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Don't worry. I'll do as you say. King Wao Mu nodded. The array formation in the city can be activated at any time. Feng Tairan said. Let's wait a little longer. Once they start fighting, we'll activate it. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Lu Jin, Yin Chuan shouted to the side. Old slave is here. You can inform the First Legion now. Have Hua Guang surround the 3 sects encampment. Don't show any mercy. Kill. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Feng Tianyu, Gao Bufan, Emo Wuhui, and Duan Sanshu, go and assist Hua Guang in dealing with the 3 immortal state experts who haven't entered Carefree City yet. Trap them. Yin Chuan looked at Feng Tairan. Don't worry, I'll tell them. Feng Tairan nodded affirmatively. Looking at the sky, Yin Chuan smiled and said, If I'm not wrong, the last battle will be tonight when the moon is high in the sky. Chapter 378. Carefree City. That night, perhaps due to the weather, Carefree City was much colder. At the same time, there was more fog than usual, but it was very subtle. If one didn't pay attention, it would be hard to notice. In front of the king of Hell's palace, Yin Chuan raised his cup to the moon. He sat at the stone table in front of the palace, overlooking the city. Lu Jin stood behind him respectfully, not saying a word. Miao lay not far away, looking at Yin Chuan and the moon in confusion, as if she had guessed something. Zizi poured a cup of wine for Yin Chuan. Tonight, you don't have to accompany me, Yin Chuan said softly. No, tonight is such a big event. I have to be by your side. Zizi shook her head. You've combed my hair twice. Although Miao managed to get rid of the divine punishment, I'm still worried that other calamities might befall you. Zizi said worriedly. I said it's fine. I'm blessed. Yin Chuan smiled. Then, let me accompany you until dawn. Zizi bit her lips. All right. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Secluded palace. Shang Wuji looked at the 3 men in front of him. My 3 junior brothers. Shang Dashan's death cannot be in vain. Zheng Hong, that despicable person, killed Shang Dashan in order to destroy our secluded Shangyo. If we don't take revenge, our secluded Shangyo will never be at peace. Shang Wuji said coldly. Sect leader, tell us, what should we do? The 3 of them asked solemnly. He killed Shang Dashan, so we'll kill him. He framed the Day sect, so he must think that we don't know. He must not be on guard against us. So what if he's at the peak of the God realm? If the 4 of us attack together, he'll die instantly. Shang Wuji said coldly. Assassinate Zheng Hong? The other 3 were slightly surprised. That's right, Zheng Hong must die. Once that hypocrite dies, Shang Dashan's death will be avenged, and our secluded Shangyo's crisis will be resolved. Why? You don't dare? Shang Wuji said coldly. We'll kill whoever sect leader kills. We await sect master's orders. The 3 of them immediately became spirited. All right, follow me to the Ahsoka Hall to assassinate Zheng Hong. Shang Wuji said coldly. Yes. Ahsoka Hall. Zheng Hong, sect master Xiaoyu, and 5 other new faces were standing in front of King Yimu. You've also heard about Shang Dashan's matter, right? Zheng Hong sighed slightly. Yes, the Day sect actually did such a despicable thing. But then again, your Triu sect sure is close. King Yimu said in a deep voice. Oh, Zheng Hong smiled faintly. Over here, your 2 sects chose another 5 deities to enter the worry-free city. Wasn't it to assist Shang Wuji? You've all given this a lot of thought. King Yimu said with a smile. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, nodded, and smiled. That's right, the enmity between the High Nether sect and the Day sect, we can't stay out of it. Similarly, as the last sect in the Carefree City, your Imperial Demon sect can't stay out of it either. Zheng Hong said solemnly. My demon-controlling sect? King Ye's expression changed. Yeah. Inside the hall, the 2 sect masters tried to coerce King Yimu. All right, I'll do my best. King Emu sighed slightly. Rumble. Outside the Ahsoka Hall, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. Is this the Imperial Demon Sex formation? Someone broke in. King Emu's expression changed. Everyone's expression darkened as they rushed out of the hall. Chapter 379. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not far away, a strong gust of wind blew. Countless clouds swirled around the center, and more clouds gathered. At the center of the clouds, for figures could be vaguely seen. It's Shan Wuji and the others. Zheng Hong smiled. Shan Wuji, who was trapped by the great cloud formation, also saw the people in front of Ashoka Hall. Rumble. The clouds suddenly became several times thicker, blocking everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! Shan Wuji has finally spoken to us. Sec Master Xiaoyu laughed. Yeah, since he's willing to speak, everything could be discussed. Zheng Hong smiled. That's right. Our four-sects alliance could be destroyed in the blink of an eye even if the Day sect was at its peak. Sec Master Xiaoyu said proudly. King Emu, remove the formation and let them out. Zheng Hong smiled. Okay. King Emu nodded. Then, he rushed into the white mist. Zheng Hong, Sect Master Xiaoyu, and 7 other Immortal State warriors slowly surrounded them. Inside the great cloud formation. What's going on? Sect Master, why are there so many people? Isn't Zheng Hong the only one? An Immortal State warrior's expression was extremely ugly. What should we do? How can we assassinate Zheng Hong? 7 Immortal State warriors? No, with King Emu, that's 8. That's twice the number of us. Another Immortal State warrior said anxiously. Calm down, calm down. Shan Wuji's eyes were red. He couldn't calm down himself, but he wanted the other 3 to calm down. Whoosh! At this moment, King Emu stepped in. Clang! Clang! Everyone drew their swords and was about to attack. Wait! Shan Wuji shouted. Shan Wuji stopped everyone and looked at King Emu. King Emu, you're here too? Does this formation belong to your demon-controlling sect? Shan Wuji asked coldly. Brother Shang, sigh. Thank goodness I used the formation to stop you. Otherwise, you'd be. King Emu's expression was ugly. What? Shan Wuji's expression changed. You saw just now, too. In fact, Zheng Hong predicted that you would assassinate him tonight, so he called over the immortal realm experts of the Middle Nether sect and the Lower Nether sect. Moreover, he set up an ambush formation in the Ashoka Hall. King Wild Mu didn't continue, but it was enough for him. Treacherous bastard. Zheng Hong is a treacherous bastard. He wants to wipe out my High Serenity sect in one fell swoop. Shan Wuji said with sorrow and hatred. Why do they do that? Another divine realm warrior asked worriedly. I don't know either. However, I noticed that Carefree Hall was filled with murderous intent when they asked me to attack the Day sect, so I thought that it might be dangerous. That's why I informed Brother Shang in advance. I hope you don't mind. King Wild sighed softly. I won't. It's all thanks to you. I, Shan Wuji, will remember this in my heart. Shan Wuji said sincerely. I understand now. Zheng Hong found out that my son is not dead, so he probably guessed the whole story. Now that the hatred between the 3 sects has been formed, he wants to kill us. After killing us, he will ask the demon-controlling sect to help him destroy the Day sect. It's almost the same as the previous plan, but with some slight changes. Shan Wuji quickly sorted out a plan for himself. Then what should we do, Sect Master? The 3 God Realm cultivators asked anxiously. King Yi, thank you for your reminder. Please remove the formation. Shan Wuji looked at King Yi. I'll go out first. It's a little troublesome to remove the formation. It might take a while. King Yi said. All right, thank you. Shan Wuji said solemnly. King Wild Mu strode away. Only the 4 of them were left in the formation. Sect Master, a vicious look flashed across Shan Wuji's face. Chapter 380. Half a cup of tea later. Misty cloud array disperse. King Emu cast a spell. The misty cloud formation that trapped the 4 immortal state warriors was suddenly blown in all directions by a storm. Boom! The array dispersed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha, Brother Shang, how have you been? The 7 immortal state warriors laughed as they walked toward Shang Wuji and the others. Die! Kill! Roar! Give me your life! In the blurry environment where the misty cloud array had dispersed, 4 rays of sword light pierced towards them. The immortal state warriors attacked with all their might. Shang Wuji and the others were determined to die as they attacked the 7 immortal state warriors. Ah! Boom! TSK! What? Everyone exclaimed. Blood spurted into the sky as the violent sword Qi exploded with infinite power. Bastard! Bastard! Boom! Zheng Hong and the others attacked, and a violent gust of wind separated them. However, the square was covered in blood and internal organs were scattered all over the place. The sect master of the lower sects clutched the bloody hole in his chest as he looked at Shang Wuji and the others in shock. Shang Wuji, you. The sect master of the lower sect's eyes turned red. He was almost done for. 1 from the lower sects died, 2 from the upper sects died, and the sect master of the lower sects is severely injured. Ha ha ha! Sect master, we're even now. Someone behind Shang Wuji shouted. Phew yeah, Shang Wuji said with a hint of madness. Shang Wuji, are you crazy? You lunatic! How dare you kill 2 of my junior brothers? Zheng Hong's eyes turned red. Let's go. Shang Wuji turned around and left. Where do you think you are going? Zheng Hong roared and charged towards Shang Wuji. No one can leave. The sect master of the lower sects shouted as he clutched his chest. Boom! The 2 sides were at daggers drawn. Kill! Shang Wuji changed his tone and charged towards the crowd again. In an instant, sword light flashed and a violent gust of wind blew. It was 4 against 4, and everyone was filled with hatred as they fought against each other. Boom! Boom! The 8 Divinity Realm Masters fought against each other. For a moment, the entire worry-free city shook. The 8 immortal state warriors fought and retreated at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were scattered in all directions. The loud explosion caused countless cultivators in worry-free city to wake up from their sleep. All of them stared blankly at the sky. Shang Wuji, you lunatic! Zheng Hong attacked Shang Wuji. Zheng Hong, you hypocrite! You should have known that this day would come. Shang Wuji waved the long sword in his hand. Awareness my ass! You lunatic! You're crazy! Zheng Hong roared. As the 2 sides fought, no one noticed that the temperature of worry-free city was slightly colder than usual, and there was also more fog in the air. King Yama's palace. Standing on a high platform, Yin Chuan looked at the light of the battle in the distance. While drinking, he revealed a satisfied smile. Feng Tairan and King Mai arrived together. Hall Master Yin, this is amazing. It's exactly as you guessed. They've gone mad. The Triu sect has really gone mad this time. King Yimu said excitedly. Who has the upper hand? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. It's about the same. The sect master of the lower sects is injured, but Zheng Hong is more powerful. So, it should be about the same. The longer they fight, the better it is for us. King Mai said confidently. The formation of our Day sect has been completely activated. At this moment, Worry-Free City is completely sealed. No one can leave. No one can leave, Feng Tairan said with a smile. Good. Let's wait for the battle between the snipe and the clam. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.